Whilst other regions may have determined a few teams to go through to the APL, we here, oh, not the APL, damn it. Let me try that again. Hang on. Beep, boop, beep, boop, beep, boop, beep.
Oh, boop, 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 boop.
As the APL heats up, we still have to send a team all the way to EWC, and to do so, we have an incredible desk here joining us, helping us break it all down. It's not rehearsals anymore, Dev, we're live.
Thanks for letting me know.
That's okay. I know we've had some confusion over that over the last week or so.
We have.
Wait, is that Fox?
Yeah, I just want to say,
different.
yeah, look, I know that you guys are used to me being like the sweet, uplifting, excitable Dev Martyr that you all know and love, but I've seen some shit, man.
Yeah, you've seen some shit.
And I'm just feeling like I'm in dark Dev Martyr era. I've got the leather jacket and I got the deep voice.
Yep.
I'm a little bit sick today, but not as sick as these games are going to be.
Yeah, great segue. One of the best segues of all time. Nick, how you doing, mate? It's lovely to have you from Daneland at bloody, what is it, 8 a.m.?
It's 9:30 right now, so not doing too bad, to be honest. We have a 5 a.m. call time and one of the OCE play days later on. I'm looking at payday going, maybe I'm sick for that one, you know? 5 a.m. wake up? Nah. Come on now, guys.
It's
what are
fair.
we doing?
It's fair. Well, I mean, you've kind of asked that question. Come on, guys, what are we doing? And I can tell you, that's the best part about being the host. We're actually going to be watching someone go pro today. And that's not to EWC. That's our great friend Jake Xenox Vididi finally getting one up on a pro player. If you haven't watched this segment, I mean, that might just summarize exactly there. Michael Guzgurry does not laugh very often. He barely shows emotion. And you can see how much it meant to him that Jake Xenox Vididi sucks at the game.
Oh, yeah. No, I'm so glad that we're doing the Xenox Goes Pro little event that we've been running over this week. It's just such a great chance to laugh at Jake. And we love doing that.
Yeah.
He's so easy to laugh at. We've been pairing him up against all kinds of pro players from the APL. And he's been getting smacked silly. First by Falls, then by Turdster. Who knows who he's going to fall to next. But realistically, I don't know if he's capable of beating anyone in the APL.
I highly doubt that he's going to have any hope in hell. Nick, could you ever see him maybe even getting close?
I mean, I'm not gonna spoil anything, but just keep your excitement for the very final playday, okay? We're gonna have a grand final, of course, for the various sub-regions. We also have a final playday for Xenox Goes Pro, and maybe, just maybe, he could win at the very end.
I still doubt that. I still doubt, even if even if we were coming to him, Dev, where they are, I still think he would struggle.
The only rounds he's gotten so far have pretty much been when he's been fed. Like Falls did a knife-only round, and Falls just sat their hands off keyboard. He did get one good kill onto Turdster. It's like the one round which feels like a legit win, but even then Turdster was like running out the building for 5 seconds. So look, Jake has his work cut out for him. But yeah, look, I'm with you, Nick. Like, all of our champions from APL will go to Paris for EWC. Maybe if Jake wins the grand final of Xenox Goes Pro, maybe we can all give him a little make-a-wish. We can make him a make-a-wish kid. We can send him over to Paris for EWC
I think we can send him. Surely we can give him some love.
Should, only if he wins.
We can give him some support. He's going to need all of our support as we get into this. Nick, what words of advice, what words of wisdom would you give him, knowing that he is going up against one of the greatest players? We don't even know who he's going up against.
I don't, at least yet. I'm excited to find out. But the advice is to keep having fun, man. You know, look at CAG, right? They've been knocked down for years. They keep getting up, and they get better, and they get stronger. This is the same story here for Jake Vididi, right? Keep getting knocked down, keep losing rounds, but you keep getting stronger, you keep getting back up.
You know, one thing that worked really well for CAG after years of getting grouped was making some roster changes. Now, I don't know whether Jake is capable of making any roster changes, but I can see that would certainly help him.
How does it work with a core one? Is it possible to make a roster change
for the
core one?
A roster change to your core one? For example, if Team Xenox ended up having Pengu on it, for example, you know, maybe he'd have a shot.
Nah, Pengu's pretty washed, unfortunately. But
what do you reckon? Pengu, you've been watching these Xenox Goes Pro segments. Do you think you could take a fight to... Oh, wait, what is that?
Wait, what?
What is that?
Yeah!
Is this the reveal?
Right. A timeline!
Countdown.
3!
Who is it?
3,
2, 1! Who's our competitor for today? Oh, Jake, you are absolutely stuck.
Oh, Jake is cooked.
Oh, I9, how you doing, my friend?
Yeah, I'm doing good. How about you guys?
Oh, mate, I'm so much better now that you're on the screen. I had no idea it was you playing today. Have you been watching these segments?
No,
Well, then,
I was watching before.
you don't need to. You don't need to. But surely you understand how bad Jake Xenox would be at the game. Do you have any idea as to what to expect?
Yeah, I see it before.
Yeah.
Like I see it like some moment. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I9, you've been so good in your recent games, especially the games in the group stage. We were watching all of your matches. You had those big clutches. Do you feel confident right now going up against? He's just a caster.
I'm exciting, bro. I
Yeah?
never played 1v1 before. You
Oh,
know what I'm
really?
saying?
Oh.
Like, everyone. Sometimes when I got Sharon, I'm so scared because like someone who people scaring me, but I'm scaring myself.
Okay, copy that.
When
Well,
I play 1v1.
you are going up against one of the greatest demons of our generation. It's Jake Xenox and Diddy. Have you got me, Jake? Are you down there? Are you live?
Yeah, I don't. I9's saying he's scared. Is that what I heard?
No.
wrong?
He's giving context that not he's
Okay.
scared of you.
Oh.
He's just scared of what might happen in the
Right,
past, not of you.
I just heard him say he's scared. That's all I heard. I took that as a compliment.
Jake, does he look like the kind of guy that would be scared of you?
No.
No, I'm
No.
glad that we're on the same
In fact,
page there.
I'm absolutely terrified. I sat down and I saw I9 and I just thought, I don't want to do this anymore.
Yeah.
I don't think this is a fun series.
That's pretty valid.
For
That's
me.
pretty valid. I9, do you have any words of wisdom to impart upon your opponent, your wonderful Jake Xenox and Diddy?
Like
I got no game sound.
that's all I say. Good luck, have fun, bro.
Yeah, I love it.
love it.
I love it. So this is why you save the shit talk until you've already
Excuses
won, right?
instantly.
This is
Yeah.
something that's that
one?
you, I9, and
the
Scatman
mic.
said in your interviews. You only talk to your opponent after you win, right?
Hello.
Oh, Jake is. This
Jake?
is not good.
Mate, you're in spawn.
All right.
Get
I
a
got
move
sound.
He's on a timer.
You've got sound?
Yeah, I got sound.
All right. So Jake, what have you learned from
We're gonna operate
previous
this right now.
previous
This is
weeks? I've noticed
crazy.
you played a bit of the Deimos. You played what else? You played the
I-
Dokkaebi. You've
Is that Fox?
Is that?
Come on, very very funny, mate. Very funny. Look, Davide, I don't know if you ever watched the APL. Probably not. You're probably asleep right now or having a good time. But yeah, shout out. I do sound a bit.
Oh, I got an
like
achievement.
Coming from West Stand, oh?
Oh, he's fine.
Yeah.
that. He's on to you, Jake.
Yeah, Jake, you're
That
royally
poor
in a bit of
Buchanan.
strife here, mate. Oh, that's a nice little mate.
Oh.
Get him, I9. You got this.
Can Jake lock in? That's the question.
You can't even track him.
I'm starting to see.
You're playing with him.
He hasn't even found him. Oh no. Oh, Jake. Oh, Jake.
Oh,
Jake!
Damn! It's just that easy. I don't know.
Right.
Maybe he should be scared.
Oh, I9.
Hey.
Break it down there, mate. What happened? You had all the control.
Bro, like I say, I'm exciting, bro. I never played 1v1 before.
You
Oh,
sound
hang on,
like
my
you're
wife's
just having
calling
a
me.
good time. Your wife is calling you.
Should I answer it? Or? No, I don't think we have the
No,
time.
I don't think we've got the time for you to answer your call with your missus, mate. I don't
Sorry.
think that's.
Can you apologize to her
Is
later
she
for
going
me,
to join
Rob?
us on the
No
segment?
worries. You know what? You can clip this part. Laura Venditti, I am so sorry
you just
that
doxed
we
her,
are
but yeah.
keeping. Well, hang on. What else is her name going to be, Jake?
Could be anything.
Oh, very true. Well, Mrs. Branda. I'm so sorry, Mrs. Branda, to have held you and
You've
to have
just
kept
doxed
you.
two people now.
I've said Mrs. Branda. I don't know who Mrs. Branda is. It could be anyone. It could be your high school teacher. You never know. Thank you very much for putting up with this bloke, and I am so sorry that we've denied your call. Is that better?
That's much better.
Thank you.
Anyway, moving on.
Poor I9's just sitting there trying to listen to comms.
All right, I9, what's the idea this round? What's the strat, bro? Oh, he's too locked in.
I like this, though.
I mean, he muted you guys.
Yeah, I think he's muted it.
I hope he has. I pray
Dude's
he
locking
has.
in.
It's a lot of noise to
I
have
love
to
this.
deal with.
It's aggro for. Oh wait, Jake, you know what weapon you're holding there?
That's the wrong weapon.
I don't. Have you ever? Have you ever used that shotgun before, Jake? It's not very
It
good.
does not do damage.
Oh, he's I didn't even realize he snuck in.
Hit the deck.
You see, Jake?
Oh, see, like,
That's why he threw the nade,
you
mate.
threw me off, James. If I had kept the shotgun,
Oh, no.
he's dead.
You're not winning that with the shotgun, mate. I'm sorry.
It's a slug shotty, my guy. You ain't winning.
Nate, you're gonna not hear me because I ain't holding Nate.
Yes.
You close the Nate, you know.
Yeah.
Oh, where are you going?
I
to?
love
Where I'm
that.
running to.
I love that. Did you see that I9 the pre-fire? He was shooting where you would have been standing, but you were prone. Smart.
Because I9's my goat.
That's right, bro.
There's no one better.
Well, Reaps.
I9, are you going to take that level of disrespect?
Keanu Reaps.
I pray that you have to go up against
I really
Reaps.
look.
I
If there's one, you don't get me Reaps.
Yeah,
You know what I
yeah.
mean?
Yeah, I do know.
Maybe we will.
We're going to
We're
pull
gonna
some
have to.
strings.
I would rather play Pengu in his prime.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Okay.
That's toxic, man.
To be fair, I would also rather play myself than Reaps in 1v1.
He is a bit of a demon, but do you know who's a...
Yep.
Sorry, mate. You gotta put the scope on, Jake.
Yeah, I did.
Took you a sec.
Yeah, sensitivity is a bit off.
Okay.
There.
What do you think, I9?
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
You scared, I9?
Let's see. Uh-oh.
Come on.
That's it.
You're
Breathe
very
through it.
patient, Jake, I gotta say.
Got no more smokes left, by the way, Jakey.
Notice. Okay, he's cleared it out, so he knows. He knows he's free.
Yeah, 35
I
seconds
love
left to
seeing
go.
the
Jammer,
cogs
nice.
wearing for Jake.
Oh, hang on. I can hear the cogs turning. Oh, yes, I9.
Oh.
That's it,
Right,
baby. Lock
26
in.
on the clock, diffuse on hand. What do you do here, Jake?
I don't know. You tell me.
I think
You
you're on the
gotta
money
go in
here.
there. Come on.
Oh, Jake!
Good job.
Nice,
Yeah, you got
nice.
You
this.
got this,
Circus.
Jake. You got this.
I9's on the retake here.
Oh, you're actually on for this
Oh.
one, Jake.
I like this.
Yeah, but look at him.
Oh,
He's
this is
calm.
great.
He's composed.
He's
He's composed.
Oh my god.
Oh,
he's in the
stuck
post.
it.
Here we go.
Oh, Jake!
Oh,
he's
Jake.
Oh no!
Oh, yeah. You're only going up against Asia's finest, mate. I'm sorry to say.
Oh, no, through that one.
You've given him
Over
opportunities.
position. You know what? I needed to push to the back and just force him in through the door.
Yeah.
That's my bad.
That would have been good.
That's all right. Learning. Nah.
See, we are
You
learning.
know, small things,
When you
right?
jump in on the
When you
window.
have a DM...
What was that, I9? What'd you say?
I mean, do you heard when you jump in on the window?
You went in the
I
window,
mean,
right?
I
before
went in the
jump
window.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
tagged
he got
him on the
hurt
way
a
in.
little
Did you
bit. Only a little.
Oh, alright.
Yeah. Like 25%.
SMG 11's not very good, bro.
Yeah, I know.
That's good. But speaking of that, right? Like in
Hey,
that scenario, Jake, right? You just got the SMG 11 shotgun on
was a
mute.
machine with the SMG
You gotta
11.
use you gotta use the DMR for that, man. Long range fight. You're not matching with the Baron 9.
That's
I
some
don't think
free
he's-
coaching advice for you, Jake, by the way.
I don't think
from
he's listening.
Pengu.
Let's
I don't
be
know if you're
completely
listening to
honest.
it, but that's a bit
He's
of free
not.
coaching.
It's okay.
I
That's
don't. If I'm
alright.
going to get coaching advice, it's not from you, James. It'd probably be from
I
the
said
guy
from
that's
Pengu.
next to you on the couch.
Well, the irony
actually
is,
just
Jake,
did not
that is the
listen.
bloke that was.
I literally said that was some free coaching from Pengu, mate. He's so locked
Oh,
in.
sorry. I thought you said if you want coaching advice.
No, I said you just ignored Nick. Nick was trying to talk to you, gave you some free coaching advice, and you just
Really?
ignored him. Yeah, you said you
It's
should have been
okay.
running the
Yeah,
DMR
it's
instead of the
okay.
Bearing 9.
Yeah, at the final round, at the final end of the round there, yeah. He's
Yeah,
got
good,
SMG
Jake.
11 shotgun. You're playing Baron 9 against it, you know.
That's
Gotta
good,
look
Jake.
at the
Maybe
weapon and situation
maybe
at
spend
hand.
another 40 seconds making some rotates. Yep, good job. Where are you getting the shot from? Well done, Jake. Well done, Jake.
The frost mat's done him. The frost mat's gone and done him.
Was that a match? Was that the
That's a
match?
frost mat.
Yeah.
That's a frost mat right there. I know. Check the corner as you come through the doorway. It's 2-2, and just
Oh,
like that,
no.
Team Xenox ties it up, baby.
He's
Bro,
casting
he's
his own
casting
game.
himself, man.
Oh, that's not good. That's not.
This is the thing, I9. You got to expect the bad players are
Yeah.
going to use the cheese, man.
Yeah.
I see that now, bro. When did I kill that boss, bro? What the hell?
Oh, that's great. I'm glad that you got one legitimate round there, Jake. I'm very proud of you. You seem to
One?
be you
There's
seem
two
to
on the
be
board.
stepping up. Nah, the first one wasn't. I
Look,
wasn't ready.
I love to rag on Jake as much as the next person, but I got to give you credit where credit is due, Jake. That first round when you pre-fired with the Vendetta, Mr. Venditti,
Yeah,
that was
Vendetta
actually a
Venditti.
very,
Nice.
very good play, very good round.
Oh,
I think
Venditti with the Vendetta.
Venditti with the Vendetta. I feel like this is the first time I've ever seen Jake get 2 legit rounds in a 1v1.
I think it is, but I also think that I9 is not taking this.
Oh no, I9 is
fully
going
seriously.
easy. I9, you don't have to go easy, by the way, bro. You can just
Make it exciting.
you can just finish him now.
Truthfully, no one really likes Jake that much, so you know.
Nah, not even me. Not even my own wife.
Is Brenda or Mrs. Venditti?
Oh.
I'm confused. Oh, Jake, this is where you really need to lock in. You actually have an opportunity here.
I
Imagine
respect the
losing
shield rounds
when you
here.
play a
I
shield.
requested it.
Come on.
Yeah, but you know who's on it, don't you, Nick?
Yeah. As I said, you can lead a horse to water. But you can't teach how to drink. man.
You can
Well
try
said.
as hard as you may. Oh, this is.
You gotta get in the building soon, Jakey boy.
Nah.
28, 27,
Okay.
26,
Yeah, Nick.
You were
Nick,
doing
shut
so
up.
well.
Let the pro play. Let the
23.
pro play.
22,
Yeah.
21.
Oh, this is going to be great.
seconds.
See you,
Oh,
Jake.
money, mate.
See you,
good
Jake.
night. Good night.
Very good, I9, very good.
Very good.
It's just free. It's
I
just
love that the
free.
fire
All right, gotta lock in.
went
Gotta
off
lock in.
afterwards as well. The
Yeah.
gas
You're
fire.
overthinking it because you feel like there's a chance to win now.
Yeah, that's the
Come
problem.
on. Take that pretty brain of yours and throw it in the bin. That's how you play your best.
You think he's got a pretty brain?
Is this what happened to FaZe in
He's got
the
a pretty
24
brain.
grand final?
Oh, I don't think it's comparable. I
Sorry,
don't
did you
think it's
just compare
comparable.
yourself to the greatest team of all time?
He can taste the victory. Therefore, he will lose.
I9, tell me a little bit about where you're playing from right now.
Yeah,
You've
what
been
is
playing
this-
there for ages, haven't you?
What is this room, I9? This building? Where are you?
These are like practice house.
Practice house.
I mean boot camp, something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, gotcha.
Yeah.
How long have you been playing there for now? It's been years, no?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you first played there in with Elevate, right?
Yeah, Aerowit.
Wow.
Before I go Aerowit, Soviet team.
Yeah.
God, it feels
that-
like ages ago.
I can't hear you guys. Like games.
We'll let you lock in. We'll let
Game's too loud.
you lock in. You lock in. We'll
I
leave you
love
be.
this. Jake, you're learning from I9. You've been drop shotting now too, man.
Oh, chill out. Oh no.
Look how locked in Jake is, by the way.
He's in for it. Oh,
No,
here we
Jake
go. Here
is so
comes the light
locked.
walls.
Oh, no,
one way.
Jake.
That's good.
Well done. You know what, Jake? Hats off to you, Jake. But
He moved a little bit quicker than I thought. I didn't think. Yeah, that's all right. Well played, I9. Thank you for coming on.
Yeah. Thank you.
well, Jake, you know what? We're gonna let you go and let you go wallow in your pity, your self-pity of disgusting
Again.
performance. You know what, mate? You're gonna get there eventually. You're gonna get past.
Oh, I
two
don't know what to do,
rounds.
Rob. I don't know what to do. Honestly, I thought there were some good moments today, but still got some improving
was.
to do.
Lots of improvement. Unfortunately, Jake, we don't have any time for your self-analysis. We'll catch you later, mate.
All Thank you, I9.
Yeah, I got nothing else
Yeah,
to say now.
thank
I9, how you feeling, my friend? Because your performance there, you let Jake have a couple of rounds. Was that out of pity?
I'm just trying a little bit
Yeah.
idea to push something like that, but I'm not expecting they're gonna put up right there.
Jake is what we would like to call spontaneous. He's a little confusing at the best of times. I9, obviously, we've seen you perform over the many years, and this is your first 1v1, right?
Yeah. My first time.
How did you feel? Did you enjoy it?
Yeah, I enjoy it.
Would you do it again?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Why not?
You know what? Next time we might actually put you up against someone who has a little bit of competitive spirit about them. Jake is a nothingness. He's nothing. He's in the void.
We'll give you a real player to
Yeah,
play
correct.
against.
We'll give you someone who might actually be at your level. I9, would you like to say anything before we let you go? And see you tomorrow, I think.
Yeah. See you tomorrow, guys. But, like, tomorrow, I'm gonna be demon mode, you know?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, something like that.
I love
Yeah,
that,
that's all I
I9.
say.
I love
Yeah,
that,
that's all I
mate.
say.
Thank you very much for joining
Alright.
us, I9, and we look forward to watching you become a demon tomorrow on your pathway to the EWC. We'll catch you soon, mate.
All right. See you guys. Have a nice day. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
But for everyone at home, of course, EWC is what is on the line here. That is the prize pool that everyone is after. Yeah, sure, money's great, fame is great,
True.
but glory of going to Paris is even better. That is why, when we look at this, we have 4 slots for an entire APL region, Nick. It's quite brutal considering when you spread it across 24 teams. That is a pretty tough ask. However, what region would you actually, if you could do it over again, what region would you right now give a second slot to? Yeah, I need
I
it.
hate this question because I was gonna go like, every sub-region right now in APL is so capable. We have more competition than ever, I would say, at least in my time in APL the last couple of years.
Yep.
I would say there's probably like a good 3 or 4 teams from APAC North, Asia, and probably just the 2, maybe 2.5 teams from OCE too.
Sure.
But given the fact that, other regions have had their turn, I think it's fair that it's OCE's chance now to have 2 spots
Yep.
rather than Asia, for example, APAC North.
Yeah, so
I like it as it is.
You're you like to spread the love a little.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mind if it was literally a different region every single time, but it is performance-based, right? The
Yes.
sub-region that performed the best, they will get the second spot, and I think that's the right way to do it. But I will say this, there should be a fail-safe. Let's say APAC North in particular, for example, they haven't had the second spot at all in a full year or 2 years. You gotta get them that pity spot at some point, okay? Because only sending one team, it doesn't give the full region potential. Because, yeah, you can have, let's say, CAG qualifiers from APAC North, right? They have a certain playstyle, and they might do well, or they might not do well internationally. And I think it's very good to get more teams to international play, make the whole sub-region better. Just look at Daystar, for example, right, in Asia. When you start sending different teams internationally, they bring different things back home with them.
Yeah, spoken as the guy who got the pity invite to Six Invitational 2020. and
Damn.
Didn't really work
I
out
didn't
well
want
for
it.
you.
I didn't want
Yeah,
it.
I remember,
yeah,
it's
and
fine.
I'm sure the players wouldn't either,
You
Nick.
were against pity invites back then, but now you're apparently for them. Look, the way I see it is OCE, and we're about to find out today exactly how close, but the distance between number 1 and number 2 in OCE, I think, is the closest of any of the APL regions. I feel like at the moment, from what we've seen, APAC North seems to have a clear number 1,
Yep.
and then quite a dogfight for 2 till 4.
Sure.
Asia, I think,
Yeah.
has a clear number 1, a clear number 2, and then a battle between 3 and 4.
Yep.
I think OCE has a battle for 1 and 2, and a clear 3 and 4.
Well,
Yeah.
speaking of which, how about we actually give the viewers at home a bit of a visual to, I guess, solidify what we're talking about there. It's Chiefs and Enterprise that have really been battling it out since back in kickoff. These two teams coming into this year, we did have high hopes for, and I know there is a storyline that we kind of want to go with for probably a little later, James, but you were saying as well that, it's the split from the teams that were at SI this year. 2 players from either, well, I guess it's a split just straight down the middle. 2 players on Chiefs, 2 players from Enterprise. So that one's a real, like, there's an element of grudge to that match that I love.
Yeah, for sure.
But obviously, what we're really trying to get across to you today is that the winner of that upper bracket match, Chiefs and Enterprise, the second they win, they secure their ticket to EWC, which is just monumentally large.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Of course, OCE being the one APL sub-region that does get the 2 spots means you don't have to win the grand final, you just got to make the grand final, which means an upper bracket final win or a lower bracket final win guarantees your spot in that grand final. Now, doesn't mean the grand final means nothing. We'll play
No.
that out later this week, and it will still have massive repercussions for which part of the tournament you see it into, so we'll dig into that a bit later. But what really matters right now is, out of Chiefs and EP, one of them is going to be the first APAC team to qualify for the EWC this year. And that is a huge moment. Like you said, they have an intense rivalry. Of course, 6 months ago, not even 6 months ago, we had 2 players from each of those teams playing on Enterprise in Paris. Now they get to return, and I mean, if they're lucky, both teams will return and they'll see each other, familiar faces, but on a renewed foe.
I think the expectation is that both teams do return, but of course, there's so much that can play out between right now and when we actually get to that final spot. Let's have a look at what to expect for today's actions. Obviously, the one we're talking about, the one we're touting, Chiefs and Enterprise kickstart our day here for what is considered OCE's final day 2. However, it is for me the second matchup where my eyeballs go to, because both of those teams, Nick, on their given day, Rival Esports and Man LFO, obviously they're going to be pretty well evenly matched, but for me it's actually, they have the potential to upset both Chiefs or Enterprise on any given day.
Yeah. I would say so as well. I mean, we just look at the matchup that happened earlier in the first play day of O's, right? Rival came very close to Chiefs. They probably should have won Bank, actually, but Chiefs, they mounted a comeback, and we did not go to the third map. Had Rival gone to the third map against Chiefs, that would have been Border. And Rival, they were better with the gun skill on that given day. So I think right now, honestly, if EP were to take it in the upper bracket, send Chiefs down, Rival beat Man LFO quite comfortably, that could make the lower bracket game to go into the grand finals quite spicy, because there could be a real chance of an upset. And I also think that's why Chiefs today have a bit more pressure upon them, because they need to beat EP right now to lock in that spot, because I think they too know they could fall in that lower bracket. Whereas EP, I think they have enough mechanical skill to just kind of take the fights and beat any opponent here knows.
Let's just start talking about the ladder mentioned there, Enterprise, the roster that has really performed quite well this year. I think many thought what would happen once we kind of saw the roster split and some big name players come to this. I would say super team now, Dev. I think the Enterprise have proven, like, you just look at their stats across the board, no one's under 100 EPS, which is actually really difficult at this level of the game to manage a team that is entirely above the average. However, I will say that they still haven't looked perfect in stage 1.
Yeah, of course. Like, the two sides of this coin is these guys are absolutely our super team. In fact, they are kind of the super team. You have the best players from the old Enterprise and the best players from the old Chiefs. You know, namely, I'm thinking of Jigsaw and Brendo joining Tuhan, and of course Bappin, and then you get Cairo, of course. With Fisher Guy leaving, you need someone that is more of a support player, more of a brain, and Cairo really fits that. I know that Mag, their coach, has really talked volumes about the value of Cairo, who's been in the scene for such a long time now. Last year, he played for Ludovica, of course. A phenomenal, well-rounded roster. This really is the best iteration you could get out of a 2026 super team. You could probably give anyone, like, what do they call it when you do the football dream teams? What's the
fantasy football?
Yeah, you do like a fantasy
league?
You do a fantasy league, and you would probably just grab the 5 Enterprise players if it was OCE. That's how it works. But as you said, they haven't been perfect, which is a bit of a surprise. Of course, they did unfortunately have Brendo unavailable to play one of the games due to something that happened, and so he missed out. And then they ended up losing to Shy Academy. And
Crazy.
Crazy, because Shy Academy didn't even make stage finals. And then everyone said, well, it's okay. It was just because Brendo wasn't there. And then they went and lost to Chiefs as well. And then Chiefs also lost to Shy Academy, really strangely. So we did see some very funny things happen in the group stage. However, that was best of ones. We're now into BO3s.
We are.
And these guys are looking incredibly deadly. They won their first match in the BO3s very convincingly.
Yeah, look, despite a wounded beast that they may have been throughout certain parts of groups, they have certainly come into playoffs looking very good. But speaking of another playoffs, I guess, looking back, I know you're going to cast your minds back to kickoff, but both of these two teams did play all the way back in the grand final, and it was not like a blowout by any means. It was a close affair. There were so many opportunities for Chiefs to get back into this game. But Nick, ultimately, Enterprise, they showed their quality in a best of 3, and I think that's probably the big part of the conversation that Dev was leaning into there. Best of 1s are great, but best of 3s really start to show your true colors.
Yeah, when you are a super team, there's also going to be the question of how serious can you take every single matchup, especially early in group stage, best of 1s, like you keep saying. You're not going to be playing at 110% because that's not where it matters, and you got to save your best performance for the most important games. That's right here, upper bracket, to get that guaranteed spot to go to Paris at EWC. And in kickoff, it was a 2-1 victory for EP. Here in stage 1, it was a 5-7 loss for EP against Chiefs. So they are currently tied 1-1 for the year, and the winner here kind of takes that.
Yeah,
We do love 1-1s.
Of course, very much different stakes. You're talking about a grand final that qualified
Very
you to go to
different
Salt Lake
stakes.
City compared to a
1-1.
best of 1 in groups, and I think that's what a lot of Enterprise would probably say, like, very different kettle of fish. However, it's worth saying that, yes, that grand final in kickoff was a 1 by Enterprise, but it was also a 3-mapper.
Yep.
Chiefs won their map. Enterprise won their map. We go to the third map, and it's a 12-rounder. It's still 7-5.
Yeah, correct.
Like Chiefs missed out on Salt Lake City by 2 rounds, guys.
Yep.
Only 2 rounds.
Yep. The thing is, the margin of difference between these two teams has been shown to be very low. Maybe you're wondering who we're talking about. Of course, Chiefs. I think that the way that Chiefs have started to perform throughout this year has given me a lot of hope that, I mean, if I can just be honest here, I would have called this a ragtag team at the very start of kickoff. I looked at this roster and said, what on earth are we going to expect from them? Because you look at the names and you look at kind of like, I mean, if you really look to the left side of this screen right now and you look at Jay Kenner and Lunchbox, they have always been known as notorious shit posters in the region. But yet what has happened with this team, Nick, they've seemed to lock into a point that I was never expecting. And now we are now talking about them being not just contenders to EP, but genuinely near their level, if not on their level.
Yeah, I think there's 3 kind of key players, and I will say this, every single player here is super valuable. I'm not saying there are 3 people who are useful and 2 that are useless, but there are 3 huge win conditions for me in the minor details here. Jakena is an excellent shield player, and when you can find that map control and find the gaps and get down the diffuser, that's when Chiefs, they play their very best. He's not going to be your Blackbeard Blitz going 10-2 every single game. He's often going to go 0-3, 0-5, but getting a ton of value while doing so. A very high value player. Then you have player, the actual person in the server, and Neptune as well. They're the gap finders, they're the injured players. They will usually work together with Jakena on that shield or go for a backstab. With any of those 3 players having a good game, that is when Chiefs play at the very highest level. But if the shields get counter-banned out, let's say they ban both the Blackbeard, the Blitz, and the Monty, Jakena is now stuck on an island with much less value to his name. Or if the shields are unsuccessful because they get countered by operators like the traps of like the Legion, the Goyo, the Smoke, the Shanka, or the Echo, again, Jakena will have a bit of a struggle individually. So it really comes down to if one of these 3 players, or all of them together, can hit their targets in the server. That's how they're going to beat any opponent in a best of 3. So it's going to be about consistency. It's going to be about those 3 people, Neptune's player and Jakena.
Yeah, if we look back at that matchup that we continue to talk about throughout groups, obviously, you know, we are saying it's 1-1. Yeah, best of 3 versus a best of 1. But still, it kind of comes down to the way that Chiefs are able to still perform against a very high standard team. They just are. Enterprise from top to bottom, coach all the way through. It seems like a well put together roster, but Chiefs manage time and time again to stay toe and toe with them, James.
Yeah, 110%. The big thing is on paper, Enterprise seem like the much better team. You look at the old EP roster, and they essentially cut the least experienced players in player and relays, and then player and relays when and Fisher retired, of course. And Bapham said that when the roster changes were announced. Kept what mattered, upgraded the rest. Appreciate the trust from Enterprise to make those roster changes. They went and picked up 2 extremely experienced and arguably 2 of the best players that OCE have ever produced in Jigsaw and Brendo.
Absolutely in
that conversation. And they picked up Cairo because they needed an IGL, someone to be the brains of the operation to replace Fisho. And in doing so, they let go of player and relays, who were the least experienced members of that team. There had been some doubt cast over player and relays' ability to dig deep and perform to their typical standard when they were in high pressure situations at international events. And I really think that someone like Player has taken that upon himself to now prove everyone wrong. I think he joined Enterprise at a really pivotal moment in his career where he was actually thinking of quitting Siege. He was tossing up, not committing to esports anymore. He decided to stick with it. He got a taste of what it's like to be on the best team in the country, one of the best teams in APAC, and to actually fight against the best teams in the world. And immediately he said, okay, this is what I want to do. And now his family's on board and he's here to stay, and he's forging his own legacy now with Chiefs.
Yeah, it's a huge chip on his shoulder after the earlier years circumstances. I think it's just the best way to put it. I think that to contextualize that, Player went from someone who had moved more teams than he had played stages up until he joined Enterprise, to then being the best player in this region to date in this year, and also the second best player in APL as a wider region, Nick. It's incredible to see. We'll go to the videos, but I'll just let you quickly touch on this as a former player. To have that kind of journey to now find himself solidified at this point, it's an incredible storyline for him.
I think it's very important that, you know, when you're given the opportunity to go into a very experienced roster, you know, player go into Enterprise originally, you're gonna be put into a system and you're gonna be following orders. Hey player, play this operator, go over here. Yes, sir. And you kind of just play their game for them. Now he's in Chiefs making his own path, making his own decisions probably, and then doing what's actually working for him and his roster. So a much better result. That video just kind of appeared in front of us here. Didn't get a chance to take a look at it step by step. But Chalet into Bank into Fortress. Now, I personally am looking at that Bank matchup. It is a map that is very common for both of these two rosters. And it's where they played their stage 1 best of 1, that 7-5 victory favoring Chiefs. So there's going to be a rematch on that Bank map.
Yeah. Of course, Bank and Fortress were both also in the veto when these teams played each other in kickoff. Chiefs won Bank and EP won Fortress. Both were very close 7-5 result. Chalet is the odd one out here because we haven't seen these teams play against each other on it. Funnily enough, it's the map that both of these teams lost to Shy Academy. So if there's one thing we know for sure, it's that Shy Academy would be winning this game.
So, question posed, are they both shit on Chalet then, Dev?
I don't know, I'm just being silly. Look, we have seen EP also beat Man LFO on this map, but I would say that this is not a favorite map for either of these teams, but EP decided to pick it. Let's see if they can dig deep on map 1.
Yeah, how about we lock in? Instead of going to our favorite map, how about we go to our favorite-ish commentators? Guz, Xenox, how we feeling?
I feel a little bit humbled after the earlier 1v1 experience, I'm not going to lie, Cuz, but excited for this. As we head into the upper bracket final, it is an opportunity to qualify the Esports World Cup, lock in that position. In terms of where you'll finish, well, that depends, of course, in the grand final, but with the Oceanic region having the 2 slots, you win this, you're going. The rest of the permutations get figured out in the grand final, but you don't care about that as long as you win today. So there is a lot on the line, but it does come to this match. Not only do you get to qualify, but you avoid having to drop down, face one of the other 2 that are going to be seeking revenge, vengeance. You want to get the job done today. Let's see what happens. Chiefs versus Enterprise. Chiefs, guys, I think for all intents and purposes, maybe took that mantle as the best team in the region. EP definitely want to take it back and probably feel as if they've never lost it.
Yeah, keen to jump into this one. The bands have played out Ala Denari, Glaz, and Dockerby. So Chiefs going with a brand new band set here based on the data we have available on Chalet. This is the first time we will see them ban both the Ala or Denari across the stage. So certainly something to note. It's going to leave up key operators like the Azami, for instance, which is particularly potent on Chalet. EP on the flip side, a little more standard. They've teased the Glaz on a couple of occasions, but the Dockerby will be a first appearance for them as we jump in. Can't wait to see the 2 and 3. I don't quite know how I feel about Chalet just yet, but I think Bank for me is the guys on the desk. That is a very tantalizing prospect.
I was looking at the stats for Bank. Both teams are just going to love that map. Chalet, obviously the pick of Enterprise, and one of which they've got a lot of experience on. Yeah, they took early damage, got the kill onto Jigsaw. They did lose Jay Kenner though, so they no longer have the Boogie Auto breaches. By the way, players straight into bedroom, going for the plant off the ROU. Probably got that one from I9, and the Xenox goes Pro Series. Plant will be successful. Tuhan does get rid of relays, losing him over towards Ego. That just leaves a bedroom and bathroom stack. Lunchbox is going to move over to Closet, but he loses the battle to Brendo. Gives EP the numbers advantage, but still need to win the post plant. And considering Neptune's outside, player does need to stay alive, and he barely does. Headshot onto Tuhan, still up 2v2, time running out.
Yeah, going to be a tough one here with the double window. Repel still in play. Surely Chiefs will lock in this round. It's a good read from Brendo. A read's one thing, being able to find the kill.
He's played out anyway, they can't get it, there's no time.
Yeah.
And that's going to be the round. Chiefs are going to steal the opening round. Even with that kill from Brendo, it just pads the stats as he obviously has a little grimace in the player camera. It's Chiefs that open up with a wonderful set play. We've seen that a little bit here on top floor Chalet over, I think, over the last couple of weeks. Certainly this stage, teams are liking to bring pressure elsewhere, away from bedroom, and then sneak in for that quick rush plant. It works this time. The ROUs from player were successful. There just also wasn't really any kind of utility to disrupt him. There was no nitrocells thrown. There was no impacts thrown at his position, and he was able to get that plant down pretty much uncontested in the end. Chiefs take the opening round. Good way to start here on Chalet. Attacking round win is good for them. This is still a, like pretty much most maps in this wonderful map pool that we've got, it is still slightly defender-sided. That top floor actually in the Oceanic region sits at 55% defensive win rates. That's a great start for Chiefs.
Yeah, I love that positive approach from Chiefs. Really direct. And AP getting isolated and caught out in that opening round, down to dining for the follow-up. Expecting the tempo of this matchup to be pretty quick across the board, to be honest, especially on a map like Chalet. The pacing may be drawn out a little bit more on Bank, where it's going to be maybe more stall-out heavy, and that peel defense is more effective. But on Chalet, I really don't think that's going to be the case.
The thing I love about both maps, and to be honest, Chalet and Bank are the epitome of, I think, just some of the best maps in the pool. You can pick and choose how you want to play on both maps, on pretty much all of the sites. You want to go fast, you can. You want to slow it down, play tempo pacing, you can. I think that's the benefit of why the teams that are so good at Chalet and Bank typically end up being very good teams in general. It's the same kind of mindset with a map like Clubhouse. In your structured play, that's really going to set you apart. One thing I'm looking forward to in this half as well, what lurk play do we get from Enterprise? How do they want to position defensively? They're not the kind of team that's going to play 5-stack side.
Yeah. So the Amaru in play again here. Well, not again, but first appearance. And there's an opportunity here for Relays to go for a sneaky play up hatch, potentially. Also has the maneuverability to rotate above as well. Grapple hook is in his hands right now, as Jake Kenner gets caught, but Relays has snuck into the side.
Yeah, but they lost player this time, so no Nomad. Double kill from Cairo. This time, Relays unable to successfully get the plant. Good Nitrocell, Tuhan, then the double up onto Neptune, and that's the round done. EP seemed far more ready for that sort of fast rush attempt into kitchen dining than they were for the top floor site. Really solid response. Strap yourselves in, because we've entered the ring, and both of these two are more than capable of landing blow for blow. First round goes the way of Chiefs because of the fast rush. The second round will go the way of EP because of the fast rush that they countered. Good headshot from Lunchbox. He will deny the flawless. And that's all. The other thing I really want to get out of this series, trash talk in the chat, especially if we get to if we get to Fortress Map 3, spotted EWC on the line. Ooh. This could get really heated. 1-1.
Yeah, I just want to have a quick look back at round number 1. So it's pretty obvious so far that we're seeing really direct approaches from Chiefs on attack. And there was actually a key piece of utility available here. You can see it just a little bit out of frame at the moment that Goya was up in that opening round. And we see the flames eventually pop, but just a little bit too late. So EP weren't in necessarily the positions to actually actively play off that utility. Obviously, the diffuser at this point already down. We're in a post. We see those flames eventually pop. But I think that's something that EP are going to have to be more mindful of going forward. We saw Direct in round 1. We saw the Amaru round 2. And so if EP are going to look to play out this stall at utility, they need to look to be proactive and actually playing off that correctly.
Oh, so, I mean, setting the tempo early here is Chiefs, which is really what you want to be doing on the attack of Chalet. They're going fast both opening rounds. 2 minutes and 30 seconds was the opening kill in the first round. 2 minutes basically on the dot in the second round. They got the plant down 2:17 in the first round. Tried to get the plant down around that 150-second mark in the second. They go again, Ying and Blitz. Now, didn't play the Ying and the Blitz together so far in the opening 2 rounds. And as we head to bar games, this does leave them with good options. Lunchbox can go, Capital above, look for a clear out. They can go quick through big window. They can also potentially go in straight to bar. On the flip side for Enterprise, Tuhan on the Tachanka will set bar stock. And very much talk about an operator that can delay that sort of push in, big window, flame up, that sort of position. Rehost call, but it's too late from Lunchbox. We are past the 2.5 minute mark.
Yeah, I think that's going to be tough luck. We'll see what the ruling is. I know there are caveats.
I still recall it was,
we'll
I can't remember how many years ago it was, someone got bugged on Clubhouse in the aircon outside CCTV, and it was just too late into the round. It's later. So no Lunchbox. And this is, so to emphasize, he's playing Capital. Like, this is an important operator. You don't have that belt of utility. Harder to clear out top library. Certainly doesn't help for execute. This is a big loss for Chiefs. But the way they have to play this round now is as if he got spawn peaked. It's a 5v4, minute 20. As Relays will make his way up 5 plays. On the Nook now, he needs to get active, but caught out by Brendo. It's an unfortunate round for Chiefs, but these are the kind of rounds that they cannot afford to let them, well, get tilted from. Player makes his way in, caught by Jigsaw. For all intents and purposes, it's going to be an ace for Enterprise. We'll get a rehost after this. Lunchbox is, of course, stuck outside. Now, I would imagine he can still shoot.
Yeah, maybe.
So the question is, if someone jumps out to finish him off so we don't wait 50 seconds, does he go for a shot? Why not? Baiting again. The thing is, I would imagine Vapor knows full well he's stuck and doesn't care and just wants to get in their head. And you know what? It's an upper bracket final. Here's every advantage you can get.
Yeah, look, sometimes these things happen, rehost or not. It's best of 3, so Chiefs will need to do their best to just reset mentally from this, regardless of what the decision may be. Chiefs ultimately having to try and fall back onto like a plan B, plan C kind of doomsday scenario in that round with the direct hit side, trying to see if they could find something. But yeah, losing the Capital ultimately ruined their plans big time in that round.
Well, I mean, it's obviously the kind of round that's mentally taxing. Yeah, Lunchbox, it's past the 2.5 minute mark. You know the rules. Yeah, this is the perfect response, though, for Enterprise. So to kind of sum up the first 3 rounds, and this is probably the way the series is going to go. You're going to have little chapters. Talk about a punch in the face from Chiefs in the opening round. Steal the opening round. But then EP, 2 rounds back-to-back, just do the exact same thing. And now suddenly Chiefs go from that elation of round 1, where you steal, you get the plant down, perfect start, and then EP just sucker punch you back. And then on top of that, add in insult to injury. Poor old Lunchbox stuck on the rappel. Couldn't play. Capital useless. Now into the bans. No Blackbeard ban. Doesn't matter. They haven't really played it anyway. Thorn will be taken off the board. Brendo's been using that in 2 of the 3 rounds. Also, 3 straight opening kills and 3 straight opening deaths for Jake Kenner. He has not been able to play yet. There he is.
Yeah, lobby has just been paused in the background for a bit of context, so we are in discussions as to the outcome of that last round. We'll wait and see what happens.
I mean, it's the kind of thing where it's a bug, clearly, that doesn't need a rehost because it's just a incident within the particular parameters as to that spot, that round, that moment. I don't think rehosting the lobby is going to change anything. It's not like Lunchbox is still on the rappel. he's not left hanging. But we'll get it all sorted out. I also imagine Chiefs probably want to try and go rulebook, but the rulebook is pretty clear and has been for a long time. It was, I believe, 2 minutes and 16 seconds. That's just too deep into the round. I know there was no damage. I know there was no shots fired. 5v5. And if it had been pre 2 minutes 30, they would have been able to get their rehost, but too late into the round. What was he? Players got the little Neptune nose. What are they called?
I don't know what they're called, but yeah.
Nose strips?
Open up the airways. I don't know what the actual...
I might need to get one actually for tomorrow for the Xenox Goes Pro. Maybe we can see if Rex can hook us up.
Maybe James could use one. Open up his passageways a little bit. He was a little bit nasally on the desk.
Get him on the desk with the nose strip. But look, a little bit of an anticlimactic position here, rounds 2 and 3, after a very fast, dramatic start from Chiefs. So they won the opening round. Bedroom and office. A fast plant attempt and was successful. EP couldn't win it in the post plant. Funnily enough, the Vulcan canister ended up being their own demise. That's not the first time we've seen that either. With the rush plant attempts in sort of the modern era of Siege now, teams actually don't pop the Vulcan canister preemptively. They almost use it as, well, a post-plant tool for themselves, turning it on the defenders. EP then winning very comfortably in rounds 2 and 3, 4 alive and the ace. So we are going to get Chiefs out of the lobby. EP are still in the lobby, all 5, but everyone from Chiefs has left. And it looks as if I think we're going full-blown rehost now as they also starting to leave the lobby.
I wouldn't be shocked if that round is replayed, but we can discuss that later if that is
I
the rule.
would be quite shocked.
I'm not gonna. I can't be bothered getting too far into the weeds, but the rehost ruling is.
Oh, let me. Oh, the
Has been reworded.
Is it at the what's it called? The interpretation or discretion?
I mean, it's not my job, so I don't want to really put anyone on the spot.
I'm not looking at anything.
All I'm saying is, it says,
Well, you're the
action
one
phase.
reading it.
At any time during the action phase, play is unable to control or move the operator. And there's an or after the 30-second condition prior to that.
Oh,
So-
so if you dig deep enough.
I
look,
think Chiefs would have a strong case.
All
in
I'm saying
calling
is
a
it's
rehost.
not our job. We're not the admins. I'm
We'll
just.
see what happens. Again, we're the neutral observers, so whatever it is, it is. I just hope we get back into the server ASAP.
Was that must have been recently changed then?
Yeah, I think I posted about 500 messages in the Discord about that when it got changed.
All right, well, we get this sorted out behind the scenes. For now, luckily, here at the studio, we've got 3 wonderful gentlemen who are going to take you through this rehost. I was going to say to give us a break, but I don't know. Is it fair for James, who can barely speak, Rob?
I don't think so. James, how are you feeling? You know, you kind of sound like a mix between Laxing and Fox.
I want to get into Tibetan throat singing.
Ah.
Have you seen Dune? You know the
have.
the like the Harkonnen ceremony thing with the like whoa whoa whoa.
And that's going to be you?
Yeah, I want to. I reckon I can do that.
Okay, interesting. Nick, how much of that were you actually able to witness before we came back from the commentators?
Did you watch the game, Nick? I watched the game.
I saw some of the glory. I'm actually not surprised at how it started off. You know, it's gonna be one team playing the stratching, the forcing objective down, the other one running on going for kills, and it's of course gonna be Chiefs going for executes, right? And
course.
EP just trying to fight back. Super barn burn of unfortunate DC there on the Capitao, and it's one of those like most important operator in the game. You know, you lost the momentum, you're not getting it back, and then and now we're standing here.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that is the way it happens. And look, as those boys are saying, we're not the admins, right? So we aren't going to make no calls. But what I will
It ain't
say
my
is,
job.
it ain't. That is
I got my
absolutely
armchair
not
right
my
here.
job.
I'm being my armchair analyst.
Correct.
That's all.
That's what we're here for. So let's have a look at the head-to-head between these two teams over the course of the last 6 months. I think that there is some context that needs to be given here. That the fact that Chiefs actually have the upper hand in quite a few of these categories, Dev. Obviously, when we actually just kind of hone in on the conversation, it is quite interesting to see the fact that the Chiefs are headed out on top of Enterprise.
Yeah, I do have a question for whoever whipped up these stats. Does this include just this iteration of Chiefs and EP? Because
I believe this is only from the last 6 months.
Okay,
It's
cool.
actually, no, it's
Just
not even last 6
stage
months. It's
one.
just stage 1.
All right, cool.
It's just stage 1, yeah.
Interesting. Wow, it is very tight. The kills are exactly the same. There's only 4 more deaths on EP. KD.
2 different
Why is
injuries.
the KD so different? Despite the numbers being so similar.
So I say they have 4 less deaths, but their KD is quite high, like
anyway.
15.
Because they're
Anyway,
gamers.
that
Yeah,
KOST rating is nice.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
nice.
The most important stat here, of course, is headshot percentage.
Yep. And that's
Um,
where EP really
For style
shines.
points. Yeah. Doesn't surprise me
100%.
when you think about the players. Like, those guys they're gunners. They're going for those high rate of fire, low damage weapons, right? Yeah, look, if I have a second, I might even be able to spin out some more fun stats for you guys.
Please do, and while you do so, I will just confirm for everyone at home that we are replaying the round due to Lunchbox unable to control his operator at the start of the round. So that has been completely confirmed. We're running it back 2.0 and making
Nice.
sure that we get it as fair as we can, Nick. But look, it happens in these kind of games, but this is where we need to reset that mental and reset the conversation, because it's a little tough to take from what we've seen, have a big break like this, and then go back in expectations the same as what we had when we were in the round.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about mental game, right? It's a best of 3. You gotta stay in this long term. You can easily go, oh my god, Lunchbox, why did you go for that riskier APL play where you know that could be a game-breaking bug? Why did you do this thing? Or you start kind of blaming your teammate or being annoyed at the situation. Don't.
Yeah.
It's a BO3. The rehost sucks for everybody. Don't get down into the basement about yourself, your own mental, or your teammates. Just play it out. There are so many more rounds to be played here between these two rosters. And if you can stay in it mentally, that's the biggest win that you can have.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I fully agree. I think the big thing that we noticed in those first 2.5 if you count the third round.
Kind of semi.
Is, of course, like you said, Pengu, we've got one of the teams, Chiefs, who's really focusing on objective. They're coming in with their strats. They got their little sends execute. They're planting right next to a Goya. They don't care. It worked well for them. By the way, notice the planting difference between these two teams. Chiefs has the most plants in the league, tied with Man, LFO, and Rival with 19 plants. Enterprise actually down in 4th with only 12 plants. I think that reflects at least a little bit the fact that I think EP are a little bit more of a frag-focused team. They're often playing for like a win condition that's not necessarily around like a, hey, we've got this preset idea of how we're going to get the plant down. But the other side of what I wanted to see from those first couple of rounds, what we did see, was the mental warfare starting, and I think Jake and Cuz already talked about it. Like, obviously, Chiefs are making an argument of why it should be a rehost. That was in the hands of the admins. The admins took a bit of time, and they decided it was a rehost. That's how the game works. That's
crazy
pretty normal.
how that happens.
Pretty normal. Nothing out of the ordinary. But of course, EP, they see that, and they like. It's not EP's job to decide whether it's a rehost. EP just have to play the game in front of them. Whether someone's bugged or not bugged, or it gets rehosted or it gets reset, that really doesn't matter. EP, all they care about is playing the game and then just being a little bit cheeky, right? Being funny in the all chat, because they don't care. They're going to call him baiting. They're going to say he's a bot. That's just part of the EP brand.
It is, and do you know what the best part is? If there's one team that could go toe-to-toe with them, not just in the server, but also in the shit-talking capacity, it is absolutely the Chiefs. So as we get back underway with round 3, yes, it is being replayed. Yes, we have the context, but no, we don't know the outcome yet. Hopefully, it doesn't happen again. Hey, Michael.
Yeah, thanks, boys. And just to clarify in terms of that ruling, there is a bit of a misnomer around the first 30 seconds. It's not a blanket rule. It does clearly state in the rule book that at any time during the action phase, player is unable to control or move the operator. Clearly, Lunchbox couldn't exit repel. It's a known bug.
Who said player?
Sorry, Lunchbox couldn't. Lunchbox the player.
You said any player.
Lunchbox could not exit repel, therefore stuck. And look, I think that's the right ruling. It was early in the round, 5 versus 5. Like, let's be real. It should be a replay, and I think that's the correct
And it's
decision.
like I said to you before. I mean, we've seen 1v5s before, right? So you think, oh, what happens if it was, 30 seconds to go in the round and a 1v5? Is that not unfair? But it's happened before. I think that's where the ruling changed, though. It used to be anything after 2 minutes 30. The round was live, and nothing mattered. And then, yeah, I mean, I think it's a common sense rule. It's a common sense. I mean, it was, 14 seconds after the 2.5, and nothing had happened. So we go again, round 3. In terms of the lineup changes, there is no lineup change for Enterprise. Of course, it is still bar games. And boy, does it give Chiefs, though, a really good duo. I will say, though, for Chiefs, they kind of sat still for a good 40 seconds anyway due to the repel bug. Now they go a little bit faster. Lunchbox, ironically, the first one to die, tries to go towards Library Stairs. Bappin will shut him down. I'm sure Bappin will let him know all about it post-round if EP go and win the round. But Relays does get rid of Jigsaw. That's the Warden gone. Adrenal Surge from Jake Kenner gets everyone nice and healthy, and we've got a 4v4.
Yeah, the pacing continues to be quick. Plenty of time now remaining.
It was only
in the
slowed
round.
because of the repel bug.
Yeah. So double stack Library Stairs then from the defense of EP, and as you can see by those blue outlines left of screen, Chiefs looking to map sweep. As Relays will isolate Cairo, who finds a good timing, drops down.
No. It's like watching me. And
He wasn't shooting through a hard surface, so
well,
not
quite the same, but
does he go hunting?
I was going to say, there's no way he drops this. Cairo is going to be aware that he's clearly being hunted, but boy, he catches player over towards Garage, now watches for West Main Stairs. Well, Cairo's played this quite well. The pressure that's been on him over the last 20 seconds was quite a lot. In the end, he does succumb. And it does mean with 60 seconds left of the round, Chiefs have the chance to take this third round after that repel bug.
Oh, yeah, they invest pretty heavily on the hunt, and it means that that map sweep is no longer their primary objective.
Oh,
Bappin reads into that.
Oh, he's got this. Bappin. Oh, the little pixel of the head. Bappin tries to shoot early. Reloading mag. Relays, though, switched on. Pops the death mark. Bappin wants to stay aggressive. Isn't just scared yet. Now he falls back out of mudrooms. Gives this position over to Chiefs. Jakena can't quite catch him on the timing, though. He got there a little bit too late. Imagine if he was there 2 seconds earlier. Would have got the free kill. And smart from Relays too, ignores Mud, now goes over to Big Window, he's got a good line of sight, Tuhan down, Bappen's got to activate inside of Bar, and he did. Brendo 2's been good so far, gets rid of Neptune, it's only Relays left, that's the demon, Bappen is that guy. What a round, and he's going to let them know all about it in the chat.
Look, that play in isolation was really clean, but I think what clearly allowed him to even execute that in the first place was the prequel to that over towards Mudroom by just layering pressure and then not overstepping his mic. I think a lot of players in that situation probably get a bit greedy, probably go searching for the kill, but he survived to live another day. He absorbed the death mark, got back towards the site, and then he was in a better playmaking position as a result of that. So some smart play early, and then great mechanics to back it up tail end of the round.
Interesting too, I'm just saying in the chat, even though you knew the setup and we did the exact same thing, you guys still lost. It was close though, guys, and I think that's where, you know, trash talking from EP is usually one of their strong suits, but it, you know, it was a 4v3, and it really, well, actually was a 4v2. It took a big effort from Bappen and a bit of a helping hand from Brendo to win that round. Chiefs did a lot right. I just couldn't quite nail the execution, and it did take a wonderful play from Bappen. And this is the kind of game as well, you know, you can't forget about someone like Bappen. You know, I think coming into this match, it's easy to talk about Jigsaw and Player from their respective teams. You think about who's next in line for their respective teams. Well, Bappen's clearly the number 2 when it comes to EP, but who is the number 2 when it comes to Chiefs? Who's that clear standout? Well, it's supposed to be Neptune. And so far, Neptune 1 and 3 in the opening 3 rounds. Obviously, a long way to go. So back to bedroom and office. And Chiefs are going to actually slow the pacing down. They got Jay Kenner on the Monty. They're going to drop the blitz. I imagine they're not going to go for that fast plant. They do still have the ROU from the Sands of Neptune. But I'm starting to get an idea that this one's going to be a slower paced round.
Yeah.
And it has to be, because you've also played 3 rounds now. Fast pace, fast tempo. You've had 3 straight opening deaths. Clearly for Chiefs, while there has been a level of success, it's not overwhelming. They got to change up something.
Yeah, that average duel typically around 1 minute into the round. So we're starting to encroach on that now as Jay Kenner with Diffuser begins his lurk west main side.
I wonder if the bans had to be the same as well, because if you think the round that got played out, we went into bans and they banned out the Thorn the Blackbeard, but then we went back. Did they have to stay the same? I guess they would.
They banned them heading into this round, but that's okay.
No, but that's what I'm saying is we went back to 1-1. So then technically they undid the bans.
They never did the bans, I don't think.
No, they did Thorn and Blackbeard, and then we did the rehost.
Oh, I thought they paused the timer. Okay, sorry.
Well, it's a much slower round.
I was too busy scrolling the rulebook to be looking at the game feed.
Well, 90 seconds left, and it's Neptune that gets the opening kill. It seems like the pace change-up has worked for Chiefs. Finally, they get their first opening pick here on Chalet. They get some pressure from down below, and so far this looks pretty good.
Yeah, it looks promising. I love this additional dimension from the attack below here from Relays. Can look to pressure out some of the anchor play here. On display, Cairo displaced by the frag grenade, but he pushes forward and almost nets a kill as a result. Now gets caught, facing the wrong way for a 2nd round in a row.
Yeah, Neptune is down though. And Lunchbox also quite low on health because of that play from Cairo, and player gets caught from Tuhan. This round is live. It's 3v3. Very winnable for both. Jay Kenner's going to have to do something pretty special here on the Monty. At some point, he's going to have to be brave, push forward, take some space, allow the likes of Lunchbox and Relays to push him behind. They do still have 40 seconds, time of which is enough to get the revive onto Neptune if they move quickly. But right now, they're not moving for him. They're going to leave him behind. They're going to push into the site as 3. Double stack Solar with Relays over at Trophy Stairs to make it a 3-stack. Leaves this one-dimensional. Makes it pretty comfortable for EP to know where this pressure's coming from. Into bedroom now. The plan from Jay Kenner will be successful. Lunchbox stays alive on 1 HP. Big battle won against Jigsaw. Leaves a low health Bappen on the Vigil with a lot to do. Tuhan still full health, but he loses out to Lunchbox on 1 HP. That's huge from Chiefs. They change up the pacing and they win the round. It's 2-2.
Yeah, they're able to choke them out from that Solar side, and I think to an extent EP respected them a little too much. You could see clearly expecting the double window repel to be in play, but no, it was a full stack Solar. They leveraged the Monty really nicely. then able to get in a tuck plant position, and that post was, yeah, very, very difficult, if not impossible for EP to pull off. So I love the pacing change there. That first kill coming just after the midpoint of the round, by far the slowest so far. First opening kill going the way of Chiefs in the series so far.
There's only one player in the region that has more plants this stage than Jake Henner. It's Sharky from Man LFO. That's Sharky with 11. Jake Henner now up to 10. Actually, did he get the... No, that was player that got the first plant. So yeah, Jake Henner up to 10 plants. Cairo will be entrusted with those duties in the second half for Enterprise. He's their best planter. When it does come to Chalet, it is the map that actually features the most plants in the region, sitting at 19. We're second with 16 as a reference point. And so far from 4 rounds, it's sitting at a 50% rate, which is very, very high. 2 from 4. Kitchen dining for the 5th round. And I think a much-needed round win, too, for Chiefs, because in theory, they were down 1-2, but they'd also lost that round, the rehost round. So after that opening round, the momentum had swung. Now it's starting to at least even up a little bit. 2 rounds to go in this half. Very crucial rounds. Because this is the map that really, I think, EP should be winning. Bank is up for grabs as well, but you look at the numbers for Enterprise on Chalet, it's very, very good.
Yeah, I think Chiefs have evidently done a good job putting aside that rehost earlier. If they felt aggrieved, they haven't really shown that in the server, so credit to them in being able to bounce back mentally. As the first minute expires here in the 5th. Just the single primary hard breach for Chiefs. And so Mav can get to work at opening up line of sight and even entry up above here through office. It is dining, of course, so that will be in an attempt for Chiefs to gain vertical control, or at least keep this defense and their ability to deny from above at bay. Triple Nitro in play for EP, and Brendo eagerly looking to contest here from half wall.
And they've been good with their Nitro so far on Chalet. Been a strength of theirs, but they lose 2. Hun and Bappin simultaneously from 2 different fights. Relays Neptune both essentially getting the opening pick. That opens up dining now as the option for the plant for Lunchbox. And he's able to also avoid the next Nitros. Jigsaw falls from above. Neptune catching him. That's a successful plant again. 3 from 5 rounds for Chiefs. That's a high ratio. It leaves Cairo and Brendo in a 2 versus 5 post plant. And talk about pressure with Lunchbox sitting at the bottom of trophy stairs. Well, maybe Chiefs might just enter the trash talk as well, because they're about to take the lead. 3 attacking rounds have been converted, and this one is flawless.
Yeah, that was really clean there from Chiefs.
And Lunchbox is off his chair.
I tell you what, if they make EWC, he's going to have to get that in check, because I'm pretty sure the admins aren't going to be too pleased with him getting up every 3 seconds.
I don't think you can.
But nice work. They drew some pressure and attention top, and then in the meantime, he was able to send it deep sight. There was then pressure west main, bit of a lineup occurring there through the objective for the opening 2. And then it very quickly flipped where all 3 defenders from EP were top floor with essentially no ability to know where that plant was going down to even attempt a denial. And presumably, I think there was still a bit of lurk pressure there as well that Chiefs were dealing them. So overall, a really snappy attack there from Chiefs. They reached the benchmark, but they'll be pushing for a 4.
It's the versatility, again, of the Chiefs roster. I think I said this last week, too. So Lunchbox gets the plant. That's not uncommon. When you look at the plants in the league, Lunchbox, I mentioned Jake Kenner, right? Second with 10 plants in the league. Well, Lunchbox, now with that 7th plant, goes up to 4th in the league. So you've got 2 players on the same team that are in the top 4 for plants. That is a very, very uncommon statistic. Typically, you will see 1 designated planter. And then, so when you kind of look at the stats, and you usually go through the first 6 to 8 players, and it's usually just 1 from every team. So for them to have 2 inside the top 4 is huge, and it creates that flexibility. It means that Jake Kenner, for example, now goes on blitz. Last round it was Lunchbox, so they can switch up their roles based on the site, all of these things. Final round of the half, 3-2 for Chiefs. If they make this 4-2, EP are in some trouble, because this is still defender-sided on Chalet in this region.
See if Bappin can maybe make another highlight play in the half. He begins his lurk basement. I don't know if that was a missed drone or a good drone from Relays. Does he have a read onto the position?
Yeah,
He
got it.
does.
Yep.
Bappin will see that drone. Yep. So I think Chiefs looking to posture for the backstore line of sight here. Bappin clearly now identifying that the Maverick is in play will be thinking the same thing. And so the question will be, does he look to stay in
Bappin's
contest?
stuck now, and there's so much time that they can push him. If he's not going to get some help, he's kind of stuck.
Oh, and it's against player. What a head-to-head this is.
There's the ping, there's the pressure. If you're Bappin now, it's one and done, and you're happy with that. Nitrocell doesn't connect. But Cairo does sit blue. He's ready
just
for
send
a
the shield
trade,
in.
but he's on the wrong side. Unless, although it has been opened up, smoke has been used to block off this hole. This has allowed Bappin to sneak out, and he can actually make his way up. Oh, baited him.
Yep.
Completely baited him. Really well played from Cairo and Bappin. Jay Kenner and Chiefs thought they had him on the ropes, but it was actually the other way around. Baited into the trap. It was like a wounded rabbit, and the hunter was coming to finish off the prey. Minute left, and now EP with the numbers, and Bappin's back to bar.
And if he goes on to have another big round, that is going to be another monumental moment where his positioning and game sense is helping put him in these strong positions. So credit to Bappin and the support leveraged from Cairo. 45 seconds on the board.
Or change up, so instead of taking it bar stock, they go to try and clear out top office.
This is scrappy.
Yeah, man, and there's not a lot of time. A lot of the rounds, in fact, I'd say all of the round Chiefs have won, have not been scrappy. Can they now do it? Well, Relays talked about force in, gets rid of Jigsaw. Bappin, though, from par, is able to get him through either the hatch or the floorboard, one or the other. It doesn't matter. Now Lunchbox goes searching, connects. At this point, you're going to win this round through sheer gunfighting, but the power of Barstock still in play for Enterprise, and that Shamika launcher can block off good positioning. Red time, we go. Still 3v3, have to hit this shot. Brendo does connect after he lost Cairo. 2-half wins his battle from Barstock. They'll double stack together. Lunchbox has no time. We are tied in this upper bracket final. 3 apiece between these two heavyweights in the region. Blow for blow, nothing really separating them.
No, that one's very close indeed, and I think ultimately we kind of come back to the conclusion that we had at the very start, Nick, which is based around the fact that these two teams are so evenly matched. You've got players that have competed together on both separate teams. They've already played each other 4 times coming into this series, so both teams should be feeling very confident about their opponent.
I very much think it comes down to who's going to be the better team on the given day, right? They scrim each other a ton in practice matches. They know each other's strats internally so well. Unless you've been preparing some first-time seen strats for this particular matchup, they're going to be expecting the things they're going to be doing in the server, right? The other thing is that, we just spoke about it briefly, James, we love Chiefs' use of smoke grenades, we love how they're playing utility, they have Jakinna playing the more passive shield operator who died very early there in the very final round of the half, and we have Lunchbox who's a more like crazy aggressive kind of blitz player. So I love how Chiefs, they're constantly changing the pace from direct attacks, a little bit more methodical, go for kills, now we force the plan. They're keeping it interesting.
Yeah, no, I love a lot of what we're seeing from some Chiefs. I think that they have a really new way of playing the game, right? Like they've come into this stage and they're like, all right, let's throw out everything and let's start anew. And I really like the way they work around the shields. Like you said, the smoke grenades as well, like just a few examples, right? Like attacking when they were trying to clear out the basement and there was a rotate hole. And so the Blitz couldn't start to flush that player towards the Mavericks holes because of the crossfire, smokes it up, moves forward. In the end, he didn't realize there was a crossfire from blue, so he did lose his life. We saw another little creative idea from Chiefs as a way to try and clear out the top of blue stairs from display. Instead of just spamming util and swinging the door, they make a Maverick hole with the player all ready to peek the Maverick holes. And he unfortunately didn't get peeked from the player who was on the stairs, so he didn't get the free kill, but it did allow him to control that space, but then a smoke to go out, and now allow the Maverick to push in, go deep, and kill the Warden up close. A lot of really creative ideas, a lot of patience, and a lot of ability to change the plan mid-round, which I really like from Chiefs. At the end of the day, though, I think Enterprise are a really smart team. Their fundamentals are really good. That's the way I see it. I think Enterprise have clearly the superior fundamentals, and they have gunners. I think Chiefs have a real inspired way of playing the game, a new way of playing the game, which is very cool to see. How it happens across the whole series, it's very hard to pick, because at this point, I do feel like these two teams are neck and neck.
Yeah, you know, watching a team be able to adapt like the Chiefs, watching them kind of, I guess, find their own personality in the game, it feels like I haven't seen this from an OCE roster, or at least I haven't seen this from an OCE roster that's been forced into a position where they've had another competitor with them since like 2022. Like, it's been such a long time since we've had two genuinely competitive teams, and coming into this year, there's so much on the line, there's so much to expect. One stat that I kind of really enjoy from this is all 3 rounds that were won by the Chiefs were won on the back of plants. So going further into what we were talking about, Nick, we're just continuing to see momentum for the Chiefs shift. We're watching how they can slowly start to adapt on the fly, and they have a real game plan. But Enterprise now on attack. This is where they can leave their mark. This is where they could go 1-0 up in the series.
Yeah, Rob, I agree with that sentiment in terms of the fact that there's a real battle at that top. There's 2 teams, but the one part for me, guys, is I at this moment don't really know who's the challenger, who's the champion. It's not a clear distinction. I think in the Oceanic region over the last few years, there's always been that champion team. You think the Bliss era, you think about even the old Chiefs era, even for a short amount of time, you know, Game of Gladiators. But while we had challenges to those teams, there was a clear distinction as to who the king was. Right now, these two are just equal.
Maybe we should bring it back to just 1 slot.
No, let's not do that. Maybe 3 slots.
3? Yep. Who are we taking the slot away from?
Whoever wins the next series after this. Oh, who we taking
Yeah,
it
which
from?
sub-region loses the slot?
I do not speak.
The bans for this particular half.
Oh, here we go. Jigsaw bulk.
Standard set from EP. Chiefs banning out the snake for the first time this stage. Also the first time EP will have the snake banned out against them this stage as well.
Well, the real question is, so you know Jigsaw's going to be playing that position just outside library window, piano window. Do you even try to challenge him, or do you just avoid that sort of position? Cairo, by the way, is already at the door. Love this play again. Good call out onto Lunchbox. He just was dancing on thin ice, and that ice gave way. Jay Kenner falls as well to Brendo. There goes the Thorn. EP now bringing the pressure here in the 7th round on their own attack. We'll see if they can get the plant down. To be honest, it's very likely they will. It's bedroom office, and there's only one top floor. That's player. He got tagged up. Seems as if Cairo will get this plant successfully down. He actually got off it momentarily, and maybe the finger slipped off the mouse. I'm not too sure. And it almost did cost him, but it does not matter. It's a 5v1 post-plant. Make it an ace. Well, an ace. Flawless round from Enterprise. And kind of did to Chiefs in what some of those rounds Chiefs did to EEP, with the plant being very successful into a flawless. And the defense has been a bit shaky here on Chalet at times.
Yeah, I don't think I really expected that, at least in the opening round. I think that the tempo and the style that Chiefs looked to play in the first half was certainly a little more broadcasted, in the sense they went for trap-heavy op bans. We're not seeing that necessarily this time around. Sure, the Snake and the Blitz both can have that kind of tempo effect, and so by extension, I kind of then expected it to actually go the opposite, where it maybe be a little bit slower.
Is it just top floor, though?
It could potentially be.
It hasn't been defended yet. Rounds 1, 4, and now 7. Bedroom office all won by the attack. And all by a plant. So, I mean, at that point, it's a decent sample size for you to suggest that, yeah, maybe it's just the way that the side itself is being played, both offensively and defensively. So I guess if you're Chiefs, you can maybe chalk that round to that.
And it's been a 50-50 site for the league so far this stage, so it doesn't really stand out as being an objectively expected to be super attacker-sided.
So Kitchen Dining, which was successfully defended by EP, but also won by Chiefs in the 5th round, so 50-50. I feel like every round on this second half is going to be, well, 50-50. I think Nick said it best, and it's the most clear-cut analysis I've ever heard from him. Whoever plays better on the day is going to win. It's a very Will Buxton line, but it's very true, because the idea behind it is we know that both of these two teams are really good. Just another way you could frame it is whoever has a bad day is going to lose.
So what you're saying is, in Xenox Goes Pro, all you need to do is kill the other person and you'd win.
4 times, yes.
Yeah, 4 times.
Yeah.
Looking like another solar side shape up here from the attack. We've seen a few of those over the course of the map so far. We'll see how vigorously Chiefs elect to try and defend here. It's a 4-1 split at the moment. So player the only one on site. He has Nitro for the vert. The rest of the Chiefs shaping up to try and contest EP against this map control. Would potentially leave them vulnerable to that west main sneak that we did actually see Chiefs on the attack try to execute. So that's something to just keep in mind. There is some vert clearly in play though, and Neptune in position to deal with that accordingly. The onus will be on how do EP look to shape up. Big focus trophy currently from them, with Cairo having that kit in hand close by on the window.
And that's a stat we bring up a lot, but 90% kill conversion right now in terms of the round, well, opening kill conversion. So it has had a pretty big influence in this match. Cairo searching. To the credit of Chiefs, they're not really giving up a lot of their positioning. It's causing EP to have to kind of guess here. Like, Cairo has no idea.
He doesn't know about player.
That player's just sitting here.
devastating.
Oh, he doesn't get the kill though. Quick reaction from Cairo. Oh, player thought he had him on toast. It did not matter as Cairo was able to turn that shield in time, get the kill himself, forced off the plant. Here comes Lunchbox, gets the kill onto Jigsaw, and Cairo does go down. Front relays. We'll talk about a roller coaster of a round.
Still 2 attackers outside, so EP haven't been able to capitalize on that control and site pressure. Chiefs are dismantling them.
Then Jake Kenner gets rid of too hard, but Bappen! Oh, and Brendo again, as they did back on Bar Games. They do so here on the attack of Kitchen Dining. They combine 3 quick kills to close that out. It's now 3 straight rounds to Enterprise.
It felt like Chiefs had that.
I felt like EP had that.
And then Chiefs had it for a moment.
And then Chiefs had it, and then EP apparently had it. It's going to force a tactical timeout from Chiefs. And Bappen now goes to double digits, 10 and 3. By the way, Jigsaw has 1 kill.
Wow.
If we had said that, if we had spoke to Nate pregame and said, by the way, 8 rounds in, Jigsaw's got 1 kill. How do you think that you're going? He said, we're probably winning the game. They're down 3-5. Bappen has stepped up massively, and that's probably, again, why EP did what they did in Salt Lake City. It's such a well-rounded roster.
I think that would be an interesting metric to see over the course of the stage so far. What has Jigsaw's lowest kill game been, and then what was the result of that match? It would just be an interesting data point to know.
For this stage, absolutely, yeah. Because I was going to say, career-wise, he's had so many 20 bombs where he lost anyway that it didn't matter. But
I don't think there'd be too many where he was getting 1 or 2 kills across a map and they went on to win. That would be a rarity. So
I should apologize. Jigsaw has 2 kills.
Okay.
I think because we had the rehost, we lost the first 1 or 2 rounds data. Also, Bappen's on 11. It's at a 10.
Oh, looks so good for Chiefs. 3 versus 2. A couple of players still outside, and then they just hit good vault timings.
Yeah.
Simple as that.
Yeah, rapid. That's the second time that's really happened, I think, in this match now, that EP have won a round in that sort of fashion. So you're kind of talking about the way the rounds are being won. The boys on the desk, of course, brought up that the win play for Chiefs in the first half came down to, the plants and the quick rushes, etc. Well, EP are kind of winning in every other facet, and that doesn't bode well now for Chiefs going on to their defense. In terms of raw gunfighting, Enterprise have been better. Opening kills as well is now 6-2. Like, that is a big domination in a match where the opening kill has been converted in every round except the opening round.
Five death marks available for Bappen in this round. He'll go for the horizontal clear kitchen side. And Diffuser will be left near double window, perhaps giving an indication as to what the game plan is for EP in terms of ending the round game side. Jigsaw will look to deploy his utility.
Oh, they got shot out.
Some of that being shot out and disrupted. Still has 2 remaining. Eagerly looking for those Banshees, which will disrupt the pacing of EP, especially if they leave the push late in the round.
Well, and yeah, with the shock drones and the clutch drones anyway, it's a very drone-heavy lineup for Enterprise, which on bar games is fine. They don't bring the Capitao, so I mean, they're pretty much entrusting that they can clear out all of the defensive utility to then help facilitate their entry, rather than needing to bring a whole raft of entry-centric operators. A little bit of a reliance then maybe on the Candelas from Brendo.
Magnets ready.
Yeah, that's going to be the most interesting part. How do they look to lay a utility for the final execute? I think Brendo will be key.
Death
And
marks,
assuming they've dealt with most of that utility, double window is the best win con for them.
Defense is online.
Although Brendo currently posturing over towards half wall, maybe looking to clear out Mez and library stairs.
Yeah, I like the Candelas here just for the top floor clear midway through this round.
Well, he invests every single one though, so we'll see if that is, you know, costly late round.
It doesn't matter if you get the kills, and Bappin does get the opening kill into Neptune and gives them the space. Bappin, another one. Well, he's feeling it right now. 12 and 3.
Oh, wow.
And Brendo, too, has also had a very good game, by the way. He goes up to 8 and 2. And this round looks done. And as I said, unfortunately, the start of this round, in terms of raw gunfighting, Enterprise have just been so much better. Player needing to stand up. Finds 2. Overswings, though. Jigsaw held the angle nicely. It's 3 map points for Enterprise on their map pick of Chalet. It looked close at the half, but Enterprise's attacks have just been flawless.
Wow.
4 rounds consecutive.
Yeah, they've really locked in here. EP, dare I say, dominating in this second half. And Chiefs are unable to maintain pace. EP have had a pretty clear game plan in a lot of these rounds. They've been pretty well telegraphed as well, so I don't think it's necessarily an issue of Chiefs having a struggle in reading it. It's kind of just finding a way to break down these attacks that's clearly proving to be a problem. That last round, it was a pretty classic kind of two-prong attack. You have Bappin sending it over towards horizontal from kitchen. You then have the Candela dump top floor for the clear, and they just... every single engagement was against them.
Oh, I love the confidence of Bappin, banning all my ops. For what it's worth, he's most played operators on attack. Capitao, Deimos, and the Solid Snake. Got rid of 2 of them.
Yeah, the Clash as well to join the bench for defense as we return to the top floor. And that doesn't bode well for Chiefs, given just how attackers started this particular objective has been so far. And I don't really envision the bans influencing that too much. You could make an argument that losing Deimos takes away some of that verticality here for the attack. So if EP were to have got it in down below, then they can start pressuring those on site with maybe a little more comfortability. So we'll see if that makes a big influence in the round, but I'm not expecting it to move the needle that much.
I wonder if this is also the kind of game, does player, for him individually, he's been a bit quiet, 4 and 8. He's had assists, not at fault, but these are the kind of games where mentally it's a challenge. Going up against your old team, they dumped you, they got rid of you, they've said things about you. Obviously, you want that payback, you want that revenge. But it's a long series. Bank to follow after this. Chiefs won't give up just yet, but need to win 3 straight rounds. Big kill from Lunchbox onto Tuhan, onto the Finkers, so no adrenal surges available. Relay's caught. Kyra has been very, very good on the shield play in this match, especially on the Blackbeard. He finds 2 very important kills. Advantage again for Enterprise, and again it's this mid-round where they've been far better. Don't forget the last time an opening kill was not converted back in round 1. Well, Chiefs got the opening pick this round.
And Chiefs now defensively will need to look to get proactive here. Try and find a pick before EP can set for the final push. Jake Kenner is in a good position half wall, although identified there by the Rotero of Bappin. EP will likely now look to try and isolate that position. Frag grenades are available here for the attack. There's so much utility. 4 frag grenades, Lion scan.
Well, how's this?
Brendo can stun. I mean, this is a really awful position for Chiefs.
How's this though for one of your support players?
They knew he was there.
In Cairo. 4-0 on the entry, big 2 kills in this round. Now handed over the diffuser, minute left. But they've just lost Brando to Jake Kenner. Jake Kenner has woken up. Well, Cairo is going to have to, once again, put that gun to use. I tell you what, with Bappin and Cairo still alive, this round's not done yet for Enterprise. Feels like they've already converted an array of 2v3s. This time, though, Bappin can't get through. Jay Kenner stonewalled out. Neptune gets rid of Cairo. Well, there's one on the board. 2 more needed for Chiefs. Lunchbox out of his chair again. And certainly not spelling the demise of Chiefs just yet.
No, not really. I'm a little perplexed by that round from EP. I'm pretty confident that Bappin would have seen Jay Kenner there towards half wall off the back of the early Rotero, and then about 20 seconds later, they played as if they had no idea he was there, or perhaps expected him to have rotated. We saw the Lion Vault. The follow-up was weak. Jay Kenner played it phenomenally, right? Like, he was in a high-pressure situation, had to capitalize with the DMR. He did exactly that, but it felt like there may have been a disconnect there from EP. And they'll probably be a little bit frustrated that he was allowed to have that presence on that position in the map. The fight back from the mid-round was great. Cairo with the double. But then right here, 20 seconds prior to that, Jay Kenner should have been spotted and identified, but EP with so much utility and a lot of time at that point just made a bit of a meal of it.
Yeah, I mean, you've played 10 rounds of Siege. I think you can afford the one kind of slip-up. I think they've been pretty much perfect up until that point. And that's probably just the way that they're going to frame it as well. So Kitchen Dining. Chiefs need to win the next 2 to force overtime on Chalet. A reminder, by the way, in this upper bracket final, the winner of this series will qualify for the Esports World Cup. 2 slots for the Oceanic region. So by qualifying for the grand final, of course, you're going to get one of those 2 slots guaranteed.
Starting shock drone.
Which is what makes this upper bracket final just as good as if it were potentially a grand final. Of course, if they were to rematch in the grand final, it would still be quite significant in terms of seeding implications, prize pool money, SI points, etc. So there's a lot on the line there. And this is a big one.
You do not want to be tempting fate in the lower bracket.
No, you don't.
There's plenty of teams globally have fallen to...
Especially for Chiefs, I think. It's not a disrespect thing, it's just more of an EP. If been there, done it. If they do drop this, it's like, okay, well, you probably imagine their quality will get them out of that lower bracket. But Chiefs, that you kind of enter a little bit of that unknown territory, having not qualified. Jay Kenner.
Oh, good pop flash.
Yeah, that's going to keep his position. Well, he does test fate with the doorway cross. Oh, that reposition, though, gets a little bit of damage onto Bappin. Bappin's now out of smokes, by the way. There are no more smokes available for the Glaz. Halfway through this round, opening kill goes the way of Player and Chiefs. Brendo will fall. Flashbang dump in towards Library, but not followed up by Jigsaw, who's still struggling in this game. Guys, 3 kills in 10 rounds of Siege for the region's best player. Speaking of, double onto Tui and Jigsaw. And with Cairo falling, let's go and see every single round of regulation on Chalet. Chiefs have got themselves off the canvas. They looked knocked out. It was 4 straight to Enterprise.
Yeah, they're just getting a little bit stuck in the mud at the moment, EP. Again, credit to Jay Kenner. He's had another really good round. He absorbed a lot of utility early in that round. Mez essentially forced a pivot out from EP, who didn't then have what was required to actually flush him out, didn't have the advantage then to play off had they have found the kill.
Look how locked in Chiefs are here against Bappin. That's respect.
Yeah.
Well, 5-6, respect to Chiefs. They brought this back. 2 rounds straight. Need to make it a 3rd. Again, Lunchbox off that chair.
They're going to have to strap him down if they make EWC.
He's going to need a seatbelt. Lock him in. Honestly, and it might... He's like, hang on, wait.
He's looking up the strats. He's looking up the strats for Bar. He's having a look at the playbook. I really hope they actually do make it.
If they qualify, they're going to look at him and be like, excuse me, fans are not allowed in until later in the event.
I hope it doesn't actually mess with him mentally if he does make a LAN event.
He's playing well in this game, though. He's actually the highest EPS player for Chiefs, which is under 100. It's a rare sight, guys, that you don't especially in a 5-6 scoreline. There is not a single player in Chiefs that is above 100 EPS right now.
Yeah, they've been grinding big time in this matchup. It hasn't come easy.
But there's only one player that's below 93, which is Jake Kenner, and he's still 5'7". His EPS is shrunk due to the opening deaths that he had very early on in this match.
I'd also argue he's a big reason why they're even in this position after the last 2 rounds.
Yeah, so you don't always put the full emphasis on the stats. Got to pass that eye test, and he certainly has.
Shield ready.
Oh, big round coming up. And again, look at that. Look at the opening kills. Not since the opening round was that first pick not converted into a round win. It's had a big say in this match.
I mean, it's 2 high-quality technical teams,
Exactly.
and they're just not making a
goes
large volume of
to
mistakes.
the ethos of what Pengu was saying. Whoever plays better, well, if you're getting those opening kills, you're playing better, you're getting those advantages. 2 teams on equal footing, that's a separator. That's a difference maker. Only 1 Nitrocell this round for Chiefs. In the hands of Lunchbox. We go bar games. There should be a stall outside. Wouldn't be surprised if this comes down to the last 30 or so seconds.
I think the microscope is on EP this round, though, to show some synchronization. The last couple of rounds, there has arguably been some shortfalls, and Chiefs have been able to capitalize and get themselves well and truly back into this opening map. If they push OT, it really will be anyone's game in those 3 rounds.
Have not brought the Dokkaev since round 7. So entrusting Tuhan now on this operator. Jigsaw's switched off. I honestly think Jigsaw's playing the Flores because he just feels he can't kill anyone right now.
Yeah, maybe.
None of his operators really in this half since round 7 have been what you would consider aggressive operators. You know, Capital, Lion, Flores, Ace. These are the more supportive operators to help enable others. The region's best player. Maybe of all time. And he's sitting at 3 kills.
Well, Snake is his most played, and it got banned out. Typically, he'll pivot onto the Deimos, also banned out. He trolled on the Ana a little bit, but you wouldn't expect that in this match.
Another Candela up, all 4 again, top floor, but here he is. Speak of the devil and he shall appear. Huge kill onto Jake Kenner. Karak does fall, and so does Tuhan. The opening kill for EP, it's there, they got it. That's been a huge metric, but it seems in this round it may not matter. As Jigsaw falls, with that maybe the hopes of EP to close this in regulation, but a huge pick from Brendo through the hatch onto player, makes it a 2 versus 3 with 40 seconds.
So many difficult positions to clear though. Bar stock in play, library stairs also in play.
Still Nitro as well for Lunchbox, 30 seconds doesn't leave a lot of time. It feels as if it's going to have to just come down to a push in, swing, and hit your headshot.
Ooh.
And who's better at that than Brendo and Bappen? Bappen knows there's 1 library stairs. They're split. That allows Brendo to take a 1v1 against Lunchbox. Whoever wins this 1v1, I think, wins this round. And potentially the map and Brendo's experience pays dividends. Down to relays against his former team. Bappen goes for the plant inside it. Bar Brendo's got the cross, and EP have got the map. Oh my word. A 7-5 barn burner on Chalet gets this upper bracket final off to a hot start, but it feels like there's a lot more still to come. Bank after this.
Hi, my name is Chris, also known as Player. I play for Chiefs in the APL. When I was a kid, I was really goofy and I would run around trying to make everyone laugh. You know, the normal gamer life. I would never do any homework, skip school as much as possible and just goof around. I wouldn't say I was always a gamer as a kid, but I played a few games every now and then. The first game I would say I ever played was at my friend's house. We played Battlefront, the old Battlefront, and that's kind of, so I guess it started the FPS straight from there. Yeah, so I have a sister. I wouldn't say it's always been very competitive between us, but I feel like now it could be. And she's older than me, so she's definitely helped me across everything in terms of just growing as a person. Yeah, I think my competitive spirit definitely came from just me as a kid, trying new things for sure. And I think a lot of people have told me that when I put all my focus on something and when I really do enjoy it, I get really good at it. And I think that really drives my competitive spirit in terms of like gaming, and just anything, sports as well. I started off playing like soccer, and I was very competitive in it. I played for a lot of academies as a kid, so I really enjoyed it and definitely was like something that I tried to pursue. I definitely stopped because of gaming. I guess it kind of took over, and I drew all my focus from like just like sports and fitness just to gaming. Fitness is definitely something that I've drawn to because I kind of, gaming took over, and now fitness is something that I look back on just for everyday life because that's something I kind of grew apart when I started gaming. My first game that I was obsessed about was TF2. I think just how fast paced it was and like how funny it can be, also the competitive factor of it as well. Obviously Siege came in and I started playing when I was like 13, 14 on my PlayStation, and my obsession just started from console days. Yeah, I think I was really obsessed with TF2 at that time. It was just like a funny game, there was aim in it, and it was just like, just beating everyone in the public lobbies was just really fun. But I would say when I was young, Siege definitely took over that obsession, committed into this game, playing it every day after school, and then I guess I eventually moved to PC. On console Siege, I didn't play that long. I think it was just about maybe like a year, and I was honestly like a complete noob. Like, first controller game, I got good kind of fast, and then when I kind of like peaked on console, that's when I wanted to move to PC. I hit Diamond in Skull Rain, so it was like around 6k elo. I don't think I was good still, but I hit the rank. I think I wanted to move to PC because I watched a lot of like content creators at the time, like Serenity 17, Kickstar, and like the movement just seemed so like fun, and like obviously like the Pro League scene. I kind of wanted to move to PC as well as like other games as well. I think it was just like a lot more fast paced, mechanic based. It just looked a lot more fun. So that's why I kind of want to get PC.
how quick you can start out in the driver's seat and end up in the passenger seat watching your own game fly by. Unfortunately for the Chiefs, they looked so good in that final round, Dev, but ultimately EP, and by EP I kind of mean Brendo, brings it back from a 2v4 like crazy.
Give Bappin some credit as well. He did everything he could to drag that game over the line for EP.
He did.
Look, this map has showed me a lot of things, a lot of reasons to be impressed by both teams. Pardon me. I feel like Chiefs, as I was kind of glazing them at the halftime break, I think the reason why I'm so impressed by them is because obviously my expectations are up here with EP.
Yep.
You know, they made it so deep at Salt Lake City into the top 8. We expect them to be world class. We expect them to be champions of this region. So for Chiefs to even be able to come close to them, I think is impressive. And I think that Chiefs are well organized. I think they've got a good system in place. However, the thing that Chiefs are lacking right now, that EP have in spades, is that aura, man. They got so much damn aura. Their ability to frag the hell out, to go crazy, to win a 2v4 on match point, to go 4 rounds in a row, and then start to lose the momentum and then close out anyway. Yeah, that's the EP diff.
Yeah, it is. And I think when you look at the two players individually, as you were talking about and alluding to there, Bappin and Brendo, you know, they are very solid players. The irony that Jigsaw's not needed in a game like this to pop off, and you have players like that, Nick, that you can lean on, that you can look back to.
Kills did he get?
Jigsaw got 4 kills.
Jigsaw
In
number
12
4.
rounds.
Yes. That was going to be my point, because when we obviously had a rehost, so we lost some of the stats, but going into the half, Jigsaw was down 0-4 on the scoreboard, right?
Yeah.
Now Enterprise, they're going to the attack inside, and Chiefs do something very smart in my mind. They notice Jigsaw is struggling and say, how does this guy usually get very comfortable? He plays the operators that gives him information to make the solo plays, right? So they ban the Solid Snake immediately. And it's okay, Jigsaw's struggling, take away his crutch operator, he's gonna continue to struggle. And he did. Jigsaw never woke up in this game, ended up 4-9, not influential whatsoever. It was Brendo, the backline support player, and it was Bappin keeping these guys alive. Had it not been for that very clutch final round from Brendo, it goes into OT. And I genuinely think that if Chiefs could get us all the way to a 6-6 scoreline, they would also take it in overtime. So it's such a shame for Chiefs that they fall short at the very final step of that map.
A big shout out to Player as well, who was going 1-5, I think, going into maybe the 7th or 8th round, turned it around completely. Obviously, yes, there is a comeback for the Chiefs, but it was stopped abruptly by Enterprise. But the big question is what happens next? We go to Bank, which is Chiefs' map pick, and if you're Enterprise right now, you can't let this story change. You need to direct the narrative. You need to get back on that horse. You have to force not just, I guess, the viewers' expectations, but the region's expectations, Dev, back into your favor. Because we came into today saying, well, who is the better team? Because it is neck and neck at the moment, but this is when it matters. This is when it counts.
Yeah, and genuinely, I feel like while on paper, Chiefs should be favored on Bank because they won in the best of 1 on this map when these two teams played each other, I really wouldn't put it past EP to bounce back from that. Of course, we saw EP beat Manilafo quite convincingly on Bank in the upper bracket semi-final. On the flip side, Chiefs really struggled against Rival. They only won that game in overtime, which is a huge surprise because Bank is meant to be one of Chiefs' strongholds. Like they've shown us that. And EP, like they've played a lot of Bank. There's a lot of material out there. I think they had 4 plays in the group stage, including a 7-1 over Arcade. So they really have played a lot of this map. They like it, a lot of material out there. I have a feeling that EP will come into this game with a very different looking Bank to what we saw from them in the group stage. And I don't know, despite all the positive stuff I've said about Chiefs, I'm starting to lean towards an EP 2-0 here. I feel like they're such a momentum-based team, and I feel like winning that 2v4 has really set the tone for them.
Nick, where do you sit on that argument? I saw you take a deep breath there.
Yeah, I would be with you, James, if Jigsaw had also shown up in the previous game. I feel like Bang will rely heavily on Jigsaw's individual performance, and it sounds absurd to say that one player can define everything, but I do think the Chiefs, strategically, playstyle-wise, they're going to be more comfortable, more sound here on Bank. They were so close on Chalet, a map that is a whole different playstyle. They're actually holding on very effectively. If Jigsaw goes 0-4 again on the half and then ends up like 4-9 or whatever, I don't think there's any realistic world where EP can take the map unless someone else drops 20 kills. And that could be any of the other 4 players, don't get me wrong, but it relies upon that performance.
I could say the flip side of that, like, you know, player went 1-5 for a lot of that game for Chiefs.
But they got the strats.
Well,
We gotta
okay,
look
I'll
the
go back
executes
at
then, right?
you
We gotta look at
again.
almost like your Capital and your Sense.
Jigsaw only got 4 kills, but did you see Brendo? Obviously, Bappin top frag with 14 kills, but Brendo went 12 and 4, by the way. So they lost 5
Yeah.
rounds. He only died 4 times. Like, Brendo
But
is
there's
such
less
a
you can do on
consistent
bank
player.
individually, right?
Yeah.
Just zoom in on them. This is a great scene.
Sorry,
see
we're
all
just.
of it.
I'm
Let
arguing
them
with.
Take me out of
I'm
this
arguing with a
conversation.
TV screen
Okay.
sitting on a couch next to me right now.
There's no way you
Final
win
point,
this.
right? Final point that I have. Okay, Chalet and Border, etc. Individuals can do so much work. Clubhouse and Bank, for example, a lot more about the team coordination, the executes, the setups. I think Chiefs' play style being that more team-centric focus versus EP's individualism. EP needs star players to frag out of a chance here in Bank. Final point.
Mum and Dad are fighting. I don't want no more of this. I just want to get into this game because I'll be honest, I think
Give
both
me
of
Jake
you...
Venditti.
Actually, you know what? Let's give it to Jake
Right now.
Venditti.
Jake Venditti coming to you live thanks to the man in the screen. By the way, for those that don't know, James has already punched Nick in the face. Not in person, twice. He's punched him twice. He's almost knocked him over. It's about time that Nick starts to fight back from the screen.
On 300 ping, I don't think he'd win.
No.
And he's also half the size
Nick's
of
going to
James.
throw a punch. Not only is he in a screen, so the punch is going to do nothing, but then it's also 300 ping delayed. So by that point, it's like James has already left the building. All right, let's get into Bank. Chiefs start on defense. And, well, Chalet ended up, I think, by the conclusion, it matched the heights of what we expected in this upper bracket final. It got to a point, though, at probably 6-3, where it just felt like EP were just going to be too strong, run away with it, which I think would have been a little bit disappointing for the stage that Chiefs have had thus far. But credit to Chiefs, they brought it back. They could have even sent it to OT, if not for the clutch from Brendo. We head into Bank now. After that 7-5 on the opening map, which was the pick of EP. Now Bank, this is supposed to be Chiefs' domain, but the problem is EP are also incredibly proficient on Bank as well.
So the bans for the first half, Monty and Capital, accompanied by the Azami and the Clash. And as I look across at the bans, typically for both of these two teams, the only one that does stand out as being a little bit left of field is that Clash ban from EP. Typically they'll go for like a Mirror Azami combo, that's most typical for them, but they'll switch it up a little bit here, and Clash actually is, funnily enough, an operator that has seen a bit of ban rate against Chiefs. For reference, typically though, it is actually the Kaid most frequently banned in combination with the Castle, so certainly some interesting prep heading into this matchup.
What do you think of the Monty and the Capital? Does it just leave a spot open for what you're potentially losing to? If you need to get rid of another shield, it's effective, right? You ban 2 shields, that's fine. But then also at the same time, if you're losing to, you know, Ying or Deimos or Solid Snake, so flexible for both.
The Capital is also very versatile, right? You can flush out top floor. It's great for bot hits as well.
Second most attacker-sided map in the region for what it's worth when it comes to Bank, sitting at 63% attacker win rate. EP start on the attack first up.
Still a very heavy roam here from Chiefs. Maybe looking to commit as opposed to peeling. It's often a big decision to make when defending this map. Do you go down at the first sign of contact, or do you try and fight and try and split apart this attack? Even a 4-4 sometimes can be a little more favorable for the defense, depending on which operator you find.
Oh, Jigsaw and Neptune are basically right next to each other. Oh, and Jigsaw's the one that hits the headshot. The FAMAS is good, and he puts it to good use. Shuts down the Vigil Lurk, but it was Tuhan that just went down slightly before the loss of Neptune, giving the opening kill to Chiefs. 4v4, they can fall back to site.
I hesitate to say that's a massive advantage for Chiefs and not playing the Goyo.
Well, Cairo gets through the relays. Now it's a massive advantage for Enterprise, certainly in terms of the numbers. We do still have Lunchbox lingering around start, but I imagine he'll play the drop pretty quickly.
If you can get to it.
He seems as if he is having some trouble. Does get the kill onto Brendo. Is he expecting, I think, a flank behind, maybe coming from Cairo?
He needs to get down now. for
don't stick around.
Lunchbox.
Don't stick around. Oh, my goodness.
That's risky.
He was about 2 more seconds away from dying. Cairo did indeed flank from square. So 3v3, 40 seconds. Lunchbox is low. Still a Nitro with player. And most importantly, Yokai still up.
And 30 seconds. It's not a terrible position here for Chiefs if EP elect to try and go for the plan, which we know they love. But that's the diffuser now on an island.
Funnily enough, Bappen's got one call available, technically 2 charges, but one only onto Jay Kenner as Cairo goes down to player. Chiefs now on the verge of taking the opening round here on Bank. They've got a 6-1 record on Bank. EP have an 8-2 record. These are both very good teams when it comes to this map, but Chiefs look like they will land the first blow, as they did back on Chalet. Yokai goes up onto the roof. And Bappen knows full well he's not winning this one. He'll stay at 0, 0, and 0 as Chiefs go to 1.
Yeah, solid start for Chiefs.
Well, player's taken off his nose strip. Maybe that's a sign of things to come. Maybe it was hindering him.
I believe that was back on map 1 where that he took it out. He took it off early in the piece. Not really for him. Don't know if I would be wanting to change up too much heading into an upper bracket final.
He did finish 10-9, so he started slow. Maybe
he took it off and
yeah, I'd love to see a stat pre and post.
Yeah, production. Can we cook that up? What was his pre and post nose strip stats on map 1? That would be interesting.
And if maybe for Neptune, he might need to think about it. 7-10 for him starting this series. Well, I mean, this was a defining moment because the fact that Lunchbox was actually out of position, had to get back to the hatch. He ended up getting another kill because of that, and then the timing on the Cairo flank was just sublime. And so a couple of things did go the way of Chiefs to help them wrangle that round back, because for a conventional sense of Locker CCTV, it was not played the way you would typically see it in this region, far more into that roam-heavy first floor gunfighting, hence why it was a 3v3 by the time we kind of drew our attention towards the site. Now, in other regions, that's certainly probably on the common side of things, but when it comes to OCE, we definitely see that stack down in basement. Let's go top floor.
I'm intrigued to see how this particular objective has actually been shaping up in OCE over the course of this
Heavily attacker sided, 67%. The only site on this map that's defender sided is actually Staff and Open Area, sitting at 63%.
Yeah.
Which is very strange to even see Lockers and CCTV sitting at a whopping 71% attacker win rate in 21 rounds. That seems weird. I'm going to refresh.
In terms of weird as well, I probably expected Chiefs to lean into the mirror for this side. It's up and available. They've banned out the Capital, which is so commonly used to try and flush that out. They elect not to, though. They'll still eagerly want control of Jan, though, if EP end up shaping for that direct hit. And so, evidently, Body's in that position at the moment.
So, I don't know what... So the track has been a little bit funky this stage. I've given it a refresh. And yeah, Lockers is now 28 rounds, 54 attacker win rate, so it's actually still higher than I would have thought. And yeah, still, Staff Open Area, the only defensive sided site. This site sitting at 60% in favor of the attack. Slow to get going halfway through the second round. Still 5v5. Not a lot has really developed. A lot of dump utility available for Enterprise. I'm not even going to bother counting how many flashes they've got available. It's actually 7. I counted it as literally after I said I wasn't going to bother counting it.
Your brain and your mouth weren't connected there for a moment.
The brain was counting and was like, what do you mean you're not going to count it? I'm already doing it. Yokai and the rotate from Jay Kenner. Well, 60 seconds. EP are going to have to make their move at some point. At any point. And still 5 Joker payloads available from Brendo. Relays takes a bit of damage from Janitor. Cairo is just posturing over towards Square. There's still a lot of players that need to make their way in, and as soon as Tuhan tried to make his way in from the terrace, immediately dead. Neptune with a long angle DMR from front desk. Opening kill for Chiefs. EP look very stalled out, and you don't see that often.
This is slow. Very slow. 30 seconds. 2 gas babes still up, but Cairo is able to find 1. As Relays drops below, but gets caught. That was an intriguing move. Flushed out. Jigsaw under the pump. Trade attempt here from Chiefs.
Kara's by himself, planting inside a CEO. With Brendo down janitor, he's only got a bit of help maybe from Bappin. He's actually backfilled in. Kara can't stick it either. He has to reposition. Now, we do have Yokai's available from Jay Kenny. He's going to try and time this, and he does connect, but immediately back on will be Cairo. But the time, if he dies here, Chiefs will get the round. Cairo, though, stays alive. The air jab helping out. Lunchbox was stalled. They lose Jay Kenner. He went in solo. Lunchbox now indeed is solo in the post plant. Jigsaw still on that first floor position. As of right now, Lunchbox can take the 1v1 against Bappin, but he needs to pick up the pace. Jigsaw over towards Archives, opening up below with the skeleton key. But he's got no idea where Bappin is. Now he does. Over towards airlock. 20 seconds. Gets the kill, but still with Jigsaw below. That feels like the final boss for Lunchbox. He's aware of it. He's trying to dance around. Oh, the tap! He connected with a random hipfire tap. Jigsaw was that low on health. It just took a random spray, and he will connect for the counter defuse. Get off your chair, son.
What a play.
There it is.
And the crowd goes wild. Yeah, what a moment for Box.
Yeah, huge.
Look, credit to EP for even getting that plant down. It looked really dire there with about 30 on the clock, and with the Yokai still up as well, it was really dicey, but they were able to make it work.
Yeah, I mean, even in that, so it's a post-plant 1v2, Bappin plays airlock, and you've got Jigsaw below on the buck. I mean, that's not a guarantee by any means. Actually, it was 1v3. Sorry, I forgot about his first kill on Kyra. So a 1v3 clutch for Lunchbox. And even there, when he got that kill on his Bappin, 15 seconds. So you got, what, 7 seconds or 8 seconds or whatever? Yeah, that's huge for Lunchbox. That's massive. And I wonder if that gets the team going. When the young gunner is able to make plays like that, it just gives...
I don't know what your lip syncing skills are like, but he said something along the lines of, "I'm so effing good." He was pumped up after that. Why wouldn't you be? That honestly, the amount of clutches we see from that kind of position on a site like that,
yeah,
that is a once in a year kind of play at best. So that's a massive moment for Chiefs. And look, for the first time in this series now, I feel as if
he's
there's
almost
some pressure being mounted.
He's almost the highest rated player in the server through the 2 maps, which is quite important considering they lost the first map, and I'm pretty certain that the youngest player in the server lacks a lot of the experience that these EP players have. You know, it's the new generation coming through, and Lunchbox is now starting to really reach his peak.
Yeah, he's found his footing domestically. If they are to go on and qualify for EWC international exposure, will be a whole different story.
Would you go as far to call him the Oceanic Stompin'? Well, one of them's going to play EWC, the other's not.
The other one, yeah.
Well, the other might not.
One might be playing, one definitely isn't. I probably wouldn't put him quite in the same category.
It's a tongue-in-cheek. It's a joke.
Wow, you got to be careful these days, mate. There's probably a Reddit thread already live off that comment. A minute down into this round, though, range hard breach, of course, available, and so Brendo can get to work from the lobby rappel if he so desires to cut that cross as Cairo finds entry up above.
Done it again.
And the star player from the last round is dismissed quickly.
And playing smoke too, so no gas papers available for Chiefs. Anytime I pump up the tires of a player, it's just immediately deflated. I gotta stop. It's getting actually quite scary.
It's only taken you, what, 7 years to realize that?
I mean, I basically forced Gio into retirement 6 years ago.
Yeah, you didn't learn your lesson then. Maybe you'll learn it at some point. Yeah, tricky position now for Chiefs as they kind of get caught in between anchoring the side and trying to be proactive and find a pick back. It's really not a desirable position. They do have 3 nitros left. That could be their ability back into the round here.
That's all they've got. They've literally got nothing else.
That was Mint said on the NAL desk a few days ago. The more nitros you've got, the better of a chance you have of winning. Like the numbers actually reflected.
Yeah.
It's not a misnomer.
What did he call it? Was it C4 maxing?
Yeah, C4 maxing.
Thank you, Mint. Oh, the timing for player.
Nitro Soul won't save you there.
No, it certainly won't.
And now they've only got 1 active.
Cairo now goes up to 5 kills, top fragging for Enterprise. And 30 seconds, that's probably the last hope now for Chiefs. Time, hopefully, will be on their side. Outside of that, it feels like it's Not looking great, but again for
Relays is
Enterprise,
in the
it's
power
very,
position.
very slow.
And now for the drop. He can contest the drop. This is a big play.
Creep up from Tuhan didn't work. The drop hasn't actually come to fruition just yet at all, probably because of Relay's position over towards Printer. Still got a drop. There it is, and that's kicked down as well.
There we
the
go.
floor. Relays activates. He does go down, and it's a 1v1 from Baffin and Neptune, but Neptune takes the battle, hits the headshot with 1 second left. He didn't even need to take the fight. Chiefs go 3-0 up here on Bank. And on defense as well, for the most attacker-sided map that we've got in the region.
Wow. I mean, what a play from
But
Relays.
it's a 5v3, 30 seconds left, and again, Enterprise very slow. Feels like they're stuck in the mud.
Relays knew he was on there. And by isolating that first pick Printer window, he knew that it was hatch drop and main stairs that he had to cover, and he's just timed it perfectly, and EP just weren't able to trade him.
Tactical timeout for Enterprise. Also, finally, there's a lack of trash talk coming from Chiefs. Like, you're 3-0 up on Bank. You're forcing EP into attack. This is when you got to try and give a little bit of that smack back.
I think they're just letting the Siege in the server do the talking at the moment. I don't think the trash talk is going to have much more influence. EP are
What about if they win the series? Do they do the classic post-game trash talk? Well, Nate would be very happy with this start.
Yeah.
Nate's been very level-headed at this stage. In a lot of the interviews we've spoken about him, he's made it very clear they want to be better than Enterprise. They want to be the #1 team in the region. And while it was close on Chalet, there were shortcomings. But so far, this has been perfect. 3 straight defensive rounds. And they get to go back to lockers and CCTV. They do lose the Echo, so that's taken out of the hands of Jake Kenner. He's actually put that to pretty good use in the first 2 rounds, guys. So that's a loss, but they get rid of the Thatcher. That's interesting. It hasn't been played at all, and it's not as if Thatcher's like a very prominent operator when it comes to Bank. Has it a guess? Has it a thought? I said they banned Thatcher.
Okay, sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
Oh,
I was looking across at the replay of the
What did you
last
think
round.
I said?
I didn't know. That's why I wanted you to point it out to me without throwing me under the bus, and you threw me under the bus.
Well, I didn't throw you under the bus. You're just going to listen. I'm standing right next to you, talking to you. It's not even like you're on a screen.
I mean, the Thatcher here, if it is to be used, is probably most likely is the denial against either Nitros or, I mean, the Yokai, so it got cancelled out anyway. Be interesting to see how the... Oh! Reloading! Okay, well, Lunchbox gets caught this time around. We know he's been ultra aggressive in this open area position.
This is the same as me versus I9 at 2-2. Getting confident, getting cocky, starting to be a little bit overzealous. And Lunchbox goes 5-0 to start, and rightfully playing well. But 2 rounds now, he has given his life away pretty freely. Opening death in rounds 3 and now 4.
It's also interesting when you consider that they've banned out the Thatcher, brought the Kaid, and they're still playing open red. You would have expected maybe the Turtle, or at the very least, if you're going to play it, you do the fallback strat. Getting caught there is a big misplay from Lunchbox, and I think he'll be quite disappointed.
And the fallback strat, you want to bring the numbers and fall back together, not really this kind of solo play. This has opened up the path now for Enterprise to go through the checklist. They know it's going to be a 4 stack for Chiefs outside of Neptune playing Blue Stairs, which he'll need to be very careful because they cannot afford for him to now play life. The Blue Stairs player typically can play for their life, and once that square hatch gets opened up, they're kind of stuck on this island. But you've already lost Lunchbox. I'd rather see Neptune try and fall back. The pre-placed Nitrocell could be interesting if Enterprise are not aware of this. Neptune's trying to clearly bait them towards the doorway, but I mean, they're very much aware that that Nitro is sitting there.
Yeah, it did allow Cairo to work the hatch in the meantime. I didn't quite catch if it did get opened up, but either way, could mean Neptune's isolated. Elsewhere, player.
Yeah. Pushed
Finds
into
Brendo.
CC, gets an angle on Brendo. Brendo 0-4 after a magnificent chalet.
They'll do the sense you tool potentially for the drop, or at least a bait out. There's a lot of time left. EP don't need to commit to much at this point.
I like the fact that players still got a Razor Bloom. Although as soon
He's
as
so far away though. Finding that
Yeah.
lineup will be a challenge.
Well, I was going to say, if he could get a lineup, that certainly could help against the Sens play, but he's actually already used it now.
I think EP will end up pivoting for the back hit here.
This area is hostile.
A lot of information from Jigsaw on the radar of the Snake.
That's going to determine the round. What do they do playing off that info?
Well, and also if he pushes down bot main. Well, they've just lost Tuhan, and Jake Ken is now active with the Shamika launcher. Jigsaw looks like he is going to push down bot main. Bappin over towards open, gets tagged up quite heavily. He's going to want to throw out these ROUs, get them active. Shield screens to go up. Jigsaw, ooh, he doesn't quite win his first battle. Then wants to take on Jake Kenner. Well, player's absolutely controlling towards Garage. Wonderful 4 from player. Give him the ace. Why not? Deserved. Such a sensational player in this region. All 5 goes his way. One of those kind of aces where they all basically just walked into him for the most part. He did search for one of them when he pushed out of Garage and went into CCTV to get 1 kill, and then the other 4, he's just holding his position, and they've all just essentially walked into him. Chiefs make it 4 straight. That was after the tactical timeout. A full-blown ace for the player that was discarded from this former team. Now 8-2, and adds more stats to the post no strip.
I mean, if we compare the way that this map is shaping up compared to the first of Chalet, I'd say that
this is more dominant than
this
even...
is, at this point in time, the lead and the confidence that Chiefs have been able to gain far surpasses what we saw from EP on map 1. And you think about how kind of down and out we felt that Chiefs may have been before they mounted a bit of a half comeback. This feels otherworldly, the way that Chiefs have been able to dominate this first half. They're stepping up in big moments when they've been called to clutch. They're doing so. That's now back-to-back rounds where they've been able to win out despite not getting the opening kill.
But don't forget the first half as well on Chalet was 3-3. Like, it was a pretty close back and forth. Yes, then Enterprise went and put together. Actually, yeah, it was 3-2 into 3-3, which was the 4 in a row to EP to go up to 3-6. So they did have a dominance akin to this, but I still feel like this is even more dominant than what we saw. I mean, you're talking about 4 alive, 3 alive. Yes, a couple of 1 alives. But those are still clutches that have been won from Chiefs. So they've won in different facets. Well, Relays get through to Jigsaw, trying to push ATMs quickly. This is a bit of an off-meta position. Almost catches Brendo as well inside of ATM. Haven't seen this kind of fighting position before. Brendo on the rappel outside ATMs being aggressed by Relays. And this has also kind of felt like the sort of map where Jigsaw's being a little bit more lively in comparison to Chalet. Don't forget, in that win for Enterprise, Jigsaw only found 4 kills for the entire map, yet they still won. As Bappin falls, I'm going to be honest, Fortress almost feels inevitable with the way Chiefs are playing on this map. Doing nothing wrong.
Yeah, it's very rare we'll see EP look second grade against any opposition, and at the moment, very much the case where Chiefs on every facet really have got control and command. There's a yellow ping available here for Cairo.
Oh, well off.
When it's not your moment, it's not your moment at the moment for EP. And Relay slips through back towards lobby.
Everything's just going their way. Now, all these little plays. Even Brendo, like, he could have been in the position to get... How is he getting this kill? And like, Brendo's trying so hard to get the pinch here onto Relays, but his positioning is just perfect. And the round is done, but they're putting all their eggs into trying to just get rid of Relays, who's been an absolute pest from the start of this round all the way to the end of it. Tuhan's had enough. He just walks in ATMs, Relays with another reposition. The masterclass in positioning from Relays here in the 5th round. Oh, he should have him. Oh, Tuhan quick to react. Jake Kenner then for the trade, because why not? At that point you can push forward, and Brendo by himself outside on the rappel. It's 5-0 for Chiefs. I'm sorry, Brendo, but you're not winning this one, not from this position. Wow. Well, doesn't this just set the tone now for Fortress? It feels as if that's almost a given. 5-0, 2 more rounds away from getting us to map 3 for this upper bracket final. I expected Chiefs to do good on this map. Really good. Their 6-1 record speaks for itself on Bank. But Enterprise have an 8-2 record on this map as well. Soon to be 8-3 with the way things are going. Final round of the half.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
It just feels like Chiefs really throwing down the hammer and saying we are ready to mix it with the big dogs. Chalet was close 7-5. Well, this is anything but close. I've not seen Enterprise lose like this for a very, very long time. Well, for this roster iteration, I don't know if they've ever been beaten up this badly.
Not domestically. Probably not even
I don't even think internationally.
Can they save face here and get at least one round in the half to keep it in the realm of possibility for the second half comeback? It's a big stretch though at this point, as Chiefs look far better so far on Bank.
Well, if your rival or your man, esports, who play after this, I don't want Chiefs and I don't want EP if I'm either of those two teams. You're going to have to face one of them. I think Jigsaw's in that sort of zone now where he's just kind of setting it in and realizing we're down 5-0. The only way we're probably going to win is if I walk in and find 2 kills.
Loading new magazine.
But it's that mindset that I feel like for this Enterprise roster, they've not had to go into that bag of tricks. It's almost like the old Jigsaw Chiefs mindset. What's been so good about this EP team really is their fundamentals, their strategic play. They don't get kind of sucked into these gritty gunfights unless it's on their terms. I think they're just looking like a lost cause.
So full peel from the defense outside of player. We saw him previously hiding front desk, and so he'll probably look for late flank and hope that he doesn't get spotted out. Particularly vulnerable to the Solid Snake, of course, but Jigsaw is not within range at the moment. Player is being called, but answers that. It's on a knife's edge here if player can remain undetected on this top floor.
I don't think he's going to get droned, so it's just going to be a matter of how is he going to play when he actually does leave front desk.
Always on the move now.
Yeah. And I think he's very much aware of the fact he has not been droned, so it's again a question of, oh, the positioning. That's a freebie. He'll take it. Shoots Jigsaw in the back. Now expects the reinforcements to start running around. I think he's surely spotted. Did he spot that at the janitor door pass? Did he spot Kyra across?
I don't think so.
I mean, we had the benefit of the outline, but with the shelving unit in the way, I don't think he actually saw it. Didn't matter, by the way. Kyra went for the drop, and Lunchbox gets the kill anyway. They know that clearly, with player up above, they're going to try and send sight. I mean, this is just Enterprise being absolutely destroyed, dismantled, decimated. Chiefs 6-0 up. Don't know what else to say about it.
You don't need to know what to say about it, Jake Xenox, did he? That's the best part about having a desk for the post. This is a post-match, honestly. This is not halftime. This is a post-match.
Yeah, well, that map has only got one more round to go. At least it feels that way, doesn't it?
It does. It does feel like that. It does feel like there's only one more.
Are you making fun of my voice?
No, I wouldn't do that.
Hey, bro.
I wouldn't do that.
Hey, bro.
I'd never do that.
How you doing?
Guys, I'm also here.
Oh shit! Oh,
sorry,
hi Nick.
man.
Sorry, you are the man in the screen, but you for us are like you are still in the studio and you can still interact with us.
There's a real
It's
presence
just-
about you.
There is. There's aura. Nick,
I
I
was
mean,
a third person there for a second.
you know what? You can be the third wheel this whole time if you want, because I know Dev actually has a point. Dev, why don't you make your point before I go to
Well,
Nick?
I
Say that
quickly.
you're wrong, I was right.
All right,
Before
bro.
you get to your point.
All right, bro. Chill out for a second. Don't beat up a sick old man, okay? So I was looking back because, the guys on the cast are making a really good point. When was the last time EP went down like this? Have they ever? And I found the last time they went down 0-5, which was all the way back in Salt Lake City when they went down 0-5 on the second map, Clubhouse, to Twisted Minds, after, funnily enough, winning the first map, so seeing a trend continue. However, they ended up winning the last round of that half, and yes, you are right, Nick. This time they went down 0-6, and I haven't stretched all the way back into every single match EP's ever played, but I can't find the last time they went down 0-6.
Oh, Nick. It's, I mean, look, I hate to admit that you were right. Actually, no, I don't. You were right. James was wrong. But this performance from Chiefs, it's almost inspirational. Like, watching them round on round, watching the individual, like, yes, individuals have had their moment, but it's not been the whole game. It's been one round that they've had to go big for, and every single player on the Chiefs have had their round.
Yeah, I mean, we had the lunchbox 1v3 clutch and CEO top floor right in the post plant, by the way. You did a buck downstairs, somehow he wins that. Player gets an ace on basement defense as well. And from the moment that they were 4-0 up, they started ego challenging. Relay sprinting out in lobby as a defender, and they just were taking names in ATMs. I said, James, what is this guy doing? You're going, I quite like this play. I'm like, it's a great play because it worked, but it's like on paper, it's a silly play to make.
You were like to me, dude, this is a 4-0 up play. Like, that's exactly what it was. Relays was like, hey, like, I know this never works. This barely even works in ranked against a coordinated stack, but I can tell that we're in their heads right now.
Yeah, and that's been the story. Enterprise have not found any sort of momentum since they lost that CEO attack. Well, certainly since the beginning round, but since that clutch in particular, it's been mental chalk.
Look, all I'm saying is Shy Academy would have won this. Back to you, boys.
Yeah, don't go too far, Rob. You'll be needed in 6 minutes, I think. 1 minute. No, maybe 7 minutes.
7?
What? 7 minutes. 2 minutes for the round, 5-minute break, and then back to them on the desk.
I forgot about the break. See, I was just only factoring in the action phase, the prep phase, so about 3 minutes or so.
Well, the real question is, so obviously, James, kudos to him for doing the work and figuring out when was the last time that Enterprise went.
And again, it was an international example. It wasn't even domestic.
Well, the 0-5 was at Salt Lake City. 0-6 has not happened. I would love to know the last time any of the players individually got 0-7 for these guys who are clearly absolute class. And this is actually a bit of a wake-up call heading into need to also calm a little bit down, because there is every world AP could win 6 straight themselves. Could be the most defender-sided bank ever. And if there is any team in the region that can do it, it is Enterprise. So I don't want to completely say that this is 100% finished. It's probably 99.9999% finished. But Fortress to follow after this for a spot at EWC down to 1 map on the newest map in the pool, where it will play very different to Chalet and Bank.
Yeah, it'll be a good derby.
A good derby? Yeah, what's wrong with that?
I think this one's done. My word.
Yeah, player putting salt into the wound as Cairo on the vigil. That lurk unsuccessful. A Nook versus Vigil battle, but it's the Nook on the repel. Jigsaw, what can he do from towers? Is he going to be ready for players push through ATMs? It feels as if Jigsaw dies here, that might be the round and therefore the map. Jigsaw has repositioned back through towers, now mindful of archives.
Got spotted out by Relays as well, with the radar on the solid snake, and Chiefs looking to enclose. It's a knife kill though. Onto box.
They just lost both though. Brendo and Jigsaw fall. Huge kill from Bappin onto Neptune. Needed that quickly. Now only down to 1 player. By the way, it's Tuhan by himself inside of sight. Now with the drop from Bappin, they'll play together. Of course, Tuhan on the Echo can play the Yokai. Really good information, at least onto Jay Kenner towards Square. The real question is, where does play go? Looks like Garage on the Nook lurk. No surprise. So he'll go Garage side. Relays and Jay Kenner can play together as a duo. This opens up the options here for Chiefs. So they have a 2-1 split on the attack against the last 2 remaining defenders.
There's just so much
time.
time.
Hang on, no player's gone away from Garage. He's going to also join them.
There's just so much time for Chiefs, though. 70 seconds. A handful of grenades. They could stack those maybe like red in facilitating default. Curious to see as well if Relays has a charge remaining on that radar, which could really help.
He's going to go back Garage, is he?
Identifying this defense.
Don't follow me.
Yeah, I don't know if this... it feels like this position right now for EP is putting all the trust in this Yokai. Yeah, this is interesting. So surface side Yokai has the intel on Jay Kenner. Again, they don't really have much to play off it. Garage position for player has also then got the cross. So they don't really have that ability to actually cross over. Tuhan back up main stairs. He goes searching. If he pushes beepers though, talk about position. Relays is Reti, hits the headshot down to Bappen. And the plant will be successful. Bappen can't even beat out player. They just got 7-0 on Bank. Absolute domination from Chiefs as Fortress is required to close out this upper bracket final. A spot at the Esports World Cup will come down to Fortress and Fortress alone. 7-0.
In the early days of Siege, like on PC, during like my high school time, when I was still under 18, I was playing with pros like Dino, Rippy, and just like all those pros back in the day. And then it kind of started from 10-mans, I would say. That's kind of like how most of the pros knew me, as well as ranked, obviously. But yeah, I was just getting into myself into like, I guess you could call it networking, but I would get myself into like good stacks, like playing with Stigs, Magnet, and just like dominating like the 10-mans lobbies. That's where all the pros knew me as like kind of like this young prodigy. I was always like this young person like in the scene, like always playing with older people. So I guess that's how I got my name out there. I was 16 and I was just able to play LPL Pro, and I was in my first proper team, and it was under Skyfire with like Jigsaw. In that stage, I think we came second to a Pro League team at the time where Oda was in it, Ferox. But it was like my first time basically competing properly, and like I came second in it, and it was against a Pro League team. People are very beatable, you know, like, you know, if you put the effort in, like you can definitely beat these teams. Obviously we fell short, but that's when kind of the esports, you know, ignited in me. Siege is honestly like such a different game from like any other game. The thinking behind Siege is so complex that new people playing the game would just never understand until they got to that level. The amount of thinking, the amount of processes you have to do, and like so many little intricate things that can like determine a round drew me towards the game. It's like you have to really think to really be the best. So when I turned 18, I got my first offer to join my first Pro League team, and that was with Juicy, Josh, Quiz, and OJ. I felt very like inexperienced at the time because I was with like proper Pro League players, obviously with Knights, with those three, and then OJ from Wildcard. I learned a lot from it. We obviously didn't do very well. I think we came around 4th. We lost to like our rivals at the time, which was Wildcard. That was honestly like a really bad feeling, as well as losing to Circular Spheres. That stage was honestly so shit. Definitely felt like a lot of nerves that stage, but I think I grew a lot as a player from that stage, 100%. So after that first stage of Pro League, I think I was still playing under like just because I was already good at the game and I already had this offer that I just wanted to keep playing for fun. It wasn't really like, you know, I want to commit my whole life to this right now. And I think after Homeless, I joined Circular Spheres, which turned into Aerial. And by my performance at stage, I definitely showed that I was a good player, but not in the right team yet. Because I think we came around 6th, and obviously it wasn't a good showing. I think I was still in that top 10 rated at the time. During the time when I was 18, just competing my second stage, I think I was doing my HSC. I'd recently just like got into like a fight with my like friend group and kind of split ways with them. So I was honestly like very over just like school. I kind of threw HSC out the window. I don't want to really go uni after this. Maybe take a gap year or whatever, and just kind of focus on Siege fully, because that was my passion. That's what I was good at. I wanted to keep pursuing it.
I tell you what. No one in the history of OCE would be able to have told me going into that map that it was going to be flawless for the Chiefs.
Do you know
never.
why?
Please
It's
tell me.
never happened before.
Ever
Nobody
happened before.
has ever 7-0 to EP. Even at the World Championships, even at Majors, SI, the best any team has ever done against EP is a 7-1. It's happened twice. Team Secret did it at Six Invitational this year, who were, by the way, the runners-up of the whole event. Furia did it back at the Munich Major. Only 2 times we've ever seen EP pushed that hard, and Chiefs have just taken them for a ride.
Yeah, they certainly have. And Nick, going into that match, we had said that if Enterprise were to do it, it was going to be on the back of an individual performance.
Yeah.
I don't think that even a 20 bomb would have got him out of that instance.
I don't think so either. This was very much, the help of Bappen and Brendo popping off and Chalet doing pretty good, dropping double digits and whatnot, and saving them from going to overtime. Then we go into ban. Brendo is 0-7. He dropped the James Bond, right? Completely invisible in the server. And if you look at the other scorelines, nobody's making up for it. And this is not me going into Brendo and saying, he's at fault. But the history here for EP since the Superstar roster was created is that someone is always popping off and dropping insane amounts of kills, finding the gaps, making the plays, getting the clutches, shutting down their opponent. No one stepped up for the first time for EP all stage long. Nobody's positive or even neutral in the server. Everyone's negative. This never happens. That with some incredible individual performances from the side of Chiefs, the lunchbox clutch, player dropping an ace, going 11-2. That is how you get yourself into this 7-0 scoreline.
And moving across to Fortress is a very intriguing discussion, because as we look at Fortress and as we start to dissect what to expect, it's an EP favored map. But I think at this point in this, can you guys? Did you hear that?
What is it?
I think someone just parked out the front. Oh, it's Lunchbox.
Finally got the bro seatbelts.
Y'all better strap in, including Lunchbox, for what will be a third and deciding map here for the EWC spot. And that is probably the biggest statement I think I've made for the Chiefs. Like, yes, they did well in kickoff, but right now they are riding momentum. My God!
God damn it. He's never there.
Hey, come on.
Bro, okay.
No, never mind.
I have 2
gone.
solutions to this. I have 2 solutions. 1, we put a bell on him. 2, we put one of those backpacks on them that mums take to, Disney World, and it's just and they're running around. Or actually 3, how about we just give him a seatbelt?
This is when I take my dog to the shops and I try and tie her up. You gotta tie this guy down, otherwise he's gonna keep following you around.
I genuinely wonder what happens. What happens when he goes to Paris?
What's he doing? Is he cooking, or is he, I don't know, is he going for a jog? Has he got doing some exercises off camera? What's we're up to? I would really love to know.
I think he's got ants in his pants. I think we've figured it out. He has ants in his pants. But ultimately, we joke about it, but he did just 7-0 and mog Enterprise on Bank. So, look, we move over to Fortress now, Nick, and this is a super critical map here. Not just for the context of EWC, but also for the context of the storyline for EP. We came into this year going, EP is going to dominate the region, they're going to look the best, and quite frankly, they have been at every single point, they have been met by the Chiefs at their level.
Yeah. I'm very curious, actually. On paper, I would say Fortress is going to favor EP significantly more. But given the bank matchup, the confidence, the mental game, we're much more even. I think there's 2 very important things to look at here if you're Chiefs, right? Either you're going to focus the individual playstyles of Enterprise, shut down operate events like your Deimos, your Solid Snake, maybe a Shield, weaken the roam clear when they're attacking, weaken their individual prowess, or you're gonna go, okay, they're not hitting their shots, and they were super slow at executing every single on Chalet attacks and as well as Bank. So what if we ban operators like your Capital, a Heartbeacher, a Grim? What if we make it even harder for them to execute? Because they've been struggling on the timer, often getting to the bomb site with 7 seconds left in the round, and it's way too little. So I think Chiefs are in a position where they maybe have too many options that are gonna work well for them. And I'm very curious to see when we get there, what style they're gonna opt for.
Yeah, I feel like Fortress is a hard map for Chiefs, and yes, they have the momentum going into it, but remember these 2 teams faced off for a spot at the Salt Lake City Major on this map. It was a really close one, and EP won it 7-5, right? We're about to be in almost exactly the same scenario where whoever wins this next game on Fortress goes to EWC. The second does have a second chance down through that lower bracket. But for Chiefs, the big thing that I took away from that game a couple months ago was that they really struggled on the attacking side. What I really want to see from them, because we know how good they are with those shields, how they love to go for those crazy executes, they're good at using these smokes. What I want to see is I want to see some creative defensive bans. Don't just go with the same normal standard stuff that everyone else does. Go for a Warden, go for a smoke, go for a Goyo, do something that enables that aggressive playstyle, enables those shields. Let in the mirror. I don't care about it. Like, hard counter that stuff. Like, let in the hard breach denial, like the Kaid and Bandit. You can counter that. That plays into Chiefs' strengths. I want them to really leverage what they're good at and focus on winning 3 attack rounds. I think if they can't win 3 attack rounds, it's going to be pretty much impossible for Chiefs to win. And Chiefs are the ones who are gunning for an upset right now. Like, they've won more rounds so far in this series. They've 7-0'd EP for the first time ever. And they've got 3 players that have never been to an international event before. It would be incredible to see Lunchbox, Chicana, and Neptune.
say that with your chest. Neptune, but...
Mate, the chest is all I've got
right that's
now.
very true. That is all you've got. But
particularly for Nep. I mean, he's been such a mercenary for the last few years. You know, he's played on Kelton's Knights, for goodness sake. He's bounced around Circular Spheres. I remember playing that guy in ranked all the time years ago, back when his name was iDark Neptune. Like, he's been around forever. And this is finally, he's looking like a world-class player. I want to see this team step up, but they're going to have to get creative on that attacking side.
They certainly are. And one of the big storylines that we were talking about at the very start coming into this were once brother-in-arms, now competitors. You know, there are 2 players on either sides that used to play with each other, 2 of those being... Well, obviously, there's actually 2 on both sides. Apologies, let me just make sure I make that abundantly clear. But the big one for me is Player and Bappin, because I think that both of them have left their mark, not just in this game, but overall, they're really starting to make themselves quite well known in the region. Both of them were, if you had said to me at the start of last year, Dev, that Bappin and Player may be the best players we have in a international deciding match, I would have said to you, you're barking mad. They're great players, but there's no way they could impact a series like this. Woof, baby, woof. Because both of them collectively are at the top ends of their respective teams. 21 and 11 for Player right now, 17 and 14 for Bappin. And there you go, the Solid Snake. What do you think of the bans really quickly, Nick, before we get into this?
Very big fan here. So I mentioned like the demos, the Solid Snake or Shield, and they got kind of both here. Solid Snake for 6-0 counter and a Blitz against roam clear. They're forcing Enterprise to play a slower style of play, which they've been a lot weaker at so far in this best of 3. And I think this just baseline, a great Arbiter pen selection here for Chiefs.
Well, we were here little less than I think 3 months ago now, and so we appear back onto Fortress. Chiefs, Enterprise, the winner of this matchup goes through to EWC, while the loser has to fight through the lower bracket for the second opportunity. Let's get underway with this one. Xenox, Guz, enjoy.
I think we're all going to enjoy this one. Fortress, maybe not exactly as high-flying as Chalet and Bank when it comes to the map, but the game itself and all of, well, I guess the storylining is pretty easily developed.
10 seconds to go.
Win, and you go to the Esports World Cup, which would be remarkable for Chiefs, considering Player relays dumped by EP to then beat them to qualify. Talk about Lunchbox on LAN. Hey, what about Jay Kenner? What a story that would be as well for a player that has had a storied career within the Oceanic region, but really up until maybe, what, 6 to 12 months ago, was never really one you would consider as playing at an international event. But Enterprise, well, you just know they're going to bite back here on Fortress.
Starting out on attack though, when we know how much of a grind this style of map can be. Typically will be map sweeps, often then funneled into sort of 2 channels. A lot of util clearance typically expected of the attack here on Fortress. And it can be a real grind. As being displayed now, the Goya in play, Tachanka as well, so the stall out is strong, double trap as well. And Jay Kenner will offer some good counterplay onto the Ying as well, being brought by Cairo. I think the coordination of EP is really going to be tested here in the first 6 rounds, and it was a big sore point for them back on bank, where they were often put in positions where they just couldn't quite problem solve their way out, and when they did, it was a little bit all over the place. Chiefs made them look uncomfortable on map 2, and they'll be looking to replicate that here on the 3rd.
Yeah, I haven't seen a lot of Fortress in the Oceanic region, although another region we cover, which is the NAL, they play a lot of Fortress. So we've been able to see this map quite a bit throughout this stage, but not in this region. One thing though, it does play slow, and this round is no different. It is player that gets the opening kill onto Brando, death mark from Jigsaw onto Lunchbox over towards Bathroom. Player wanting to play the angle, and whoa, what a headshot onto Tuhan. Kara is going to run deep through the flames, though, to catch out player at the hallway. I don't think he was expecting that dash from Cairo. Razor Bloom would have killed him. Relay's able to swing. As Cairo was retreating, he gets the second onto him as he pushes forward, and it's down to Bappin. Well, the desk labeled it as such that it's either player or Bappin leading their teams. Bappin cannot lead them to victory in the opening round. Shut down by Neptune. Chiefs will take the opening round on Commander Bathroom.
And that extends the streak now. 8 straight for Chiefs, and they'll be looking to compound that as high and as mighty as they can, and Defense Fortress can offer them that opportunity to build a strong lead and really try to crush the mental of EP, which I think was certainly tested back on bank. Difficult to obviously say from our position whether it was ultimately a determining factor. I think Chiefs overall just played a better bank, and the mental wasn't particularly relevant, but in this 3rd map with their backs now slowly encroaching on that wall, EP will need to be mindful of taming that and being conscious of it going forward and not letting that mental unravel. Fortunately for them, they do have Mag in their corner. We heard those timeouts, particularly at the Salt Lake City major, and how influential those were in resetting the boys and setting them up tactically. Maybe there will be a similar position in this map where he can have influence in helping his talented team across the line. For Chiefs on the flip side, though, defensively, they'll just be looking to keep it compactive. Try and make EP work for this map control. Force them to use that utility. Force them to take risk. Because when they've risk taken over the last, now, 8 rounds, it hasn't really paid out for them on a lot of occasions. And even when it has, Chiefs have showed that clutch ability now.
Again, a reminder as we're into the 3rd and final map. This is the upper bracket final. 2 slots in the region means the winner of this qualifies for the grand final, which means guaranteed a position at the Esports World Cup. What that position will be determined by the grand final itself. But if you're a team like Chiefs, you're far more amped at just getting in there.
Yep.
For EP, if they were to win tonight and had it done so comfortably, I think they just would have kind of been happy, been content, but I don't think they would have been too celebratory. On the flip side, if Chiefs win this match of Fortress, I think they'll be celebrating all night.
The util layer there for the hard breach to enable the ace to be activated from Tuhan, those Selmas. Just getting to work and exposing in the objective, and just making Relay's position on the warden here a little bit more tricky to hold, boxing him into that position, and he'll be largely relying on that deployable shield doing the heavy lifting in terms of offering that protection from Old Tower, especially if and when Lunchbox is forced back. But for now, he's applying good pressure as we eclipse the midpoint of the round. He's taken low, then flashed. A Nitro in response from Box, but not having influence. Does a good job though in staying alive and can impact the round by exploiting those canisters.
I mean, it's the fact that he still holds that space as well, so low on health. He knows he's probably going to die at some point in this round, but he's not scared of that. Oh, Tuhan had the chance and then went back for seconds, but beaten out by Jake Henner. Jakey gets the opening pick for Chiefs, and that's a metric that's been largely dominant in the entire series. Across all 3 maps, there's only been 3 rounds where the opening kill has not been converted. And we're into map 3, 2nd round of that. And it seems like that might just continue with Bappin going down into the grave of the hands of Neptune. And imagine if he really gets going. Neptune's been quiet in the series. We know he's capable of really influencing matches, double digits, high scores. And suddenly time started to expire for Enterprise on this attack. They're struggling a little early on here on Fortress. Chiefs are looking pretty active on the defense, holding good positions, stalling out a lot of the area around the sites. Jigsaw's up, but not baiting here on the hallway swing. Finally forces out. But there's only 8 seconds left into the round, and they don't even have the kit in hand. Player does go down. Jigsaw will go searching for the kills, and the kills have been acquired. But where's that kit? The time. Oh, Brendo steals it for Enterprise with 1 second left into the round. They did not have the kit. They did not have the time. But Brendo comes up clutch again. Some of that chalet Brendo.
Wow, the kit was outside breach. Unfortunate position there for Neptune.
Well, Chiefs don't know that.
He doesn't know. Clearly dropped and not identified there by the defense. Otherwise, Neptune would have just tucked and played time.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being
Oh,
well, that is a big round.
They needed that. It was 8 straight.
That gets EP back into the mix to clutch up a round like that on a map like Fortress. That's a big one. I think there was about 1.5 seconds on the clock. That was a huge round from EP.
And just to confirm as well, interesting little stat. That is the first time in this entire series that Chiefs got the first kill and didn't then go on and win the round. First time it's happened. Add in the fact that, for all intents and purposes, that's a clutch. And that was 3-1 in favor of Enterprise, but you've got maybe 1.5 seconds left.
Yeah, I'm just having a quick look back on off screen here. Very difficult to fault Chiefs in that round. About a minute on the clock, 2-arm was out breach, and a long range shot took him out. So there was really no way of them knowing that the diffuser was dropped.
Was that the Jkana fight? Yeah.
Yeah, he was all the way in games, long range duel. It wasn't a case of someone swinging the breach close and it should have been relayed.
Someone could have also reacquired it.
Exactly.
With a whole minute on the clock, yeah. Well, huge round for Enterprise. They needed that one. It was 8 straight up until that point to win it in that fashion. And the good news for Enterprise is that at the end of the day, whatever happened on Bank has happened. It's only 1-1 now on Fortress. It's not like you're 8-1 down. That streak on Bank is over. Doesn't affect this map of Fortress. In terms of serious numbers, up until this point, only a single player across the 10 in the lobby has got over 20 kills. That's player with 23. Next best is Bappen with 19. 2 and 0 on the entry. 4-1 for player on the entry. They've been the best two. Imagine Bappen and player on the same team. Could you imagine? Oh, Jigsaw gets the opening kill onto Lunchbox. Lunchbox starts 0 and 3.
Yeah, just hesitated for a fraction of a second. If you hesitate against Jigsaw, he will often punish. So solid work. Relay's also caught. EP with a 2-player advantage. Full belt of utility available here. They've brought the sense for that eventual hit. And so now the onus on Chiefs to make a hero play in this round. And who else but player? What? Well, that's why he's top fragging.
Oh man, Tuhan on the Blackbeard. Even the shield up isn't going to save him there. Player finds the pixel angle on the headshot.
Probably sensing, though, that he has to stick around here and continue to fight.
He's got Neptune for cover as well. That frag grenade's going to force him into a bad spot. Neptune then dies as well because Jigsaw's... Well, that's an intriguing play for Neptune because that is a frag grenade designed to essentially flush you out. And one goes for the stairs. Neptune is then inadvertently the one who gets flushed out. So Jigsaw's ready for it. Chiefs are going to lose this round. That was a strange 10 seconds. I just wonder if the Chiefs here on the third and final map after what was a sensational bank, if they're just getting to this point in the series now where they know that finish line, it's in sight. But boy, so much work still to be done because Enterprise are starting to fight back here on Fortress. Make it 2 straight. They win out Waiting and Cafe. It's a very strong site for defense as well. All right, the Kings are back.
Yeah, they are. They're fighting back here. And EP looking a lot more positive in their approach in the last couple of rounds. And the additional bans now to be introduced. The Blackbeard, so doubling down with the Blitz in terms of shield play. And the Kaid will also take no further part. Interestingly, wasn't selected at all in that first half. But EP continuing to go hard in terms of that utility. Probably a little late in the piece to be thinking about trap operator. There's so many still up. We return over to commanded bathroom for round number 4. And for the first time in quite a while in the context of this series, we're now looking at Chiefs to see what they can do inside of the server. EP have had their number now in the last couple of rounds.
Yeah, they have. But technically, round 2 came down to what? 1 second differential. But it was the flood in before that 1 second differential. That was the big factor. And Enterprise definitely deserved to win that second round, even if it was close. But that round that we just saw there, waiting cap, it's probably the most dominant round we've seen from Enterprise since Chalet. And that's going to be a little concerning for Chiefs. Chiefs aren't stupid. They know who they're playing against. They know the quality of Enterprise. They know they're not going to just quit after getting flushed out on Bank.
I'm changing mags.
This is a big moment for Lunchbox. 0-3, now up against the shield, trap in hand. Not really given, though, too much of an opportunity to fight with the secondary hard breach to his side. And so he'll forfeit that space across to EP. That, though, being the safest and wisest choice. He can look to consolidate back on towards the objective.
When you think about what was so successful for them on Bank, playing defense that first half, 6-0 up, how many of those rounds they had the freedom to roam and lurk and take fights off site? It's a lot harder to play that style on this map of Fortress, and I do hold a few question marks as to how Chiefs are going to go about it. They look very eager defensively that they want to fight, but they know that they really can't take a lot of the fights that they arguably want to take. The contrast between measured control and letting the urges force you forward. Kind of like Lunchbox getting out of his seat. They just look like a team with ants in their pants.
EP might be trying to shape up here for the turtle plant, Cairo. It means that the util layering here from the Chenka needs to be on point. No Nitro Cell available here to Chiefs, but they do have the Razor Bloom and the Grismot. There's no time pressure at the moment just yet for EP. They can look to wait out at least a bit of this utility. There's still 15 shots remain.
Cairo going for the plant inside the bathroom. And he's just found a gap. There's just a gap in the flames. They've got no idea. Plant will be successful. Jigsaw got the opening pick as well. 2 more quickly from Jig and Brendo. Lunchbox 0-4. Jake Cannon, the only one left. He's got 2 kills into the round, but it seems as if in this post plant now, it's job done again for Enterprise. It's simply just down to the fact that poor old Relays didn't realize it, but a gap was left at the doorway. A very, very small gap, but a gap nevertheless. EP make it 3 straight. 2 Huns chatting up an absolute storm after that one. They look pumped up. They look like they know they're back at their best.
Yeah, game of fine margins, but EP on top at the moment. They've locked in over the last handful of rounds and are looking quite comfortable here on Fortress. And they're playing it on their terms. They didn't have to really change the win condition they were aiming for in that round. Chiefs over-invested in terms of the plant denial in that round, and that too didn't quite pay off. Chiefs need to find a way to, I think, overarchingly try and inject their more comfort and preferred playstyle on the map, but evidently it's proving really difficult at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, they just don't look comfortable, do they? I think, is that probably the right word, comfortability on the defensive side of Fortress, where you're kind of hemmed in, you're almost forced to play the site, there's a lack of verticality, it's really difficult to stretch the map. You feel very confined. And they're the kind of team that want to spread their wings and run around and be aggressive, and that's their hallmark. But to me, that's almost a little bit reminiscent as to maybe where Enterprise were with the old roster, and maybe even pre-Mag. And where they are now is a more structured and disciplined team while still having the ability to be aggressive when they see fit, depending on the map, depending on the day. But they also have that ability to kind of lock in, play structure, play slow tempo, and use that to their advantage. And right now you're seeing the difference here on Fortress compared to Bank.
Credit to EP in maintaining their cool over the course of this series and being able to readjust accordingly here on map 3. It's the beauty of the best of 3 format. It's given them an opportunity to execute that reset, and whilst it wasn't necessarily a perfect start from here on Fortress, they've been able to respond well, and again, denying Chiefs the ability to play the map on their terms. We'll see the Monty this round, available after only the Blitz and the Blackbeard were banned out. You look at some of the tools available here to the attack, are going to counter this defense really well. Tuhan will be looking to get as much value from those shock drones as possible, most notably into the Goyo and the Mirror combination. If he can pop a handful of that utility, that's going to really serve them well late round.
Yeah, I mean, the one saving grace is that Nitrosolve with Lunchbox, he needs to stay alive. He needs also to connect that onto Cairo. No gas babes left, minute 20 is not an ideal position for relays to be in. Now you got one Grismont mine, the mirror window's still up, and you got a Nitrocell. That's it, with over a minute left here on Fortress. That leaves you very susceptible. I wouldn't be surprised if it gets to a point where Cairo can just walk in on the Monty and there really isn't much that Chiefs can do about it. You can see the pressure that's applied.
Oh no.
I don't know, Relays just, I think, got completely overwhelmed. As soon as that wall got opened up, and with the doorway pinch potential, I think he just panics a little bit.
Yeah, down but not out for now. Chiefs are finding picks.
Yeah, 4v3.
Effectively, yeah. Jacken has done a good job in holding down this line.
Yeah.
Oh, but elsewhere, Bappin on the lure, catches player on that rotation bathroom.
And again, that's just Chiefs wanting to be on the move at all times. 30 seconds left, could have just held position. Oh, Tuhan, good clear onto Lunchbox, who's 0 and 5. Jkenna and Neptune need a clutch. They really need this 5th round. Still have a Grismont mine available. How lovely headshot from Neptune. Jkenna connects as well onto the Monty, and it's down to Bappin. Now both of these two defenders are low. Sends it through the flames because he's only got 10 seconds. Bappin more than capable. There is that Grismont mine, but there's that headshot as well from Bappin. He can play the kit. Volts on over. Can he get back into sight in time? No, he cannot. Time will expire.
It was the right call. Ooh. He had to try and go for kill there. There wasn't enough time remaining to successfully get that on the ground. Credit to Jkenna and being disciplined. Didn't over-peak. And in doing so, Chiefs win on time.
They scraped by in that round, but sometimes in a series like this, you just need the odd round or two where you kind of just scrape by. 2-3, final round of the half coming up. Back to waiting and cafeteria.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Tell you what, Jakey's stepped up so far in Fortress. 2 opening kills, 3-3.
Oh, someone had to. You cursed Lunchbox.
Well,
this is your fault.
So Jake's now 6 and 3. So they got 3 kills in that round. Big round from Jkenna. And that does technically go down as a 1v1 win. For all technicality. 7-2 from Jigsaw, though. He too has also... it's the beauty of the best of 3. You think about it, you go back all the way to Chalet. Jigsaw started 4-9. Banks a write-off, really, for anyone on the side of Enterprise. And now he's 7-2 on Fortress. Lunchbox is now 16 and 17. He had 9 kills back on Chalet. And 7 and 4, but started 5-0 in the opening, I think, 2 rounds? Yeah, opening 2 rounds, he was 5 and zip. So since round 3 of Bank, he's only picked up 2 kills.
So a pivotal round then to conclude the half. A lead on attack for Enterprise would set themselves up really nicely to claim that first spot at the Esports World Cup. It's not quite must win for Chiefs, but I can't help but shake the feeling that to give them a cushion in the second half, well, not that it would be much at an even scoreline, trailing, however, would put them in a rough spot with little margin for error.
I think they're going to need to win this round. I don't think they're going to have the same attacking capabilities as Enterprises on this map. I could be wrong. Happy to stand corrected, but this defensive round feels vital.
So it's Lunchbox Old Tower side again. He's been starting out on defense, typically in this position, and then looking to peel back.
Player
gets the open up.
Well, he's got a 3rd. We haven't seen any of them, but he's got a 4th. We're getting a little closer as we got to see Brendo just have his head ripped off. Players just ended the half.
Yeah, right.
He's on for his second ace, by the way. If he can find Bappin, he won't get it because Neptune will deny. It's flawless. Player is absolutely livid at Neptune. I'm joking. He's excited. Well, 3-3. Huge round for Player. He gets 4. He keeps Chiefs well and truly alive. We are tied on the third and final map.
Yeah, Player just went Super Saiyan for a second. I think we need to check the health of the desk.
Check him, PC.
It does happen, and I think the reason it happens is the context of this match is so important to both teams, but I think for Chiefs, there's something in this right now. Last time EP were on a third map in Fortress, it was not back in kickoff. No, it was at Salt Lake City, and unfortunately, they could not drag it across the line. They were so close. Nick, will history repeat itself?
I mean, it's very possible, and if you are a player who's thinking a lot about your previous performances and that game in Salt Lake City is in the back of your mind, you might start thinking, oh my god, it's happening again, mental boom of doom, right? We don't want it to happen at all. And the thing that's also going to be changing is that when you're on the attacking side and you can utilize the Monty, which Kyra did very beautifully there for EP's first half, that gives you a bit of a safety net, right?
Yep.
You can work the map, take some risks, get some information. When you go on the defense, we saw how uncomfortable Chiefs they were themselves. So I'm very curious now to see, can EP hang without that constant shield information, or will that ultimately change the outcome of this game?
Dev, it's I really don't know what I expected on this third and final map. I didn't expect EP to dominate the first 4 rounds. I'll be honest with you, I did not expect to see 3-1 on the scoreline.
Yeah. I would agree with you. I think I was expecting this to be pretty even on EP's attack half, because like I was saying, the place where I really think that this game gets separated is when Chiefs go onto their attack and we get to see how they play attacks. What I was talking about in the pre-show, the last time these two teams met on Fortress, like I said before, it was a Chiefs attack start. They only won 2 rounds in the half. Second half, both teams played well. It was essentially a 3-3 split, and because Chiefs lost their attack half, that means it's a 7-5 in favor of EP. Now we played, what was the second half first this time. Now we look at Chiefs' attacks, and that's where I get a little bit scared for them. I think that EP have done just enough here, but I don't know. That half, it was great to see, but I just feel like the answers really lie in Chiefs' attacks and EP's defenses.
Nick, a stat that I want to throw at you and kind of leave with you for maybe a final point here before we get underway with the second half.
Okay.
Every round the Chiefs have won on their attacking side has been won off the back of a plant.
Oh, and they've banned the glass and the Monty, which makes that a lot more difficult. So, I don't know. I like Chiefs, how they've been attacking. I like how they're feeling probably off that bank victory, going 7-0 against EP. You might back EP more in favor here, James. I'm going to give Chiefs this a slight advantage here. We're talking 52-48, right? Super, super close, but a little bit more towards Chiefs here.
Look, I actually kind of want to agree with you, not because of the Glaz and Monty ban, but actually on the flip side, I did say for Chiefs, I really want to see some unusual bans. I don't want to see them just go for Mira, Kaid, Bandit. I want
the Clash ban.
They've got the Clash, they've got the Thorn. So, look, Thorn, maybe not my choice. Maybe I would have gone for Warden or Smoke, but just getting rid of the traps and getting rid of the Clash really enables the shields. Even with Monty banned, you've got your Blackbit and your Blitz. Chiefs are really good with both of those operators. And even now, it looks like they're repicking away from that shield, but they've got a triple threat. In fact, I would say a quadruple threat with the Ying, the Dokkaebi, the Grim, and the Deimos, which is now being moved off of as well. I think it's a really good lineup. I think Chiefs are in for a strong half.
Well, the stage is set. The next time you hear from us, one of these teams will book their ticket to EWC.
Alrighty, well, let's get the second half on the road. I think James said it best, though. I mean, look back at the last time these two teams played on this map. Chiefs, the 2 attacking rounds, it wasn't enough. It wouldn't be enough now either. They need 3 at minimum to force OT, 4 to win it outright. Desperately needed those 2 rounds to close the first half. They were down 3-1, all tied. And expecting again to have a similar pace in this second half as what we saw in the first. Chiefs will likely take their time.
I'm reloading.
And I don't think EP is going to throw too much into this. I think they'll keep it pretty stock standard. Oh, Jigsaw finds the opening pick from Bathroom, and it's on to Lunchbox. 0 and 6. In an international qualifying match, this is where the mental is really tested. For a young player like Lunchbox, he's struggling here on Fortress.
I'm reloading.
Oh, losing the hard breach as well on this site is going to make it really tough depending on how EP look to respond.
No secondaries either.
Yeah. It's only going to increase the filter effect here on a map which is already filter heavy for the attack. EP will just need to be cautious here though of the lurk potential here from Chiefs and the clearance potential that they do still have with several of these operators.
Big fight win.
There's
Player
one.
shuts down the boogeyman in Jigsaw. But Jigsaw's death doesn't really mean a whole lot for the defense in terms of utility. Though to be fair, most of their utility is already outlaid anyway across the map. Oh, love this from Bappen towards Bathroom. Catches a glimpse of the shoulder of Relays. Does Relays think about this? He knows he's gone prone. Expecting a swing though from the corridor. Brendo does get the kill, but Player had the insta-trade. And he does know still Bappen's position towards Bathroom. They lose Neptune. So again now at a disadvantage. It feels like it's all going to come down to Player. Jay Kenner to then be the helping hand. He does still have one Candela. Need to make the most of this. But the glasses are active at the moment for Tuhan. 35 seconds.
Yeah, he has the crossover towards Tower, so this is rough. Jay Kenner though has been able to link up with Player. 30 seconds on the clock, and they've at least taken the Warden out of play if they can hit Bathroom. But that will mean that they need to take on Bappen.
They're going to have to try and get a 2 versus 1 against Bappen with no repercussion, with no loss, and do so rather quickly. Kyra's got a good cross here as well, and does get the free kill onto Player. Bappen then catches out Jay Kenner. EP retake the lead. They go 4-3 up. Solid round started off with Jigsaw, shutting down Lunchbox. And while Player made it lively for Chiefs and gave them a glimmer of hope, ultimately, EP's defense far too good.
Yeah, certainly not the worst attempt there from Chiefs, considering they lost hard breach early on, so playing at a deficit, having to sort of play into a plan B, which was on the opposing side of the map. Player played a big role in being able to break down that first line of the defense, but then with the advantage they still had those on site, able to establish a really nice cross, making it very, very, very then challenging for Chiefs to be able to fight their way into sight. So credit to them. EP with now a 1-round lead over the games for round number 8. Intrigued to see what kind of lineup Chiefs end up opting for here. A couple of repicks to be committed to. Interestingly, the Sense to be juggled from Neptune across to Player. This might be some kind of strat that they've cooked up in preparation for this matchup. Critical though that all players are up to actually exercise that utility.
100% win rate on this side if the attacking team gets the opening kill. Storm's games. I mean, this could be a mental boom if Chiefs do get the opening kill but don't win the round and go 3-5 down.
Loading new mag.
For what it's worth, that that round as well from Chiefs. That's, I'm looking back at a lot of their attacking rounds. I think actually Pengu touched on it on the desk in terms of all the rounds that they've won on attack in this series. They've had the plant down. It's going to be a lot harder to do that probably on this map of Fortress. They're going to have to find ways to win through different avenues. But you look at the lineup that they're bringing in this round, the Sens, the Ying, they do have the ability to hit Storm's games and try and go for a plant. Shamika launcher, Nitrocell available in terms of denial opportunities for the defense.
Nitro ripped from Bap and heard that off screen.
Yeah, would want to be keeping that one in the pocket unless he's got a...
Well, I think he's doing it in preparation for the drop here from Jay Kenner Old Tower. You hit that, that's going to be huge.
Yeah. Wouldn't win the round single-handedly, but it'll definitely go a long way for Enterprise. Okay, there's the pressure from Neptune. Obviously designed to try and help facilitate for Jay Kenner. Pappen's aware of this. He really wants to stay and hold this position. He knows this Nitrocell has got Jay Kenner's name written all over it.
Might even be looking for the staircase play
There's
as
the
well.
drop. Oh, he's done all right here. Jay Kenner's dropped successfully. hasn't actually taken a lick of damage, and they get rid of Cairo. That's the Tachanka off the board. Plant potential now goes up, and there goes Jigsaw, 2-player. He's up to 11 kills. That Nitrocell still available for BAP, and they need the next kill here quickly. Enterprise, or this round could go away. Again, Jay Kenner's shield in the right place, blocks the doorway. Nitrocell thrown out. He goes down. BAP can't detonate it. As Brendo falls, it's flawless from Chiefs. Where did that come from? It's their first attacking round win of the series without a plant. That's the first time on map 3.
That was a really well-worked attack, though. There, Jay Kenner's been really good today. I think he's valued his life really well. We saw a great drop Old Tower. Then they started to mount pressure. They completely negated Bappin's ability to influence that round as well. He got forced back. He never got the Nitro out. Again, courtesy of Jay Kenner layering more pressure. Rest of the team doing their job nicely to play around him and the information that he was clearly able to relay across. They set up some simple crossfires and made life challenging for EP in that round. So credit to Chiefs.
And Lunchbox got a kill.
And maybe Lunchbox is back in the server.
And they keep that 100% win rate as well with getting the opening kill on that side of Dawn's games in the region. And let's run it back, shall we? I think you're right, though, spot on in terms of Jay Kenner just valuing his life. I think there's probably been times in the past where he can get a little bit sloppy with some of his entry positions on shield, not clearing out certain angles. It is waiting in Cafe for this 9th round now. Again, big change up in the attacking lineup for Chiefs. They'll flex onto the blitz for the first time in this half. But they do back in the Sands play again. This time Neptune will give it a go. Player read it in the previous round. Final round as well before we do get the next bans for this second half.
Yeah, it'll be intriguing to see if EP deal with the blitz or the Blackbeard.
Yeah, but you also you say that, or it's not, you can't deal with both. So do you then bother? But then potentially could create, if you don't get rid of one of them, they can be around where they go for a double up at Blitz and Blackbeard. Thatcher in this round as well from Relays.
Yeah, they're going to look to play for the Sense Plant Thatcher for cover against any potential Nitro. Only the one available for EP. And a heavy vertical presence here from EP. Typically, teams will not put up a final stand above. It is very challenging. There's very little protection on this site up above for the defense to play off. So I'd be surprised if EP look to commit here. And with Bappin down, it's a good start for Chiefs.
Yeah, Jay Kenner's playing an absolute life game right now. 7-4, his shield play's been perfect.
It's been a good
valuing
series.
his life, and then he just dies. I just can't help it. Yeah.
Who's next?
I don't know. I don't want to speak anymore.
Brendo's been pretty good today.
Hey, Brendo's been amazing today. He really hasn't done much wrong. Jigsaw right now, though, leading the troops here on Fortress. Back to 3 versus 3. Jigsaw still low. Lunchbox connects. There's the headshot onto Brendo. The Vigil will go down. Over towards Bathroom. Low on health is Jigsaw. Completely split from Tuhan. Inside a cafeteria. They've got the numbers here. Chiefs looking for a successful attack again. It's Lunchbox with a pistol. It's all down to Tuhan. And there's still 50 seconds. That Nitrosol hits nothing. They don't even slow the round down. He gets caught through the floorboards, and Chiefs will take the lead. Most importantly, they've now won 4 of the last 5 rounds. They have all the momentum. They are 2 rounds away from qualifying to the Esports World Cup. Lunchbox at LAN.
It didn't look great at the start. EP with 3 straight in the first half.
What is he doing? Sit down.
But now 5-4 and Chiefs in the lead. Goyo Flores leaves both the Blackbeard and the Blitz still up for Jay Kenner, who's been influential in this half, to say the least. EP in that last round trying hard to commit to the top floor hold. And then eventually caught out. It was a great pinch late from Lunchbox.
But it's funny because they played into the top floor hold anyway, so it's not as if they circumnavigated, beat them in that, and we're sitting back here, you know, maybe questioning the positioning. They just beat them upright. And so that's concerning if you're Enterprise. It's huge, though, for Chiefs. So there's the 2 attacking rounds. James mentioned before on the desk, the last time they played 2 attack rounds was all Chiefs got. They have some opportunities now. Minimum of 3 attempts to at least win 1 to force overtime. They don't want overtime though, they want to win this whole thing outright. We'll see if they can do it. And the bans Flores and the Goyo. So shield play will be available as well for Chiefs if they so choose. At some point they could go double shield, Blackbeard Blitz. That is an option. Again running the Sens. This will be the 3rd straight round. And first time that we see the Deimos. Mira as well employed from Enterprise. First time seeing this operator. They dropped the Vigil. Tubarao as well. First time suited up. Command bathroom was successfully defended by Enterprise in the opening round of this half. At this point, it feels almost like it's necessary to do so again.
Yeah, it's looking like Chiefs will try to enable a play here from Neptune on the vert. Jekena posturing for an eventual contest onto Cairo, tower stairs, but there's a lot of utility that's going to be standing in his way, particularly against the Azami. And this attacking lineup does lack some explosives. Sure, there are 4 frag grenades, but those are going to have to be on point. Deployable shields also available, 2 in total from EP. Flores probably would have been quite useful here. And EP, of course, banning it out and playing into that really well.
Oh, Cairo's fortunate. I thought he was about to cop a very bad timing on the reposition back, but the frag grenade doesn't connect from Jay Kenner. He wants to creep up. Cairo, is this the power play? Could get pinched. He has also allowed this push up tower stairs now. Still 2 nitro cells in pocket for EP. 3 Zoto canisters too, so utilities available. Cairo has been happy feet here in the 10th round, on the move.
Reloading, cover me.
But valuing his life now, falling back, not trying to overplay his position. Deathmark forces him all the way back to bathroom.
Well, if he dies, it's site forfeited. So well played there by Cairo.
Oh, too hard, catches player. What a timing at the doorway with a shotgun swing. The star man for Chiefs will sit this round out as the smoke plumes. The push now from Jay Kenner. He's been really good with the shield in hand, but couldn't connect with the gun as Cairo, well, he does connect onto relays. Neptune with the Vendetta. Deathmark was active. That expires. Jigsaw headshot onto Jay Kenner, and we're going 5-5. Unless this Vendetta can do a little bit more work. If Lunchbox can clutch, he will need to clutch a 1 versus 4. He got 1, no more. Bappen sits him down on that chair. Strap in, it's 5-5 on map 3.
And as a wise man once said, breakpoint round 11.
Doesn't get better than this, James, does it?
Not overly concerned for Chiefs. I think the expectation in most games is going to be that site is very difficult for the attack to break down. Your best bet is going to be up next, a random site.
You guys left it too late for the tactical timeout. They're not going to get attack.
I didn't quite catch what happened.
Well, they said that it wasn't working.
Well, they are now going to have, assuming this round is played out, defend the worst, defend the worst side in the game. Okay.
Oh man, I kind of hope they win this round so that I don't have to hear the drama.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
Oh, he's pulled the plug.
Oh.
Oh, now they've called the tech. Well, that's quite suspicious.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Jiggy, jiggy, jiggy. Straight up has disconnected from the server. Now, what this will mean is we're going to get a rehost. They're going to now get their tactical timeout. He's forced the hand. Or is it a coincidence, as they say in the business, guys?
I would also assume they can change site. So, I mean, there's no way they want to play Hammam. Like, let's be real, no one's playing. It's literally one of the worst, if not the worst site in the entire pool. So, yeah, a bit of a funny one. We'll have to look to get all the players back into the server. Hopefully it doesn't disrupt proceedings all too much. It's been a banging series so far. If you are perhaps just tuning in, a tight one here on Fortress, third map in the series. It's 5-5. It's Breakpoint up next.
Well, again, I feel like I harp on it all the time because it's a statistic that clearly has a large correlation. So again, here on Fortress, we've played 10 rounds of Siege. Only a single round has not been converted. You go back to Chalet, it was exactly the same metric. All 12 rounds were played, only a single round was not converted. You go to Bank, only 2 rounds were not converted. Those were both EP. At 5-5, heading into the last 2 rounds of regulation, I mean, it kind of points to the obvious, really. Whoever starts well should be able to end well. Let's get the boys on the desk in here for a little bit of a chin wag. Rob, what did you think of the Jigsaw disconnect? Very unfortunate timing after attempting tactical timeout that wasn't working.
Yeah, spontaneous combustion.
This is Jake stirring the pot.
Yes,
that's what that is.
He knows how to do it. He knows how to do it. Nick, obviously, timeout.
It's amazing how these technical things happen, though. Like, right when you don't manage to get your tactical timeout, that tends to be when your network drops.
It is.
Oh, well, it wasn't his network.
Well, it wasn't his network.
Because obviously his face cam was still connected. We could still see Steam on his monitor. So it must have just been the game crash.
Yeah,
but, you know, that happens, of course.
Definitely. Look, conspiracy theories will run around rampant, I'm sure, after this one. But, Nick, I think that the statement stays true that Chiefs are really showing an impressive style of play. We came into today outlining that they are looking better as an overall team, but I think that it's really starting to solidify that their new style of play coming into stage 1 has paid off dividends.
Yeah, I think Fortress is showing that right now in particular because, you know, the Monty gets banned away and I was a bit worried about their attacks when I saw it, because now instead of playing for heavy executes and plans, they have to find victories by just simply getting kills, which Dick has been talking about during his cast. And they're doing so pretty successfully. And it's about these mini executions, the Grim, the Blackbeard pushing hallways, taking control, 3-1 mini executes. And I feel like Chiefs, even going back to last playday, right, before this matchup, they were a bit more one-dimensional. You know, they had one play style, and if that wasn't working, they'll start struggling. Now they feel much more adaptable. That's a pretty big shift from the first playday here in stage finals to the second. There's only 1 week of prep work, but it's working.
Yeah, I do feel like it's despite the, you know, the storyline or whatever saying that, you know, EP's on the ropes, I really feel like this is exactly what the score says. Both teams are 2 rounds away from making it to Paris and EWC. Both the teams are looking just as good as each other right now, and it could absolutely fall either side of the fence. So I don't want to try.
On a knife's edge.
It is on a knife's edge. There's a whole myriad of different phrases and metaphors we could use in a moment like this, Rob. But I feel like both teams obviously playing their absolute hearts out right now. And I think both of them also still keeping their cool. Obviously, it's a very tense moment right now. But yeah, I think that EP, hopefully they can get their tactical timeout, whatever happens. Mag gets to talk to the boys. What we really want to see at the end of the day is the 2 best teams in OCE putting their best feet forward. We don't want to see, 90% of Enterprise today or 95% of Chiefs. We don't want to see the Hammam bomb side. Let's be real. We don't want to see it.
It's really bad.
I'm pretty confident that EP were not intending to pick it, and I sympathize with them, you know, for being in that situation where it was picked. I assume it was not deliberate. And so, yeah, I hope they get their tactical timeout, and I hope that we get to see the 110% out of both of these teams. It's been such a banging series so far.
It has.
From the back and forth Chalet on map 1 to the utter onslaught of Bank, and now onto Fortress, which is neck and neck.
Yeah, the irony here, if you look at this direct head-to-head, this is an updated head-to-head, by the way. This is in the midst of the game at the moment. 34 kills for player to Bappen's 23. And look, you could go to the head-to-head and you could talk about the fact that player was a once great player on Enterprise and all the fun stuff and all the storylines there. But I think, Nick, the clear dividing line for me is the fact that player is stepping up in a series that could potentially be one of the more important storylines of his entire career at this point.
Yeah, it's a classic, tale of you make your own story. You know, you get benched from a roster, you go up against it with a new team, and you're not good enough. You know, we kept a lot of work and we upgraded the rest. That was the tweet, right? It's a tough position to be in. And I think if player had gone to Chiefs now and had an individual bad year, let's say, and the entire roster, they weren't qualifying, they weren't doing well, that could maybe mean retirement for some of these players. Because what's the point now? I was on the best team, I got based on the best team, and now I'm not the best anymore.
Yeah.
But the fact that he's now here doing this individually has changed his story entirely, and he could very well have a long career ahead of him now because of it.
Changes what you play for, right?
For sure. I mean, for player,
It
I
does.
think his personal situation in regards to competing has changed massively in the last year, going from I might retire to, hey, I'm playing for Enterprise, the best team in Australia, I'm going to all these events, to now I'm dropped, but I've realized that this is what I want to do and I'm going to keep on working. And also, like, you know, I've shilled Chiefs a lot today, but I want to give EP some credit, right? And, we love the drama, and EP love the smack talk, but let's be real, like after 6 Invitational, where EP did not win a single map, we all knew that there was roster changes coming.
Sure.
Everybody knew that you would get Brendo and Jigsaw. That's just a no-brainer.
Yeah.
Who do you drop? Well, I think most people wouldn't have wanted to see Fisho go because he was such a good part of that team. But if you're going to not replace Fisho, or replace Fisher with someone that fills his role like Cairo, you can't replace someone like, you know, Fisher with someone like Jigsaw, right? Who do you drop from that old EP roster? It's player and relays. That's an obvious choice. No one is questioning that except for the people that are now the biggest Chiefs fans, which is totally fair. I think everyone would have agreed that Enterprise, the most potent ingredients on the EP roster from last year, were the players that have stayed on that roster, Tuhan and Bappen. So, I think what Bappen said, you know, as drama-filled as it seems, he's just saying what we're all thinking. If you have an opportunity to pick up Jigsaw and Brendo, you don't balk, you drop relays, you drop player, you create this OCE super team. But what is really exciting to me is that didn't just mean that we had some discarded players disappear. No, player and relays took that experience of being the new guys and in theory the weaker guys on EP, and they've taken that to a bunch of other lesser experienced players and built a completely new team from scratch, from the ashes of your old Ludovicas and Circular Spheres. And now we actually have 2 teams that are almost as good as each other in the same region. Like, this is a best case scenario. We can play the drama game all we like, but like, we have won out of this.
We have won.
OCE has won out of this.
We absolutely have. And look, I think you turn me around on that final point there where it's like we all have collectively won.
Totally.
But if you look at the last 4 years of OCE specifically, what's happened every time a team has made roster changes? Every time a champion team has made roster changes, they have ended up losing to the team that the player went to. And that's just the kind of...
Gaming Gladiators to Chiefs.
But even Chiefs, when they dropped Fisho Guy and God Legion, it has been a constant predecessor, slowly and surely starting to fade into the midst. And I think that this is a discussion that we could have for days, but I actually have something. Are you ready? Can I get a drum roll from you, please? We have on the line Guzlo in a telestration.
Hello. We're going back in time to the first half. Didn't quite get a chance to discuss this back in said first half, but a talking point heading into the second. We've seen the Tachanka only on one occasion. It wasn't on this site, but just something to note going forward. This was a pretty key round actually in the first half. You can see relays here on the left on the Tachanka trying to deny the plan of Cairo, but that line I've drawn in the middle of screen, basically the cutoff as to where that utility actually landed. And if we let the clip roll through, we'll see that Cairo was able to successfully stick in that very, very narrow window. Jigsaw holds the line. It was secured. It was pretty simple and straightforward from that point onwards. So again, kind of the theme of this particular series outside of map 2, so basically map 1 and 3, where small moments have really dictated the course of this matchup. And we could well see more of them going forward as this final one concludes.
Tell you what, small moments, guys, the fact that you're bringing that up is very ironic because across the course of this entire series, you ready for this, Nick? There have only been 4 opening kills that have not been converted to round wins. Talk about small moments changing the course of the entire game right now. It feels as though early momentum from both of these teams is swinging into heavy, I guess, advantages by the time we're getting to that mid-game.
Yeah. I'm not surprised. When teams are very, very close in skill level, it's going to be the small details that change the outcome of the round. But that's the beauty when we go to let's say the highest, like SI Grand Finals. It's not gonna be about like, oh my god, this team has a weaker player that's lesser. No, it's like the little minute, teeny tiny details that can alter everything. And it's what's beautiful about Rainbow Six Siege, and it's something that we speak about also having two good teams necessarily, you know, every single year, every single stage. Now we do. And we're having two teams that are so evenly matched that we're gonna talk about much more strategy, the small counters, the operator bans, all of this matters so much more. It's not just another EP game where Jigsaw drops 25 kills and it doesn't matter what they did against him because he just fragged better. There is much more to it now.
Yeah. Also, I think in the past you were talking about the different eras of OCE teams. Oh, we're back into the game. I'm going to shut the hell up. I don't really care what. I had a few points.
No, please. I want to hear this because this was a good discussion.
All right, I was going to say it tends to be that the #1 team in OCE is better than every other OCE team because of one simple thing: fundamentals. And I think Chiefs are very close to catching up with EP on their fundamentals. And so I think that is why we have two very, very strong teams. But the one thing that EP has over Chiefs is experience. And when you're 2 rounds away from making it to the Esports World Cup, that may be the difference.
Well, one thing is for damn sure, we are really entering into probably what is the most exciting OCE era that we have had in many a year. Chiefs, Enterprise, 5-5. Only one can secure an EWC ticket. Let's get back underway.
And to have confirmation that Enterprise also were able to have their tactical timeout. And we will go to waiting and cafe, no hammam. And so all is well in the world. As Rob said, 5-5. Very difficult to hazard a guess as to the way this is going to play out. I don't think you could really guess from here. This really is a classic case of if you get your chance to shine, you've got to take it. If you get a moment, you've got to claim it. Due to the rehost, numbers have unfortunately vanished, but 13-7 for Player, 10-7 for Jigsaw. They've been the best two, the only two on double digits. Lunchbox started 0-6, he's now 4-7. He's gotten a little bit more involved. Jay Kenner started hot as well, but has cooled off a little bit.
Shields remain up and available here for the attack outside of the Monty, and so Jay Kenner will once again play the blitz. He's been super disciplined on entry so far in this half, whether it be on the blitz or the Blackbeard, in taking space, layering pressure, and even adding to the kill count of Chiefs when required. They'll also bring the Thatcher, so counterplay available onto the Kaid. It's just one player offsite this time around for EP, a much less extensive roam above.
They've inversed it, really.
Yeah, they'll spread their wings horizontally this time around. Of course, they'll be exposed to the vert if they continue to play on objective, courtesy of the Ram. And so by doing so and by dispersing out, they're going to try and force isolated duels.
Yeah, but the vert isn't really the same as what you would typically see on other maps. It's not as effective. Brendo over to Hammam, which was almost the bomb site. Almost. Again, Jay Kenner valuing his life. Heard the rip of the nitro cells, hence his little fallback old tower. Again, pre-rip here from 2. Harm puts it away.
Jay Kenner goes side.
Nitro cell is thrown. It doesn't connect. And the shield blocks a couple of those bullets. Jay Kenner, if he can stick this, he's getting lower and lower. Oh. He still stays alive. Great cover as well from Relays. Jay Kenner does stick the plant. It's successful. Bappen, team kill onto Jigsaw. He's hit the wrong target. He's taken out their star player. Bappen now needs to redeem. But here comes the shield play. It's Brendo who gets the double. Once the young gunner of this region, he now is the star man. The older head to save the day as it's only Relays Neptune left. 20 seconds. Time is low for EP.
Yeah, they sent 3 above. They need to clear the vert.
Neptune gets 1 and the second. And now the 1v1. 15 seconds.
No
Neptune
time.
can play the time. There's just surely no chance. Brendo's ran out of time. Chiefs are 1 round away from the Esports World Cup. Jakey's gone and done it again.
He was really good in that round again.
We need to, at this point, get a picture of Lunchbox rather than his camera because we never get to see him. But I'm sure there he is.
He's back. He's back. He's ready to lock in. Oh, big round from Chiefs. EP invested.
But they, you know, what's interesting about it, we were speaking about, and I think Pengu was touching on it, I touched on it, the different ways to find success when earlier on in the series, it was the plant. But we didn't think that was maybe going to be a possibility, but they forced it, and it worked. They get another successful attacking round win in this series via planting. Now they get one opportunity to claim the ultimate prize.
Again, though, it's just another really good example of in a match of this high quality, it's such small margins. I mean, Cairo was a centimeter away from denying the plant. We saw a team kill. Those are incredibly infrequent.
And when it comes down to a 1v1.
Yeah. Neptune doesn't quite get traded all like so many big moments in that round. And it's Chiefs now. But can they get the job done? As James touched on the desk, and I tend to agree with him, they just haven't really been in this kind of position before. It's a little bit foreign to them, whereas for EP, this is kind of just another Tuesday. Can Chiefs get it done right here, right now?
I wonder if they might go fast again and go for that plant attempt. You've got the Sens, the Ying, and the Blitz. That's the holy trinity, really, for Chiefs and their plant potential. For Dorm's games. This is a site Enterprise have not successfully defended. In fact, it's only top floor command bathroom that they've been able to successfully defend in this half. They will have to now do something they've not done in this match.
Try to get through that. Stick around.
They dropped the Tachanka. At this point, it probably hasn't been an operator with a large amount of successes, actually evident by your telestrator.
Lights on. Lights on.
And they bring the Warden.
Oh, they go.
And they will look to pick up the pace. Jay Kenner, though, expecting there to be the pressure. He goes pistol out at 6'5", gets the kill onto Brendo, but he goes down, and so does Neptune. And so now at a disadvantage as they lose relays 3 rapidly in the grave for Chiefs in a 2 versus 4. Overtime's brewing. Unless Lunchbox and player can combine in a 2 versus 4. Jigsaw 1 HP, Karu half health, still a minute 40. What can they do in the 2 versus 4? They got 2 ROUs, they got no Candelas, and 2 frag grenades, now 1.
I think it would be unfair to rule them out here. There's a lot of time, and with 2 players low, it's possible, but it is such incredibly low percentage from here, and EP will 100% be as locked in and as disciplined as they have been this stage in such a crucial moment, and they've been given an opportunity now to reposition and establish these trades, these crossfire positions. It's a double stack from Chiefs with 60 seconds on the clock.
Well, he couldn't, could he, against his old team, player. With how good he's been, the MVP of this series, can he find a plant potential?
No nitro.
It would be quite fascinating. But he fakes it first time, doesn't want to stick it. Player hits the headshot onto Jigsaw. He was low. There's the trade, and that's the round. And we go overtime. Yeah, that's right. A little fist bump from Bappen. They escape death in regulation. All rounds of regulation have expired. Overtime is needed to separate these two, to see who goes to the Esports World Cup. EP will get double defense.
I feel like I'm at a set of Linkin Park or something right now.
The music kicked in. I gotta say, it's pretty high. That's
the tension is rising.
The tension has definitely risen to the top. Sorry, the guitar riff just threw me off. Oh, 6-6. Overtime. Map 3. Upper bracket final. Both of these two teams just 2 rounds away from heading to the Esports World Cup. Enterprise see off 1 match point. Opportunity for Chiefs. That was also the only the second round that the opening kill did not convert into a round win. The last time it happened was back in round 2. That was also Jay Kenner. Poor old Jakey has had 2 opening picks where the round was then not converted. Straight to command bathroom for Enterprise. This has not been won by Chiefs on their attack. In fact, the last time they won it in general was all the way back in the opening round of this map, which was defense, obviously. I had to, just in case. I don't know.
Yeah, it's hard to say if there's really a favored starting side here in overtime. Naturally, EP will likely take a little bit of favor. But I think it's,
I mean, 3-3 half into 3-3 half. Like, yeah, it's I think you'd slightly rather be on defense, though.
It's up to Chiefs to break that trend, and a round here would be huge in setting themselves up. They'll bring the Deimos again. It's Neptune to once again fulfill that role and try to play a lurk presence below. In the meantime, EP established some presence second floor on the opposing side of the map, but evidently by their body language and the setup, it doesn't really look like they're going to be committing to that point. Instead, they'll look to play onto the denial that they have with the Nitro cell of Cairo. I will say that it's a little bit more trap heavy this time around as opposed to raw denial, because they don't have the Thorn, they don't have the Goyo.
They're largely losing to shield play. Largebox dead. He's 0-3 in entry battles, although that wasn't much of a battle on his part as Cairo gets a freebie advantage for Enterprise. Sliver of damage onto Jay Kenner from Bappin, forced back in towards site. A lot harder to win the battle of the flurry of kills that we've seen here in Fortress when you're down a player early, but they do connect onto Jigsaw. Bappin gets aggressive though. Grismont Mine was thrown out, but he just found nothing. The timing on that swing just didn't eventuate into actually running into any member of Chiefs for either good or bad. Funnily enough, now as he slipped back over to Museum, Jay Kenner's then backfilled in as to where Bappin was. 55 seconds, 4 versus 4. It feels like that next kill is just so crucial for either team. There is still a Nitrocell for Cairo. A flash available from Relays could help them get into the site. Jay Kenner up close. Bappin tried to win the guard break battle, and Bappin does, and Relays falls. Bappin goes demon mode to start OT, but player needs to respond. Gets rid of one and the second. It is almost destined to be player versus Bappin, but Neptune steps in. Divine intervention helps out his teammate, and down to 200. And immediately Deathmark, they know exactly where he is located. Neptune with the kit can go for the plant inside of Commander. Do they have to cross? No! Player has rotated. He's first floor. There's only 8 seconds. Player, where have you gone? You've left this now down to 3 seconds left. You must get this cross. You cannot allow Neptune to die, but Neptune will get the plant. Gets off. Shotgun! What a strange ending to the round, but it is Chiefs that get yet another match and series point.
They could not have made that any more stressful.
Word.
Holy moly. They got a little bit fortunate there that Tuhan respected them and expected that cross to be held.
I thought it was there, and then I look over and he's first floor.
He clearly just didn't hear the drop, otherwise obviously he would have pushed forward and would have been a free kill.
Tactical timeout from Chiefs. Nate wants to speak to the troops one final time as they're 7-6 up. They're 1 round away. 1 round, 2 chances for Chiefs. EP must now win 2 straight, 1 on the attack and 1 on the defense, or they face lower bracket. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, we have another series after this tonight. Rival versus Man Al Otho. Losers out of finals. Winner will take on the loser of this match for a spot at the Esports World Cup next week. Well, not next week, this week, but it's a long week. The end of this week.
For EWC, which is in about 2 weeks.
Well, 2.5, I think, or 3.
Something like that. Oh, the tension.
Yeah, I mean,
it doesn't feel like we've quite had a game like this for some time.
I know. And honestly, I'd love to know what Nate actually has been kind of speaking to there. I wonder if it's just words of encouragement, if it's strategical, whatever it is. Boy, I thought Bappin was about to put them to sleep in this round. It was a 4 versus 2 advantage, and then player does what he does best.
Oh, that round could have gone. That round could have gone so wrong.
Oh, that's us. They haven't seen us tonight until then.
Yep.
Well, I mean, I was on the Setups Goes Pro segment, but
yeah, well, it didn't last long.
Yeah, it did not. So, 2 chances for Chiefs. They go defense. And it's kind of like what you were saying, but it's not like their defense was this, like, impassable obstacle that Enterprise couldn't deal with. Think back after the opening round, they won 3 straight, 3 different sides. Like, I mean, EP have got the ability to win here on the attack.
But what side have they elected to go to? It isn't going to be that
Dorms Games, yeah,
it's
that's
not going to
true.
be the expected choice.
Dorms Games, though, was a 1-1 split in the first half. Blackbeard not available, which was used in one of the attempts of this site for Enterprise. The one in which they won it, they have to go Monty again, which is what they did in the second half of the first half. Very similar looking lineup, actually pretty much close to identical, but they dropped the Twitch. Dropped the Twitch for the Ace, to be specific, and that's it. That was the only change they made. Which, to be honest, looking at the lineup of Chiefs, yeah, that Twitch could actually be quite handy, but you bring in the Ace for a reason, can deal with the mirror window. Open up breach. This is the most nerve-wracking kind of round, though, if you're Chiefs, not even if you're EP.
Well, no one wants to put a foot wrong.
No.
You don't want to be the player that dies first in this round. It has been, for the most part, a telling metric in this series. A couple of exceptions.
Well, up until the last 2 rounds.
Exactly, yeah.
That's where it's kind of flipped a little bit.
Pressure on Cairo this round. The Monty roll for the old tower drop, he commits.
Pressure in general, but this is, as a professional player, this is what you dream of playing in these sort of matches. Impact from Jay Kenner, largely ineffective. Yellow ping, those ones that has pushed up. Again, these impacts not really amounting to much. Oh, Jigsaw has absolutely destroyed Jay Kenner, and relays then to follow. There's 2 from Jiggy. And a 2-player advantage for EP. Once again, facing the prospect of that lower bracket. They just always seem to then have that energy. The Chiefs brought back a 2v4 in the previous round. 3v5 isn't beyond them, but the plant going down inside of games. Nothing to deny. If that plant goes down, it becomes very difficult for Chiefs. Now into the post plant, down 2 players. This seems very unlikely. As Neptune falls, 7-7 is inevitable. We need all 15 rounds on the 3rd and final map of this lower bracket final between the 2 best teams in this region, as Jigsaw, a statement made on that entry. Let's do this one final time between Chiefs and Enterprise. It's overtime, match point, round 15. You win this round, you're off to Paris.
What a moment, though, for Jigsaw. I'm looking across at his numbers for this afternoon, and they have not been particularly great. That round brought him back up to 21-26. He's going pretty significantly negative by his standards. So to step up in that moment, hit the double, open up the round, and allow free passage for Cairo in towards the objective, ultra impressive. And that's why he's such a formidable force. You never quite know when Jigsaw is going to show up, but it's typically going to be in those big moments.
That's why he's been the region's best player for how long now? Many years. 7-7. Wow. It's also 3 of the last 4 rounds, though, that the attacking team has won. Could that be a positive omen for Chiefs? Can Enterprise, who have now seen off 2 match points of Chiefs, now get their first opportunity with their own match point, but one of which that is shared with Chiefs? Command Bathroom. This is a site that was largely impenetrable up until round 13. Chiefs cracking it to start OT. EP will double down and give it another go. No Kaid, instead swapped out for the Mute. That's the only change in the lineup for Enterprise since we last saw this site 2 rounds ago. Early Nitrocell from Cairo. Maybe anticipating that early movement from Chiefs, but it doesn't land. Another one available from Tuham, but it's not as if they've brought a lot of Nitrocells. Only 1 left.
Yeah, it was a good read, but Jay Kenner was able to time it correctly and ensure that he didn't take any damage.
They dropped the snake, by the way, for the gridlock. Otherwise, the rest is the exact same for Chiefs.
The Deimos into the Mute repick as well is going to be intriguing. It's going to offer greater protection to those anchors on the objective. And to be fair, overall, EP have done a pretty good job in countering the Deimos over the course of this map.
Apologies also, the Blackbeard swapped over to the Blitz for Jay Kenner, entrusting more so for the ability to close the gap, get a flush kill. Cairo playing at the doorway. He'll fall back. A little bit of game of cat and mouse to begin.
I think Chiefs will be pretty happy though. They've taken a lot of this space without a lot of risk taken outside of really the early Nitro. It's been pretty smooth sailing.
But at the same time, if you're Enterprise, I'm saying this is the kind of round where we fall back, force them to clear us, force them to have to make the play. And therefore, by trying to make that play, likely that they might make a mistake or two.
AP needs to be careful though. They have very limited plant denial. It's really just the one Nitro, right? No smoke.
Player still outside. There's someone I want inside of the building. It's him.
Activating Selma.
We had the rehost, by the way. Player 16 and 10. Jigsaw 14 and 10. It's relays, and he gets the opening kill onto Bappin. 65 seconds, 5v4. Chiefs with the opening kill. And onto a star player in Bappin of his caliber. That is a huge kill. He's more than capable of finding 2-3 in the pinch.
Only 3-second floor at the moment. I think Kairo's maybe gone searching for the Deimos, but Neptune's back up above. This is not a great position for EP, and again, as I said before, there's such limited plant denial.
Jay Kenner, well, sorry, not into sight, but getting close to sight now, 40 seconds. Main stairs, love this little angle found, but Jigsaw losing out. Sorry, Jigsaw finding the kill onto Lunchbox. Player relays 2 apiece down to Tui, and Jigsaw falls. It's only 200 left in the 1v3. A flurry of kills to close it all out once again as Jay Kenner is cautious in his approach through bathroom. Tuhan expecting the cavalry to play behind him, but it's Neptune that slips over with the kit. It's a fake. Jake hasn't got the kit. The plan's going down. Tuhan tagged up, tries to create that rotate hole, but can't escape. And here comes Jakey. Glass is activated from Tuhan, but that ain't saving you. Lower brackets, your fate. Enterprises, Chiefs are heading to the Esports World Cup and redemption for player. Jakey's going to land. Lunchbox, strap yourself in, baby. It's a long flight to Paris.
Wow, what a historic moment for the Oceanic region as the emotions, they outpour for Chiefs.
And the somber faces for EP.
That lower bracket is no guarantee.
Not a guarantee, but they will go in as favorites. There's no disregarding that. But you lose a series like this, map 377, it's demoralizing.
How deep are the scars?
How
I think
deep?
I said this last week. If EP or Chiefs go on to lose this series, how scarred will they be for the lower bracket run?
I think they'll be a little bit scarred, but I think their quality will largely take care of business, you would imagine. But who knows? Anything can happen in that lower bracket. Of course, we're not done for the day. Not only are we going to break down this match on the desk, but then later, coming up, rival man LFO, a lower bracket match, an elimination game still to follow as well. Lots more still to come.
We said it was going to be competitive. We had hoped it was going to be everything that we wanted, and boy, did it deliver. Holy crap. What a matchup, what a series, overtime to the absolute brink, and we have teams that honestly are so evenly matched in the server, it makes for absolute cinema. My only concern, Dev, is how are we going to keep Lunchbox seatbelted on an aeroplane? We are going to have to really get some support for that boy, because my God, this whole series has really set a tone.
Yeah, look, Lunchbox was standing up after every round. I mean, Chiefs have just stood up and taken a bow. That is incredible. Of course, there's still an opportunity for EP to get revenge in the grand final and take preferential seeding going into what Chiefs have just qualified for, the Esports World Cup. I can't believe it. For 3 of these players, it's their first ever time going to an international event, and for player and relays, it's a return after getting dropped from EP.
Yeah.
They had to earn their way back here.
Yeah, they did. They've had to fight tooth and nail to make it. And ultimately, this is where they're going to end up. EWC in Paris. If you want to see the Chiefs compete live, well, if they get there, if they get through to the final, but if you want to watch them compete live, because they're going to go to the finals, R6S 15 for 15% off your tickets. But this is the best segue I could ever have. Let us welcome in our very first player into EWC from the APL is player himself.
Oh my God, guys.
Brother!
Mate. First off, just raw emotions right now. What are you feeling? How are you feeling?
Bro, I was like, when we won, bro, like low-key tears came out of my eyes, bro, because like, honestly, like we put so much fucking work. Oh, sorry, boys. We put so much work, like,
That's okay.
into that, and it's like we didn't even you know, there's obviously still finals, but I don't know why, like that win just meant like so much for us. Like genuinely, like all the hard work we put in just like finally paid off. Like seriously.
Yeah, player, look, I'm sure it feels very different for each of you on that roster. Of course, for you and Relays, having teamed up with a lot of the boys you just sent down to the lower
really
bracket.
good right now, Dev.
It'd be very different. It'd be very.
Why do you sound sexy? Why does he got a sexy voice in?
Hey, player. How you feeling today?
Sorry, go on.
Sorry, man. I'm a bit under the weather, but honestly, it's just after what you just put on, I put this voice on just for you, man.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, you distracted me. Lost my train of thought. What I was saying is I'm sure it feels very different to all the boys on your team. You and Relays going back to Paris, of course, and beating your old team to do so. And for the 3 new kids on the block, like obviously like Jake, Box, Neptune, they've been playing the game for ages. They've been grinding up through these kind of like mid-pack teams for a while. And you and Relays have helped them get to the top. What do you think, like, what was the vibe in the Discord call, the TeamSpeak server, when you guys won, each individual player having their own reason to be so hyped to be going to EWC?
I think just like pure emotion. Like I think everyone definitely shed a tear. Like I think it's just like it's honestly so crazy. Like even though there's 2 spots for like this event, like it's still so crazy. Like how much we've shown to prove ourselves. Like obviously beating EP in the group stage, and then beating them in the playoffs as well. Like it just like they're just crazy. Honestly, like the inexperience that they have. Like it doesn't really matter because like they act so experienced, to be honest. So I think they're just like right now after that win, they're just so proud of themselves because like obviously they've never even come near an event, and to make this event, EWC is just so special to me and all of them as well.
Nick?
So talking about the emotions and the individual performances, right? You in particular had a dominant best of 3. All 3 maps you're fired up, you're making big plays, etc. Slow start on Chalet, but we got there on Bank, we got there on Fortress. Talk me through that very final round, because what we saw from like the observing point of view, right? You guys are doing the over clear take, your own clearing, you get meeting control, and then you kind of flip the attack at the end. And I'm not sure if you guys communicated this or if it was just like Jakena doing goat things in the middle of the round. Jakena walks into the horse hallway, tanks the Fenrir mine, and just starts ADSing the enemy saying, look at me, I'm baiting it. You storm in through the door and you take the gunfight. How does that play happen? Is that telegraphed? Is it communicated? Did you just feel each other out on the server? What happened?
Yeah, so like, I guess that kind of round was played, you know, in the round, to be honest. Like it wasn't pre-planned or whatever. Yeah. We obviously wanted to sweep across because we kind of checked through our cams if there was water now, because we didn't want to sweep into a cade. After we didn't see the cade, we obviously went to sweep. At first, we were looking to go bathroom plant because there was like a lack of plant denial, right? But yeah. I think we just saw like all of them aggressing bathroom and briefing. So Ollie or Relays made the call just to switch go horse, and we just all committed to it. I was ready to grim out the horse player as well, and Jake was just beaming through the red marks, and then obviously we won that 3v1.
Player, I think I share your emotion in this, because I know what it means for you personally. We've had conversations at events, we've had conversations offline. I know that this is such an insane. This is an insane feat to beat them in the upper bracket final where there's no excuses whatsoever. This is the first spot to EWC. This is such an important moment for you and the team. And firstly, I just want to congratulate you on an unbelievable match. Like, this might be one of the top series that I've seen in OCE, especially given the context. But secondly, as much as I would love to keep talking to you, we've got a patch update coming, and we also have another game to get to. And I hate to do this, but I want to hear your final thoughts. Please give it to us. Who would you like to shout out? What would you like to say?
Bro, shout out EP, bro. Shout out Bappin. Shout out Duhan for all those nice messages on Twitter.
Yeah.
I'm happy I proved, like, obviously, I haven't obviously talked shit or anything. I'm just happy I got to, like, prove their words wrong and, like, make a name for myself. So I'm just happy, like, the team was able to help me throughout this whole stage. So yeah, just thank you to the team, thank you to my family, thank you to everyone watching. Honestly, I really feel the support, and thank you guys for casting as well.
No, don't thank the casters. The casters are terrible. Player, thank you very much for joining us. Give our love to the rest of the team, and please reiterate to Jake and Box that I cannot believe they're actually going to an international event to represent O's. Crazy, man. Go and enjoy, Player. We'll speak to you soon, mate.
Oh, let's go. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, there we go. Pure, raw emotion. And I think, Nick, what we're seeing on our cameras right now, this is the ultimate test of what a team can do when you go back to the drawing board, when you pull together a ragtag team that no one expects anything of, but you hold yourself to higher standards. You hold yourself to a level of professionalism that will ultimately get you to this place.
Yeah, and just to reiterate how they got there, the couple of final rounds, right? At the 5-5 breaking point, everyone's favorite round, they attack Kitchen. The tertiary bombs that are actually very difficult to break usually on the attack. They get into a post plant, but they're 2 versus 3. All 3 EP players are flanking them top floor, and they win the round by getting the kills and on the timer. It's beautiful, right? Then you go to 6-6 eventually. They go for a crazy play. It doesn't work out. Player net clutch 2 versus 4. Player falls down the hatch, has a sprint across the building with 8 seconds left, get the cover, and they also win that clutch. Then EP win, we're on 7-7, and then we see that final round play out. It was such a hard-fought victory for Chiefs with a multitude of micro plays, hero plays, and adaptations in the server. And players said it during an interview, all their hard work is finally paying off, because I feel like in the beginning here of stage finals, they did look a bit sloppy. They didn't have the same depth or adaptation, and today they really proved that they do have what it takes to be maybe even the absolute best team here in OCE.
I'm just wondering when reality is going to set in that we have 4 former Circular Spheres players going to EWC.
Oh my god.
Never.
Oh, okay.
We never have to talk about that ever again because we are speed running. We are moving on to the next series. It is time for us to talk about Rival Esports, a roster that honestly I think have come together quite nicely. Again, looking at the Chiefs and looking back to the conversations that I was having with them prior to kickoff, I put Rival Esports in pretty much the same category. Obviously, the caliber of players were different, Dev, but I expected Rival Esports to finish in the top 4, and I think they've impressed us. They've also left a little bit to our imagination.
For sure. Like, you take the old Team Anios, who beat Chiefs in a best of 3 in kickoff, by the way, and then you add Wedables, a very storied player who's been to SIs and Mages plenty back in the old Bliss days. And you end up with what is on paper a very deadly team, but a deadly team that struggled to find as many wins as perhaps we expected. Of course, they lost to both Chiefs and EP very convincingly in the groups. And then also to Man LFO, a couple of convincing wins over the other teams. But what's funny really is, we haven't actually seen any close games from Rival so far in the BO1s. They've all been very quick ones. Man LFO, on the other hand, I mean, man, they have been looking phenomenal. Of course, still a step behind EP and Chiefs, but I think these guys are the obvious bridesmaids behind those 2 big dogs.
Nick, when we look at Man LFO, do you think that they could? Do you think they could actually contest for an EWC spot in this bracket?
It's really hard to say for both Rival and Man LFO, just for the simple reason that we just saw the level in this BO3 with Chiefs and Enterprise, and they both look so absolutely strong. For Chiefs to take down EP has to have their hero players not drop 20 kills, and that's super rare, while Chiefs are putting out clutches. So for either of these 2 teams to take it in the lower bracket, it seems difficult. But mind you, if you win right here, the winner goes up against a super tilted Enterprise for the final spot. I think both Rival Esports and Man LFO, if they show up on the day, like I always say, right, at 110%, and EB they have a bad showing, that's going to be the upset.
It's like watching a game of footy. The team that scores the most goals is going to win the game at the end of the day.
They
if you
win
turn
the
up
game.
and
That's
you
just how it
perform
is.
well, typically you will indeed, Nick, you will win. Let's go ahead, have a look at the VODs for this one. I think that we're pretty evenly matched. I think that this is a very similar context to what we had in the upper bracket. Obviously, 2 completely different spectrums of where OCE sits. Consulate, Bank, and Lair. Starting out on Consulate, guys, if we deep dive into this one, I do get a little bit worried because Consulate is not the easiest map to play in the world, Dev, and I feel like complicating it on a first pick in a best of 3 at this level of the game, what are we going to expect?
Yeah, and the thing is here, Man LFO pick the map, means Rival get to pick defense, and Consulate is a hard map to attack. Big map, a lot of roam clearing to do, a lot of choke points, a lot of problem solving, a lot of things that can go wrong. You know, you're bringing a Kappa Tower or some nades, as soon as you mess that up, you're done. Especially, after the patch comes through, as the patch notes have just come out, with Jaeger and Wamai getting some buffs, I think it's only going to get harder in future. Yeah, but I think, in theory, nice, but like, let's be real. I think Jaeger or Mai are just going to fortify power positions on maps like Consulate even more. It's going to be a tough start for Man LFO, but of course we don't know much about Consulate for either of these teams, having not played at this stage. So I really hope for their sake that Man LFO starts strong on the attack.
Well, do you know what the best part is? We don't have to wait long to find out whether they will or not. This
2-0
best of
rival.
3, you reckon 2-0 rival? Holy crap, Nick, that was quick.
Yeah, I think so. I didn't get a point. Just going to put it in there before you totally cast it. I think Rival 2-0 in comfortable fashion. They get stars out on Consulate. That's the map over right here. Like we got a bank. Rival should have beaten Chiefs, but they bottled multiple map points at that moment, and therefore Chiefs made a comeback happen. So I generally think Rival have a comfortable 2-0 here.
Nick, I don't even know why I was speed running a throw to them, because we don't actually have to throw to them. We can deep dive into the bans. I don't know if either of you want to touch on this or whether we just want to go to the subpar commentators.
No, Nick actually has a really good point to make here.
Oh yeah, apparently I do, guys. I was gonna say, if you really want to lock me up, Mirror Clash Asami, and I'm gonna be a happy boy.
You want to talk about the Tachanka? That's the thing. I knew they were gonna ban Tachanka.
Oh right,
obviously.
Tachanka.
And how much
That's
you
the
love
ban,
Tachanka.
right? Yeah. No, so you knew, but I didn't know, but it was my point. That's a tough one, actually. No, I think this is good stuff, but I still think that defense on Consulate is just, like, insanely difficult to play against, and it could be very easy, like, 5-1-4 to half, and then it's wraps.
James?
I'm good, man.
Yeah, you're all good. I saw you looking down.
No,
You
okay.
are absolutely out of it. You're into the abyss. Hopefully we can take this game to the abyss. We need this to be a quick 2-0. Not because we don't like either team, but because we want to see it done before the update hits. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you, boys. That was a quick little break between our upper bracket final and what is now match of the day potential. I think this goes 3 maps, 8-7, 8-7, 8-7.
Just for clarity, I assume we are skipping the ramen tasting for today.
No, we can still do the ramen. Didn't they tell you that we're doing it mid-cast?
Well, I hope it's not spicy today. That would make our job very difficult.
I think we'll have to do a double ramen tomorrow.
Maybe.
I had word, actually. Yep. Okay. So if the game does actually go to 8-7, we will be doing ramen. Most likely because we'll be in a maintenance break.
We're going to have to find something to fill the maintenance break.
So focusing on this series, Man LFO and Rival. Loser will be out of finals. Winner will now get to play Enterprise. What a prize that seems to be, that you get to play EP. But that match, if you can get there, will qualify you to EWC. Man LFO started the stage absolutely red hot. Rival on the opposite were ice cold to begin. But they're the team that's probably in better form coming into this matchup.
What did you think of Nick's hot take with the Rival 2-0? Are you in agreement?
I mean, it's very, very difficult to disagree.
His radar's been pretty good
Nicholas
tonight.
Morrison.
He called Chiefs.
He did. Edibles gets the opening kill onto Hunter. Edibles is also getting a little bit better as the stage has gone off, but he was locked in. Knowing Edibles, he was definitely sitting back, watching that grand final, ready to go for this one. Well, this is the battle against Beers. I said grand final, upper bracket final. I think Edibles would love to play in the grand final. Of course, one of these two would have to make the grand final to qualify for EWC. Proxy is going to be one to watch. You think about someone like Lunchbox going to an international event. Proxy's another younger player that's clearly got some really good potential in the region. Pace just slows down here in the opening round after an exchange of kills on the top floor.
Plenty of time remains in this opening round as Man LFO try to formulate a game plan. Unfortunately for them, though, it's fallen apart at the seams.
Well, this is Chef Jeff's element. Once you get to final, Chef Jeff is, well, a different beast altogether. Well, a Razor, lovely little pop-up from long dash. Chef Jeff over towards Vending, and Rival are on the board. Good start for the man in the screen.
Yeah, Rival's trajectory over the course of this stage has been...
Beers with his lunchbox impression. He's also got the nose strip.
Yeah.
He's full cosplaying at this point.
Well, how many rounds until he takes it off like player?
Yeah. Did we ever end up getting the
before and after.
the before and
stat line?
after?
I don't know,
Your
but
bombs from being defused by attackers.
yeah, in terms of circling back to the rival storyline, they've had probably one of the more unique trajectories I think we've probably seen in OCE for some time, where understandably
Located a bomb.
newly formulated teams normally will start slow and then build
Well,
up, but in OCE it normally takes the course of like a year
Not
or
only that, but
even
when you
longer, but this has been rapid.
Your newly formulated team doesn't even last in before the stage begins because they had issues with Killerman.
Yeah.
And ACOG had to, I think it was like 3 days ahead of the first match or something
It
ridiculous.
was a very close deadline, yeah.
Of course, rival 4th seeded team. 2 points over 7, 3 points over Shy Academy. So it got pretty close towards the tail end of the group stage. In hindsight, they did pretty well against Chiefs, guys, for rival. 7-3 loss on Lair, but then 8-6 on Bank, which after what we just saw Chiefs do to Enterprise, 7-0 on Bank, for them to get 6, they're probably sitting back thinking, geez, we're not that bad. We got 6 on Bank and EP got 0.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think rival are to be underestimated, and if this does eventually turn into a dominant win, they'd be far from favourites. They'd be far from favourites against EP, but I think they could go toe-to-toe and at least make it exciting, at least make it a little bit interesting. And they have no pressure. They have no pressure on them, right?
Meadows would be like that Grim Reaper. Remember me?
Yeah.
Player got his revenge. I'm looking for mine.
That would be a long-winded revenge.
Yeah,
but
very long-winded. I did retire. 4 Nitro Cells in play. Make it 3 with Eraser's dad, but that one connects from Wettable, speaking of him.
Wett's
Wettables.
back. He's back.
Yeah, I think he's back. He's starting to perform as we get deeper into finals. He does overextend a little bit, though. Dies out to Elements, but courtesy of the damage from Pluto. 3v3. Very reminiscent of the opening round. Again, that sort of flurry around the minute 40 mark, and then slow down. But, well, the slow down won't come. It's actually going to be the plant towards Cafeteria. Don't think Rival are even aware of this. It's going to be a successful plan. It was a double stack Elements and Beers. And now that timer,
they're playing retake.
Ticks down.
ACOG's going to have to play retake into the mirror here. Good luck. No, I don't think this round's going to work out. They've left themselves a very, very, very small window here, Rival. I don't know if this has been the play.
Got to push together, play together. ACOG's going to have to eat that call. Jeff to clear out. Oh, lovely headshot onto Beers, but wasn't ready for Pluto. Man, LFO, they get the second round. Despite the flurry of kills from Wettables, played the mirror window actually quite well. But man, LFO, they just went direct, and in the end, that was the reason for the round win.
Yeah, I do wonder, mate. I mean, this is like a super niche thing to have done in the moment, and I don't think it would have changed the round, but maybe if Wettables had popped that mirror window before dying to the payload, it could have helped alleviate some of the pressure.
Imagine if he pops the mirror window, though, and then he doesn't die.
I know.
That's what, yeah.
Like,
I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying.
I prefaced it with it being a bit of a ridiculous statement, but it could have been interesting. I don't know.
To have the clairvoyance in knowing, yeah, I'm probably dead here.
Like,
I'm
would it
gonna
take
pop the mirror window.
an insane read and a crystal ball to kind of know how the rest of the round would play out?
Wettables has started absolutely red hot. 4 kills in the opening 2 rounds. And while back in his heyday, in his prime, he was a pretty good fragger. Don't get it twisted right now. And certainly since he's come back from retirement, he's as hardcore support as you're going to find. Although he has picked things up as the stage has progressed. At one point, Wettables was in, I believe, well, he was definitely in the bottom 10 at one point. And now he's sitting 24th rated. He's actually roughly tied. Oh, hang on, so I'm on the wrong stat. Sorry, let me recalibrate. No, yeah, he is 24th rated. I was on the right stat. He's actually tied with Tuhan. So they're both are in that middle section of the league. ACOG goes down early. Another rush coming in from Man LFO. Bringing the pace here. Again, split site does mean they can push straight into server. That's what Sharky wants to do. But Wettables didn't even get a chance to fight there. Pluto ripped his head off pretty quickly as Sharky goes very deep inside of server. Can get this plant down. He's the best planter in the region.
Oh. Proxy can't quite find an avenue to deny the plant. And so Man LFO retain their advantage and able to double dip here with the reattempt. Eraser tries to progress forward. Elements foul in the meantime.
Well, and means Sharky's kind of stuck here. He's got two bearing down on him. Needs help from Beers. Beers will provide the help. And boy, they both combined lovely. That was a 2v2. Now with the back up against the wall for Sharky. Sharky's played that round so well. Just gets so deep in towards the site so quickly. The way he was sort of just navigating around potential C4s, potential utility, didn't panic the plant, eventually gets it down, and then in the post plant, didn't panic, trusted Beers. They both took one apiece. Man LFO go 2-1 up.
Mirror and Dockerby to be banned out then for the remainder of this first half. Mirror's seen a bit of play time, has been pretty influential over the course of this map thus far. The Dockerby too has also been pretty potent. It's going to be very intriguing if this match ends up getting played over 2 patches, because Dockerby is about to get nerfed into the ground.
Yeah, I actually haven't had time to look at... Have you actually had time to look at the...
Yeah. I mean, I can rattle through a couple of them.
Maybe just the big ones, I guess, would be interesting. I guess on the premise that, yeah, they will have to play potentially across 2 patches.
Yeah, so the Dockerby cooldown is now per target and 14 seconds from 7.
So, I mean, in terms of the Dockerby cooldown per target, I mean, does that, I guess, then incentivize not having to eat the call as much? Like, pending, of course, your situation. So you think about a lot of the times at the moment, calls are being eaten even...
Because you're less likely to get spammed.
Yeah.
I suppose so. Jaeger's also a 3-speed, so we're going back 10. We're going back 10 years.
Okay, I'm expecting to see far more Jaeger.
Well, I got a couple of buffs. Interestingly,
well, mine as well.
Not the 3-speed, no, but he's magnets. He's getting 7 total.
Oh, okay, well, welcome back, Hatch.
And Sophia's also getting 3 concussions and 3 impact grenades. Everyone's getting a buff. Okay. You get a buff, you get a buff, and you get a buff.
Do I get a buff?
I don't know if you get a buff.
Oh. Well,
there's a couple of other smaller ones, but...
What do we... Oh, hang on. ACOG, what?
I don't know if impact grenades are having their range extended. Let me just double check.
He's throwing that at the roof.
No, impact grenades are not getting changed. Sorry, ACOG.
I think he might have been potentially on for a kill there as well. Consulate is the map pick of Man LFO for what it's worth. I know we kind of sped through the pre-show for this series. Wonderful headshot from Chef Jeff through the floorboard onto Hunter. I'll talk about going the other way if you're the Buck. That's something the Buck wants to do.
Chef Jeff, he's a big match kind of guy. He knows when to turn it on.
Doesn't mind a little bit of the chatter as well, Chefy Jeffy.
They're in a good position now, rival.
Keep it active.
It's about holding their nerve and not giving away that free pick back.
I think that the way that you do get back into this round is potentially Sharky with the Rayora, although he just threw a gate out. I was going to think maybe they might want to use one of them to actually help take long desk. Otherwise, they don't really have anything else. I don't think Eraser's going to care too much about the Grimbees with the Quan Hive launcher. Well, Sharky just sent it. Yeah, that's just desperate play. And tried to get a timing maybe with Pluto top spiral. Pluto, good swing, headshot kill. And that does get him a little bit of vision over towards long desk. Captures Wettables walking in. And that's Elements down on the ground. Pluto actually pops the Vulcan canister, but Chef Jeff, ACOG, Proxy, all very low on health. Makes it a little intriguing.
Not impossible.
Pluto does have the kit. I agree. Not impossible here. This is very doable right now for Pluto.
He could get caught
but he's got no intel. He's got no intel. That's the only problem. There was a drone in lounge. There was a drone in lounge. There was a drone in lounge, and that gets the kill onto ACOG. 20 seconds. Really good team play there from Elements, who was watching that drone. There is also a drone inside a CO. If he gets this plant down, he gets off it expecting someone to be close by, and they are split. He could take the 2 isolated fights. He wins the first one. Down to Chef Jeff. Pluto looking for the ace. I think he might have to look for the kill, to be completely honest. Chef Jeff not exactly sprinting. Pluto's going to get this off, give himself the chance, but Chef Jeff, and this desk slam from Pluto. Not only was that to win the round, it was also for the ace. He is frustrated as Chef Jeff spins on him.
Yeah, good composure there from Chef Jeff and being able to time his run. Caught Pluto in a position where it would have been highly, highly unlikely and unusual for him to get off the plant at that point, allowed him to close the gap, and then was able to pounce on Pluto with the swing.
Yeah.
He was visibly frustrated.
But look, he really shouldn't be that frustrated with himself. He can be frustrated with the fact that...
I think he played it as best as he could, to be honest.
I think it's more of a frustration that he didn't win the round, not so much, I messed up. He didn't do really anything wrong. Fair effort, though. I mean, that's as nice try as you're ever going to get. Because the round was looking pretty grim, I'm not going to lie. Got fed that one there from Wettables. Wettables is going to just calm things down a little bit. That hot start, 4 kills in 2 rounds, has evaporated pretty quickly to 0 in the next 2 rounds after that. Chef Jeff just chews his gum.
He's locked in. He's a big moment player.
Oh, I think Chef
I'm not
Jeff,
even saying that as a meme.
No, exactly. Chef Jeff knows if he gets to that match against Enterprise, they're a chance. Not a high one, but
they will have 0 pressure.
Exactly.
They have that massive
negative
bomb.
0.
Yeah.
I mean, either of these two teams are going to have no pressure.
Exactly, yeah.
That's the thing. It's just a free hit. The pressure is actually in this match. So 2-2. Get some amazing...
Can we switch to the free cam real quick?
Yeah, this is actually pretty good. Do you remember the scene in Interstellar, the docking scene?
Ah, they moved off.
I won't continue due to
I think that was
copyright.
that sounded a bit more like Jaws, but sure.
No, well, I didn't get to... I got played 1 note. We're still not going to it. That's very hypnotizing there. It's almost calming, soothing. Oh, there we go. We're on.
You gotta line it up.
Line it up.
No pressure.
Here we go. Got to connect this.
Oh.
I don't... Were we moving up? I can't even tell.
Gotta up your sense a bit.
Yeah, well.
So basement site then for the 5th round of the half.
Oh, we're C4 maxing this round.
Indeed we are, 4 total.
Oh! Still 4 total, but they lose the vigil in Proxy. Proxy starting quiet. One of the top players for Rival this stage.
Not every day of the week you see Jackal. Chef Jeff, can he get caught? Visa, yes!
Oh, Beers and Pluto, 2 apiece, or 1 apiece, sorry, for 2. Oh, we're just kind of going back and forth here in Consulate, aren't we? It doesn't really seem like there's a semblance of structure in terms of what we're watching. It just feels like a frag fest. Freebie for ACOG, and almost the second, but it's Sharky with the Blackbeard shield up. He'll drop back down to basement, play alongside Wettables. They both still have a Nitrocell apiece. As he said, not often you see Jackal these days. The Inox scanner, not what it once was. I'm surprised he didn't get a buff. Bring back old Jackal, I say. Oh, that Nitro connects. That's the Blackbeard down. And they know there's one stuck at the bottom of yellow stairs. There's a good split here. They do get the revival. But it's now a low health Blackbeard. Sharky needs to be extra cautious. Element's playing behind. Goes for the pre-fire swing. Sharky's cautiousness pays off as he gets the kill onto Wettables and now leaves it down to ACOG. 1 versus 3. Plan to go down from the Jackal inside Garage. Sharky will actually get into the face of ACOG. What a nuisance. That allows the plant. He knows the cross is there. ACOG has all the game sense and all the knowledge, but no way of dealing with any of it. Man LFO take the lead once again. 3-2.
Yeah, it's a chaotic match at the moment. It doesn't feel as structured in comparison to the earlier game of the series. And
4 straight plants, though.
That certainly has stood out as an asterisk. The plant rate is high, But a competitive match nonetheless. That's not to take away from the competition.
I'm very curious about what the plant percentage is for Man LFO as a team. If Sharky's the #1 planter in the league, surely they're high up there. Of course, I don't have the...
Yeah, you're going to have to...
There we go. I'll come back to this, you feel.
Yeah, that's fine. So, final round of the half. It's been a 100% entry conversion so far, and a 3-2 scoreline in favor of Man LFO. We head over to the split site. Second attempt from Rival so far. Unsuccessful last time out in that third round.
I got it. Well, actually, very interesting. This is why the stats are really good to look at sometimes. Man LFO and Rival are basically tied with Chiefs, as all three of them are at the top around that sort of 19 plants.
Is that a percentage though, or is that
no,
an
that's
outright?
Just the total out. That's just the total number.
That could be a bit deceiving, but I'm happy to run with it.
And then after that, it's EP with 12, etc. So it's a big gap.
Have they played a similar amount of attacking rounds though? We're not quite that advanced.
Well, I mean, no, they played the same rounds, so I'm assuming. I mean, attack rounds.
You can't be assuming those things, Jake. What if they started out on attack and won 6-0?
Well, you can. Well, plant per round is the same.
Ah, okay. It's per round.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. That's where the context is important.
But the impact is the highest with Chiefs, which means they more often win those rounds. 87% versus 80 and 76. Final round of the half. It's ACOG that gets the opening kill onto Elements. That's the gridlock down. Opening kills so far have actually been pretty much on point. In fact, yes, 100% conversion. So good start for Rival.
Yeah, they took out the mirror, of course, banned out for their reattempt here. And so looking to inject some crowd control with the Banshees of Proxy. As Pluto up above, another fight in the same position where he tried to clutch out previously. Spotted Chef Jeff go prone. And it's a pretty simple kill and convert for him, and he flicks onto Razor for a second. Despite being so low on HP, Pluto able to project himself up to 10 kills. The Rival look to stick around here or peel back to the objective. They have the info from the Pulse and a Nitro for Wettables. I'd be looking at him to be the biggest influence for Rival.
He hasn't had a kill since the second round.
Just you wait for this round, Jakey.
Okay.
Just you wait.
Oh, I'm waiting.
Big Wet's going to come up clutch. I can feel it in my bones.
Yep. I love it. It's not going to be Chef Jeff. He's dead, so someone else has to step up to fill the shoes. Proxy with a slow start as well, 1-4. Drop down from Sharky.
Okay, he might be cooked now.
He might be a little bit cooked. He does still have that Nitro. Oh, what's the push down? That's a double stack push down server stairs, and the Vulcan canister helps out. Rival should be able to close this out to tie us up. 3-3. Beers, all that's left. 1v2. Pluto calls the GR.
Oh, this is painful. This is painful. The Goyo stall out has been so devastating this round.
I don't know if that's him backing in Beers or not entrusting his teammate to win this. Now, of course, with Split, he can plant server. And he will not be allowed to plant server. And considering I don't see our bold-headed host, James is eating, and, well, I'm not going to throw to you, Nick. I know you're ready. You could do it yourself. We're going to go to a break. Welcome back to the APL Raid Party. We are live at 3-3. It is rival man LFO, lower bracket elimination game.
You know, given this is probably going to be a 3-map banger plus a maintenance, you could probably drop by revs on the way home, it'd still be popping. Probably be about 3,
I don't think
4
they're
AM.
open yet. I think it's too early.
Too early? No, but by the time we're done, it'll be like 3, 4 AM, so you'll be good. Keep the party going.
That's true. I mean, the party's here. We don't need to go to Revs.
We do have fun here.
We have been to Revs, though, and,
unironically.
and actually broadcasted, so... Now, well, 3-3 half, man LFO rival, no separating them at the moment. One thing, though, rival haven't really been able to gain ascendancy, really, in that opening half. There was the little run that man LFO went on between rounds 2 to 5. They won 3 out of 4. Rival kind of start and close the half out, but yeah, not really as much control, I think, from them in that first half as they would have liked. Allowing 4 plants is usually not going to net you a whole lot of success. This is the map picker of man LFO, so as they switch to defense, I'm probably expecting them to close this one out and get us to bank. But we'll see what rival have in store.
Yeah, it's been a tricky one to split these two thus far. And I'm looking across at some of the stat lines so far. I'm a little surprised to see Hunter down there 1-6. For a player of his talent, it's unusual to see him underperforming, and so he'll be looking to change his fortune here on defense, given the Fenrir role for the opening round. And it's looking like a map clear across here currently from rival. Just circling back very quickly to Hunter, who's 12th rated in the league. So again, it's unusual to see him performing with this kind of stat line, and hopefully his fortunes can change and defense may just naturally favor him and the playstyle and the game plan of the team. It's possibly targeted first, so Beer's under pressure from Chef Jeff, who was influential back in the first half with a couple of key moments, a big 1 versus 1. Really just influential across the board, and with the amount of experience that he has, best of 3s, elimination style, this is where he thrives. As he enters down below over towards Visa to now open up vert potential on the Deimos. It's admin control for rival. Pretty uncontested by this defensive man LFO. No vending hold. Elements forced back. And with 5 targets available here for Chef Jeff, those anchoring on the site will have to be quite cautious that they aren't susceptible to that vendetta.
Hunter didn't get droned out, but it's vending. You're expecting someone to be playing this position. 1-6 start for Hunter as well is not where I would have expected him to be. Coming into tonight, 12th rated player in the region. And well, maybe I put the blessing on him. He gets the kill onto ACOG, playing the Blackbeard. Oh, he's struggling though onto the players that don't have shields. He's just continuing to just tag up, and in the end, Chef Jeff has shot Wettables in the back of the head. What a strange round.
Well, you may have the curse powers, but I have the blessed powers in that round. Hunter coming alive over towards vending. I didn't know. I called earlier that it was clear. I think he must have repositioned later, or maybe I just saw him out. Didn't quite see him in frame, but did a good job in holding down the line. Big kill, opened up the team kill. There were frag grenades still available late there for rival, and they just didn't quite effectively clear that position. So I think they'll be a little bit disappointed in how they broke down in that round, because it was a pretty default hold and there wasn't really anything special going on there from man LFO. Either way, down to basement for the follow-up. Interesting start to the half, no doubt. A little bit disappointing by rivals' standards. They'll bring double vert though into this round, so indicative that it's a top-down approach.
We only saw Consulate once this stage in Oscars, but despite that, whenever I feel like we do get to see Consulate in matches that maybe don't have a lot of importance, it's typically CO meeting spam. A bit of basement. We've actually seen a lot of split in this match as well. To me, this has a lot of the hallmarks of two teams that are
wet.
going through the strat book as Wettables gets completely served up. He still hasn't found a kill since the second round. We're into round 8. He started hot.
We are not finishing before maintenance.
Oh, no, absolutely not.
You were very optimistic before.
No, I never thought we would. I was just trolling.
Ah.
I mean, the only world in which it happens is if Man LFO win this 7-3 into then 7-2 to 0 range.
Unlikely, unlikely.
But, you know, I want this to be a good series. This is not played A1 of the regular stage where I'd be then therefore rooting for a team. Well, we want this to be played out properly.
Yeah, for sure.
But apparently it'll be played out properly on 2 different patches.
Yeah. Good test of adaptability, I suppose. Both coaches are in the background quickly redrawing some strats up with the Wamai and the Zofia.
I'll tell you what, Sully probably already has something ready to go. Over to the breach, but 2 players down for Rival on the attack. It's not looking great. What is this actually even called? I know it's lower bracket. Is it lower bracket semi-quarter? What's the... So lower bracket semi-final. Okay. Yeah, semantics. Well, there's only one lower bracket match before the lower final, so I didn't know what they wanted to call it. Could have been, for all intents and purposes, this is lower bracket round 1. Oh, there's a player down below. Oh, good clear from Beers. Yeah, this is done. Man LFO are on a bit of a heater now. They win back-to-back rounds for the second time in this match. $5-3 lead, 2 to go for Man LFO. It forces a tactical timeout for Rival.
Yeah, Frame will give a discussion to the boys, or have a discussion with the lads, with a bit of a monologue here. We'll be a little bit disappointed, I feel, as if the last 2 rounds from them just have lacked the coordination required of a team that wants to find attacking success on this map. It's unfortunately been a little bit disconnected across the board. We saw the lack of vending clear in the last round, and then in that most recent round, players getting isolated and not then in positions to trade. So a little bit isolated on attack. And to the credit of Man LFO, they're doing a good job in identifying that, reading into it, and then being able to shut it down. Therefore deserving of the 2-round lead that they have been able to acquire. 5-3 the scoreline.
Did you look at the map analysis by any chance?
I did not.
Did you not? Okay, cool. So if you wanted to hazard a guess, let's play the guess game quickly. Consulate, what do you think? Record-wise, just record-wise, both teams.
Well, this map hasn't been played much, has it?
No, it hasn't.
I don't know, like...
Just throw in a number.
For which team?
Both.
1-1 Man LFO and Rival 0-2.
1-1 Man LFO. 1-1 Rival.
No, not far off.
Both lost their last play days on this 1-7 Chiefs for Man LFO and 4-7 Enterprise for Rival.
What was Rival's attacking win rate?
41.7. In fact, they both had the same attack win rate.
Okay. Yeah, 41's not anything.
Now the real one is Bank up next, the map pick of Rival. Have a guess for Man LFO.
3-1.
No, 0-3, and it's their permaban.
Oh. I was trying to be kind.
But Rival are 1-2 record, but have never banned it once, and of course that was the map they went 6-8 against Chiefs. So put all that together, and I think Lair's looking quite likely, which is the #1 preference for Man LFO, second last preference for Rival.
So we'll be finishing at 1 AM.
Yes. Well, depending on if the maintenance gets extended or not.
Alrighty. should have just brought the sleeping bag and slept at the studio overnight for tomorrow.
A minute gone in this 9th round with not much to say about it.
Well, shotgun Capcan is one thing to note. You don't see that often.
Swapping mags!
I don't know if that's some kind of specific position, therefore, to be played by Hunter in this round. I'd be quite intrigued to see if that is leveraged accordingly. At the moment, it is a 1-to-4 split from the attack, from the defense rather, with the majority of those operators on the 2nd floor.
There's a fair bit here for the IQ as well. Oh, this is just a big posture.
Oh my lord.
Oh my goodness. Whoa, hang on. The boys have grouped up and gone down yellow. It's Expo Piano though, boys, so don't go too far down.
That's one hell of a rotation. I don't think I've ever seen that before.
Where are they going?
It's C4 maxing, baby.
Oh, they've only got 2 though.
2 is better than none, and they're both below.
Yeah, that's true. I mean,
And then they can play the Solace to get info on where the plant is. They might be cooking here.
Oh, they're cooking all right. It just depends if it's a 5-star Michelin or if it's Dad's Home Cooking. Oh! Good trade back from Elements. Plank going down though from Eraser. Where are the nitro
They can't
cells?
nitro it. They can't nitro this position.
And they definitely have not cooked up anything. Oh, good keeper, Barrett.
Retake above.
Gives it the chance. Chef. There's one. Oh, you should have expected far more to be pushing up yellow stairs, although in fairness, he didn't quite see the train of players that pushed down there the way that we did. Oh, Pluto, lovely headshot onto Proxy. Well, this is now very winnable for Man LFO in the 3-1 as a Razor. That's a lovely first kill, but no, not the second. Beer stays alive. He wins the battle. We go 6-3 up for Man LFO as they get the counter defuse. They cooked. But they didn't follow the recipe.
No.
But luckily, it still came out as a pretty good dish.
Yeah. They just threw something in the pan and it came out delicious. So I don't know what else to say.
It's like one of those meals where it just looks awful, but it actually is like, oh, this is actually really nice.
Yeah. That was a crazy stack yellow. Probably a bit fortunate that it was unexpected, and then that helped facilitate the retake up above, because I think the large portion of that plan was to invest in Source for info and then play double nitro below, but on that site, you can just play it on the marble. Like I mean, you can still lob nitros, but it's tough. So that didn't work. The successful retake, however, so fair play.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but with the maintenance, we can still get into the server, play out, and play through, right?
Provided no one DCs, sure.
Yeah.
Is that a risk you're willing to take?
Absolutely. Well, I mean, you may as well. And then if someone DCs, well, then okay, cool, done. But
I think we've done enough cosplaying as admins tonight. I'm done. I'm clocking out.
Well, if Man LFO do look in here, what are we at? 10 past 10.
Yeah, quick break.
What are you going to do? Sit here for 50 minutes? You can play the whole map out?
Might be good. Unfortunately for Rival, though, this second half has been anything but positive. Really struggling to coordinate these attacks.
Yeah, it hasn't really worked out for them. Consider they won the opening round. You take that one away, it's just been an absolute demolition job here from Man LFO. Now James has got something for us. Oh, never mind. I thought he was... Okay. Interesting swag about a man who hasn't got a voice.
He's a strange character. I don't know what year he landed on Earth. In the meantime, 1-to-1 trade, so 4-4.
Losing the blitz sucks, but at least you get rid of the pulse.
Yeah, somewhat neutralizes.
But CO meeting, I mean, the blitz is very strong at being able to get that default plan into meeting. And turn it back, place the shield. And there's also no nitro cells either to contend with.
Keep us strikes through. Deployed barrier.
Shock drain's in play here from Wet, and he'll be looking to clears some utility. It's
Oh, did he
primarily the
He
magnets.
got a kill. I didn't even realize.
Vending hold initially from Pluto. But he peels back.
Guzbrain.exe just stopped working for a second, but it was not responding, but now it is.
Just a hiccup.
Yep. Like when the Excel sheet just hangs for a split second.
Just quickly close it in
Yep.
Task Manager.
Still 3 gas babes and the nitro cell available for Man LFO. I actually missed that one on the North Sentry. And Proxy's saying, get out of my way, because he's about to die to the gas babe. Yeah, Beer still has 2 more. Lovely clear from Pluto. Rival just falling here at the final checkpoint, which is to really get into the site, plant down, etc. They just don't really have the capabilities. What a game for Pluto, by the way. 14 and 6, 5 assists as well. And I think we're going to be calling an end here on concert. Oh, Wettables has returned.
He's back.
It's Wet and Chef Jeff. Talk about the dynamic duo, cuz.
Can they clutch up? 40 seconds on the clock. Wettables with the diffuser, 1 smoke pocket, 2 nades, and a death mark.
And the swing from Elements will not work out. Wettables is looking for the ace. He'll go for the plant first. Chef Jeff to cover and watch. Beers does get the kill. It'll be a straight 1 versus 1. Beers. Oh, Wettables gets off. He gets off to swing. Oh, Beers. Beers clutches up, denies Wettables the ace, and gets the map for Man Esports. LFO.
I think my family always knew that. They knew I was like smart in what I would focus in, and they obviously knew that I did not like school. I was like intelligent, but I just hated school. So I think they kind of understood that it wouldn't always end like what they would have imagined in terms of like a destined career in like uni. I would send them like streams and they would kind of understand like, this is cool, this is fun, like people are watching, there's people that actually like enjoy the game. They didn't understand that it can definitely be a career at the time. It was just like, he's playing games. So they're definitely worried about the future, 100%. After EWC, that was when it fully changed. They obviously saw me fly to a different country and compete against all the other teams and see like the viewer count and the broadcast. That's kind of when it started, not really started, but their full support in terms of like, they love what I'm doing. They support like the career path in that time. Now they love it. I think my dad's support, I couldn't wish for more. I don't want to cry on fucking camera. I don't want to be a cry merchant like Cairo, bro. Bro, I can't. I'm like tearing up. I'm like thinking about it. He's a very hardworking person because I don't really see him much because he's like always working in terms of like his business, whatever. So to see him like just like wake up at like 4 AM to watch my games is like crazy. Like, cause obviously I'm in Saudi across the world, and he's always texting me like, "You're doing crazy." Like he's like tapped in, like he's like Furia, like the world champs. Just like insane to me. Like people like this like exist or like help, like support me, because it's obviously not like the traditional in an Asian family, obviously, right? So it's just incredible like how much he supported me. Bro, there's times I've wanted to quit. He like fucking stays up like every night, comes to like all my events that he can come to. So it's like incredible. So I love him a lot. Family support means like insane. Yeah.
ashes and fallen stars. Purple skylines and broken hearts. There ain't no taking that to the moon. Out here trying, but there ain't no room. No, good intentions fall apart. Yeah. And ooh, they don't know about us. They don't know about us. Yeah. And ooh, we hold it down with our love. We hold it down with our love. Yeah. 'Cause it ain't perfect, and no it ain't. And we keep working every night and day. They don't know about us. Oh, I heard them say that it would be so hard. And I can't lie, baby, they weren't wrong. No, but if 1 + 1 is 2, it's true that you got me and I got you. Oh, nothing will ever keep us apart. No, and ooh, they don't know about us. They don't know about us. And ooh, we hold it down with our love. Hold it down with our love. We hold it down with our love.
Well, we certainly stressed the importance that Man LFO had to start off on the right foot. Dev,
Oh, yeah.
mission accomplished?
They found that. I don't know which foot it was, left or right, but what really matters is once you get 1 foot planted,
Yep.
you don't stop. And that's exactly what happened. Attacking side, not easy on Consulate. I know that metaphor kind of ran out of rail, right? But
Yeah,
no,
never
no.
have been so wrong before.
Man LFO started attacking side. They went up 2-1.
Yep.
Already a good sign if you're on Consulate, right? They managed up 3-2.
Yeah.
And even though they ended up 3-3 half, the way that they got to that 3-3 half tells you a lot. Massive start from the whole squad.
Yep.
A lot of good plays from Pluto. I think he had 10 kills in the first half.
Yeah. 10 and 4 at one point, yeah.
Yeah, really, really solid.
Had
And
a
like, even
very
there,
good showcasing.
rival winning a round off of a clutch. That's not how you're meant to be winning rounds on Consulate. You're meant to be winning rounds because the attack can't problem solve and they can't coordinate and they can't execute. And so I think Man LFO really just looked incredible. Even this final round, like there was a moment there in that 3v3, it looked very doable. As soon as we switched into the second half, it became very evident for why Man LFO picked this map. Their attacks are good enough and their defenses are untouchable.
I do feel bad for rival Nick, but I think ultimately when you start out like this from Man LFO, you do take a lot of momentum, and especially moving into that second half, there was just no questions. They just performed, I want to say flawlessly, pretty much the entire time from there on out. And I think that it now sets up a what could be a quick series, honestly, because we're not seeing the players fire on rival esports that we would need to in order for this to be competitive. However, we do move from Consulate to Bank, so there is a complete change in scenery and hopefully in momentum for rival. What's your key takeaway from Consulate?
Yes, obviously I was very wrong about Consulate. The defense was not as strong as it was supposed to be. The whole starting set thing did not pan out. Dude, I'm always wrong. That's the thing, right? That's the beauty about this, is that I don't know a damn thing about OCE Rainbow Six Siege, okay? They break my expectations every single stage. But I will say this, Bang is a different map, like you said, Rob, right? And surely that means a different result here for the losing side. But with how those last couple of rounds are playing out for Rival, you know, losing a round where the defense is 5-man retaking yellow stairs, and you just lose insane gunfights left, right, and center, where it comes down to Wedables fighting for the ace, and he does the impossible just to loot at the very last step of the round. It just feels like even though Rival doing so many things well, they still just lose the clutch factor. That's been the big thing for me on Clutchlet. And Bang will have a lot of clutch potential as well, so we'll see.
We will see, unfortunately. It's just the way the cookie crumbles. Now, as we start to, I guess, look back on Bank's performance for both of these two teams, it doesn't look that great for either of them, to be fair, but they have been going up against much greater teams like Chiefs and Enterprise. So it's kind of a mixed pool. It's kind of difficult to take that kind of game and put it into, well, at least the context of that game, put it into this series.
Sure, like let's start by looking at LFO, because they're the ones currently in the lead. They're the ones who are expected to take this. If it's going to be a 2-0, it'll be in their favor. They only played it one time in stage 1, and it was in the stage finals. It was in that game against EP. Didn't look too hot, 7-3. You're going up against EP, and an EP that had all the momentum as well. So I don't want to hold that against them too much. That doesn't tell me that they're bad on Bank. It just tells me that it's not a favorite map of theirs.
Agreed.
If you have to look a little bit further back in history, thanks, man. I really needed that right now. I'm trying my damn best.
Okay.
Can we get player back? You said my voice was sexy.
You're not getting that from me or Nick, I'm telling you that now.
Well, I was going to say, Man LFO also played Bank against EP in kickoff, and it was a 7-2 loss, went even worse. Now, Rival also 7-2 loss to EP on Bank during group stage in stage 1.
But should have beaten Chiefs.
Exactly. They had that overtime loss against Chiefs that arguably should have beaten. Also, like, I feel like should have is a bit of a stretch. Like, it only got that close because Wedables 1v5 in a very not repeatable
That's
situation.
one round.
Yeah, exactly.
That's one round.
Exactly, and it wouldn't have gone to overtime if it wasn't for that one round. That's how this game works.
I love you
Disagree.
two. You two are like an old couple, and it makes me so happy to watch you both.
We're not old.
Well, I think your hairline would say otherwise,
I'm a young
Nick.
man. You're old.
I think James's lack of vigor in the last 3 years would also say otherwise.
Excuse me, I'm a very vigorous man.
Yes, I would definitely not call you vigorous. Let's move away from that word entirely. That feels dangerous. But we are actually getting word at the moment. Obviously, this is probably going a little longer than most viewers would have expected.
Start the game. Press the button.
Proxy has had a power outage right as we came out of the break, and it is a street.
Good news.
Well,
Synox path to pro. He's been training for this very moment. Sub the man in. So he was casting himself winning a round early against I9. He can do it all.
You know what? He actually did, and that's the irony of Jake Synox.
Does that mean that I have to sub in to cast the rest of this game with my husky voice?
Well,
if Jake is subbing into the rival,
well, he can cast while
on
playing.
Hello, Nicholas.
I would rate that so highly if we could ever see that. In fact, I don't want to. Jake, do you actually think you could compete here?
Look, I appreciate what Nick is saying. I think he's just a really... Oh, hello.
Stand up, Jake. Come on.
Come on. Will the real Jake Venditti please stand up?
No, I'm comcomable right now. We've got ourselves probably about 2 hours before this next map starts.
Jake, I've just... I'm going to breeze straight past the fact that you've just jinxed us. And looking at that map, if my calculations are correct, Proxy only got 3 kills to 8 deaths.
Yep.
You reckon you can
Where's Guz?
fill those shoes? Guz is right there. Guz, come on, wave. Give us a wave at least.
Camera
Come on, raise your hand.
Yeah.
There's Guz.
There you go.
No, he's there.
I mean, if you think about, look, I average what 2-4 losses have been in every single match except one, which was a 1-4 loss. So
how many games have you played? It's 3 games, right?
4 now.
Falls, Player, Turd, and then I9 today.
And you got two rounds in all of those games except for one.
Player. And, well, I mean, he's the best player in the region, so...
You know what? You actually can't deny that
EWC
stat.
now, so...
Yeah, you can't
only
deny
lost
that
to
stat.
EWC attendee.
Jake, I'm really disappointed you didn't stand up then. We really wanted to see what the
I'm
max
sure there's a clip of me doing the wave during the break, so you could like overlay that or something, I'm sure.
I really wish the audience could have heard you say that. Can you please repeat
Did you not hear Nick say that before?
Oh, no, I didn't.
Yeah. No, Michael,
sorry,
we've just
killed your mics,
We're actually going to complain. Unfortunately for everyone at
we
home,
had enough out of you guys.
You don't have the context. They are literally but 5 feet away from us in a room right there.
Which is great because it means that if I find any stray objects around here, I can throw it at them.
What are you saying, Jake Xenox and Diddy?
Could you imagine what we could do with more money?
You know what?
I ask myself that every day.
Hey, Jake, what do you think of the APL?
You wouldn't get this. You wouldn't get this anywhere else, Rob. That's all I'm saying. You wouldn't get this anywhere else. Maybe on NAL, but it's too early in the morning. For when we're on. But
You are such a shill, mate. You get 2 NAL play days, and here we go.
You're definitely not getting that on EML. That's just not happening.
No, only on the APL.
Probably only on the APL. I would say we can confidently say that.
Probably doesn't feel like it's committed enough. I'll be completely honest with you. I'm pretty disappointed with that fact. But, you know, Jake's 100% right. Imagine what we could do with more budget. If you're a sponsor and you're looking to get involved with the APL, the perfect place to come is here and now in this tea room in the APL set.
I mean, at the moment, like, Nick doesn't even have the right to a body. We just had to have him in this television.
Yeah.
Like, imagine you actually got to be
I would
here.
say, guys, imagine I got 2 arms, 2 legs, or some wheels. I could move around on my own free will. I'm stuck on the couch, and I've been taking elbows to the face for a week straight right now. I need some serious help because I'm sitting here and going, I'm just taking it.
Bro, you
So
just
I
got
would like some
exposed
assistance,
with your
please. I want a wide frame. Oh my god, you can see my air purifier over here in the corner. Man, I'm not set up for this. My office is still being built right now. I'm in the living room.
Oh, that is so beautiful.
Take me back to the small screen. Thank you.
You poor thing. It's okay. It's okay.
We
We'll
need
take care of you.
We've removed your exposure. It's okay. But we are getting somewhat confirmation. Obviously, we'll have to wait until we actually get into the server to
What's
completely
the proximity
confirm
of Proxy?
this. Well, Proxy's entire street's power went
Proximity
out,
of
and
Proxy.
That's cool.
it sounds as though
If only he had more budget. Yeah.
This is why we need APAC LAN League, bro.
it is. Could you imagine what we could do if we had a LAN?
Yeah, I mean, I'd be a little bit scared to see.
Flying
like,
the best teams.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is if anyone beats CAG, like Anaton's messing them up.
Oh, after that, after the APL performance,
Can you imagine the Chiefs versus EP shit talk if they were face to face?
if they were literally face to face, yelling across the table. But I like seeing the devastation on people.
We need to get the Australian Federal Police involved.
That's a crazy
There's
reference.
a juvenile corrections facility not too far from here I could recommend. It gets a little bit too out of hand.
The fact that you even know that is crazy. We are descending into chaos. It's starting to get a little late here in Australia. But what I've been now cut off twice and maybe even a third time,
When you're ready, come on,
their coach
spit it out.
may be their emergency sub. So it looks like Frame will be stepping in.
Wow.
Actually, it might actually be 100% confirmed that Frame is going to step
He
in
looks
for this
so
one.
happy about it.
Yeah, he looks like he's fired up. He looks like he's ready to go. So unfortunately for Rival Esports, a wonky map 1 is now going to turn into a limping map 2. And that's going to be somewhat of a problem, I can tell you that much right now. But moving forward with what should be the final parts of our discussion is Rival Esports, in my mind, should be the 3rd best team in the region, okay? I think that I can say that quite confidently.
You say that based on the caliber of the players or the
Caliber of the
history
players.
of
I
the
say
team?
it. I say it on the sum of their individual parts, not the collective.
Because
So-
it's like you look at what that old Anios team accomplished in the past with a lot of big upsets, right? Even
Yes.
through Tier 2 when they were upsetting the old Chiefs roster.
Yep.
The upset over Chiefs in kickoff, I should say. And then you look at ACOG was one of the best players on that old Rock LFO roster.
Yep.
He's now come over. You look at Wedables and the history of that player. He's come over. I guess you're kind of saying this should be like you've taken a good framework, pun intended, and then you've added in like some stronger players. Like this should in theory be the recipe for success, but for some reason we just haven't seen that.
I feel like this is a discussion that goes pretty deep, all things considered. Now, look, if we were actually going to take a quick sidebar from that conversation, I'll come back to it in a second if we need to continue to fill. But Proxy is the player that's being replaced by Frame. Proxy did not have the greatest not series, but the greatest first map. However, he has been pretty instrumental for Rival over the last, what are we in now, week 4, week 5?
Yeah.
So I think that when we're looking at this and we're looking at his stage 1 performance, this is kind of what I expected.
Well, he's actually the 8th best player in stage 1.
Okay, I did not expect that. I did not expect that.
I did not
So
either.
you look, it's Jigsaw, Player, Neptune, Bappin, Lunchbox, Walsh, Brendo, Proxy. And you're like, hang on a second, what are Walsh and Proxy doing there?
Yeah, Walsh. Wow. Shout out Walsh.
Walsh is a gunner.
Yeah.
Good for him. But yeah, I mean, Proxy, aside from Walsh, is the other odd one out. But as you can see, like, these are actually really impressive stats.
Very.
And, you know, in a lot of really hard, important operators to play, which are often in fragging positions, and the Dockerby Azami, particularly that Azami on defense. You know, usually you're in very aggressive positions. Usually you're in instrumental positions where if you die, the team is really counting on you. So yeah, this is going to be a big loss, even though, like you said, didn't have a great performance in map 1. Yeah, this is going to be a pretty big loss. I also think, aside from just the loss of an individual player, but as soon as you lose one ingredient in your team, the whole team tends to fall apart. We saw that with EP when they lost to Shy Academy. I don't know, Nick, if you've ever had an experience where like one player has not been able to play.
Yeah.
Like, can you think of any anecdotal?
Let me introduce you to Kento Spaghetti, who would always sleep and miss scrims and whatnot. We had to play a tier 2 German tournament without him, and we had to play with Shaz, our coach, and it was not easy. And yeah, either you sub the guy in 1-for-1, you know, the player who's missing, and the coach, you just make them play their roles, or you have to make a couple of changes and try and make it all work together. Either way, it's a complete disaster, and you're playing Bank, which is very team-centric of everyone having a big responsibility and role in the server. So let's hope that that Mr. Frame is like a Kento Arcade. He's a fragger. Let's hope for that.
You had me at Canto Spaghetti.
I have a question quickly for Nick.
Oh yeah.
If they had to sub Prime G2 Penta era, you had to sub me in current day 2026 Jake. How would I do in that era? I mean, it's plumbers. It was just plumbers, right?
Wait.
Get him in for Goga. You're fine.
No, what are you doing? No support slander here, man. Goga was necessary, okay? But
Get
I
him in
reckon,
for
you know,
Fabian.
minus Fabian plus Jake. Yes. The vibes are better. It could be a hype check.
Are we potentially setting up an APL 1v1 between Jake Senox and Diddy and Fabian? That could, I'm just saying, that could be absolute shinema. On that note, boys,
some numbers.
enjoy map 2, and let's hope we beat the timer.
Let's hope we do. Let's hope we do. All right, well, this has been a strange turn of events going into the second map of this series. Bank is live. It is the map pick of Rival.
24 minutes. 24 minutes until the maintenance.
Well,
so
it doesn't really matter too much, as long as no one crashes.
Well, I wouldn't put that past happening.
Yeah, especially after Proxy has just had his
and if Proxy comes back, can he come back in? Like, I don't know.
Well, he can't come back in mid-map.
I don't know.
You're the rulebook guy. I don't know. I don't think you can, though.
I'm saying I have no idea.
What do you think of Frag Frame coming in?
I have no idea if Frame can shoot. Absolutely zero idea.
Is it almost akin to being subbing in?
I'll have a quick look and see if I can get his R6 tracker stats up and see.
His R6 tracker stats.
Let's have a look.
Get his rank as well?
Yeah, yeah, why not?
For what it's worth, prior to the Proxy issue, obviously Bank is a much better map for Rival than it is Man LFO, hence their selection.
Oh, that's not ideal. He's played 4 ranked games in the last 4 seasons.
That's 4 more than me.
He was Emerald 4 in Solar Raid with a positive KD, so that's something.
That's something. I mean, right now all he has to do is place a mirror window and then throw his C4 when he gets asked to.
Yeah, I mean, Bank, to be fair, is kind of the one map where everyone sort of just knows what they're doing, and if you could put him on the safest role and the least frag dependent, then you might actually be alright.
Also,
at least on defense.
You're also playing largely structured Siege, not ranked. Like, and you're playing with really good teammates, but yes, you are playing against really good opponents. That's gonna be fun. This is actually my dream come true for Frame. Xenox goes pro series. It could have been me. Could have been me. Oh, Chef goes down to Pluto, and they've just lost the Razor. Well, it's all down to Frame. Congratulations, says Chef Jeff. Well, now this is just going to be the next, 30 to 40 seconds as Man LFO get themselves set up for a basement here against the 3-stack Rival. Frame will play a little bit more aggressive over towards main stairs. Does still have Nitro. I mean, admittedly, I would imagine Vulcan canisters still need to be dealt with, and you've got the Shamika launcher from Wenables on the Tachenka. And a little bit of information here from Frame too, with the barbed wire being broken above him. First Vulcan canister will get popped. Here comes Beers to then get another one. Get rid of the bulletproof camera, and the next Vulcan canister. It's the easiest live we'll ever have on a shock drone.
Yep. So a bit of build up then for Man LFO. 35 seconds on the clock as they posture to win out this opening round. The Shamika launch will keep them at bay for a little bit, but the flood from Man LFO.
Oh, he's fragger frames on. Pluto does shoot out wettables, and then
they're on for the moment. For a moment,
like split second. It was looking on, but Man LFO's two-man advantage in the end, proving to be the difference maker. They take out Lockers and CCTV. Good start for them here on Bank. But if you're rival, do you take something from that round? Frame got a kill.
That was a positive, sure.
It's a positive.
Even Pluto in the chat was saying some kind words that he may be the carry for them on this map.
Maybe.
And wouldn't that be weird? Oh no. I feel bad for Rival. This is assuming they just go on to lose this 2-0. It's such a deflating moment for a team that really was building some meaningful momentum. Unfortunately, they didn't have it
in the stage. Yeah, I mean, coming into tonight, absolutely agree. But Constellate just didn't go their way. And you could almost see them start to just maybe feel a little bit helpless on that map. Yeah, sure, you then can naturally draw your attention to Bank, and then of course proxy, power outage. There's been the discussion regarding the maintenance. Like, there's a lot of that kind of external factors which certainly have not gone their way. But sometimes you just got to be the better team and push through those issues. It's not as if teams have ever lost. It's not like teams have never not won with a coach in before or a substitute in.
Never won with a substitute in. I'm sure
I
plenty
said it's
have.
not like they've never won. I'm saying that many teams have won with coaches and subs.
You said it's not like they've never not won. You did a double negative. It's okay. It's getting late.
Two wrongs make a right.
I'm not getting into this argument. Oh boy. I just want a frame cam. I just want to see what he's getting up to.
Yeah, well, he's
got a pretty important position here. It's a stock hold.
This is not exactly just kind of sitting back behind a mirror window.
This is normally where I get stuck playing ranked, and it can be pretty difficult at times.
Well, I mean, you've essentially got three positions you're watching. You've got the push in top square, you've got stock, and then you've got top main. Obviously, you're going to have some help from teammates for certain positions, but you are in the focus of the middle of this, like, three-way highway.
I think Man LFO probably going to look to try and go pretty direct here, and that's probably the right approach.
Flush out Janitor. I mean, to be fair, they got double drone util with the Twitch and the Flora, so, I mean, I'm not expecting them to rush. Big stack on the rappel, but, yeah, largely not really throwing a lot of bodies over towards this kind of stock, main stairs, elevator side of the map. Chef Jeff's just going to sit in the flames and Janitor. And he had 3 gas babes still as well available.
Yeah, that will significantly weaken the remaining parts of this defense for Rival. And once again, similarly to the last round, Man LFO will now use this pocket of time and space to build up. Pluto does fall. Courtesy of ACOG, he was prone with that long angle. A follow-up repel from Hunter, now looking to aggress.
Frame also getting flamed out of Janitor. He also takes a big chunk of damage. Sharky almost found 2 kills with the 2 bolts. Efficiency from the Capital utility now layers the smokes. The Razor will fall. So will ACOG, and the plant will go down and the round is over. Man LFO make pretty quick work of things on the top floor. I will say, look, for all intents and purposes, you bring a substitute in, regardless of 4 ranked games in 4 seasons and all of this. There's still 4 other professional players inside of the server for Rival. They need to be a little bit more competitive here. They can't just kind of wave the white flag. These rounds have got to be... You can lose. In this situation, I think Rival are almost expected to lose now, but you've got to be far more competitive.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Yeah, hopefully we can see a little bit of fight from them, but the opening 2 rounds not instilling a lot of confidence. Rough start. Man LFO just, I mean, to their credit, they're just not playing stupid Siege. They're playing smart Siege. They're getting an opening pick, taking that window of opportunity to set themselves up, and then just keeping it super default, super compact, not trying to troll or do anything silly. They're just also getting the job done.
To now go the other side of it and actually be a little bit critical of Rival, you're bringing in your coach. Your coach knows the roles of Proxy and what Proxy will do in certain rounds and certain sites and how to fill in. And so it's not as if Frame is coming in and doesn't have any idea. If it were me walking in, they'd have to basically babysit me. Go do this, go do that, play this, pick this. Frame shouldn't, no, we don't have the comms, but shouldn't be in that position. Doesn't mean he's going to be the best fragger in the world and go and click heads. Sure,
that's the problem.
Agree with that. But he should know the rest of it. So there's enough there for Rival to still work with.
Yeah, complete capitulation here would be certainly disappointing. We'll see how they shape up for the third round. The clash in play from Rival. Vedables to play that pretty proactively above initially, but then we'll drop down 30 seconds into the round. Mirror also in play, so I think Rival are going to look to try and anchor play as much as possible, and probably the most sensible decision.
Oh, hang on. Straight up. What is going on? Well, we are playing ranked at the moment, but it's going the way of men LFO. They've just... I mean, how is Rival meant to expect this? Frame swings beepers, lost his head, Eraser forced to drop. They get very much this plant down, and this round's done. Nitrocell's got some good distance, but Sharky stays alive, now down. 1 versus 1 as Hunter grabs the kit. Why are you even... Just kill him. What a round.
Just kill him.
Just kill him.
I don't know what the desk thinks of that call, but that's an all-timer from you, Jakey.
If
only it was that easy, just kill him.
Well, it's kind of like what Nick said earlier tonight. Whoever's going to win this is going to be the better team.
Well, Rival get around on the board, so hip hip hooray for them.
Credit to Eraser.
Yeah, it was a good clutch.
Good clutch from Eraser. Was that a 1v3? Did he get one just before the last two?
Good question. The tracker is having an absolute fit right now.
The tracker's gone into early maintenance mode.
Yes. I don't think I've ever seen it as broken.
Frame on top. Well, let's look back at the replays. Very fast hit through Beers with Yamaru. He kind of actually just sacrificed himself. It was a 1v3 straight up. Yeah, kills elements. I don't know what Sharky and Hunter are doing over here.
Just plant. After the Nitro gets deployed, just plant. And there was a line scan up, boys. I can't believe I just complimented them about 3 minutes ago about how they were trolling.
Did you see Wedables' cam?
They weren't trolling rounds.
Bro just won around and he looked absolutely distraught with what was happening inside of the server. To be fair, he and Chef Jeff both 0-3. They're the dynamic spark of this team.
Frame's pulling his way.
Frame is, he's got 2.
Fair play.
Fair play.
Back down to basement for the 4th round. And shield play available here for maybe some early server pressure here from Man LFO.
Who do you think would be, as a stand-in today, 2026, a better stand-in, Mag or Nate?
That is an incredibly random question.
Well, I mean, it's on the basis of what Frame is doing here as a coach standing in.
In the context of this match or just in general?
Yeah, well, I mean, in a similar environment such as this. Hang on. Well, that's a freebie from Chef Jeff. He's back to his best.
That's a tough question.
Well, Mag's been out of the game far longer. As Frame is now out of the round.
I think Nate would only get a very slight advantage.
And Pluto's out of the round. And there's only 2 left. Man LFO just sending it down mid. And it's almost working. Beer's watching as Sharky just keeps on going. Eraser hasn't really made a move. To be honest, if Beers makes the push, he could have been dead. Chef Jeff now creating pressure. I mean, just runs into the hallway. Sharky down, 1v1. Eraser to try and clutch up again. Beers now to lock in. Goes for the pre-fire swing. Doesn't connect. Another clutch potential here from Eraser. Beers grabs the kit. Eraser hits the shot. We are 2-2. Eraser's 2-2. Razor's locking in.
There's something in this game, Jake. There's something in the air.
There's something here in the air. Razor doesn't want to go to bed. And we just lost Frames Cam. We might have another outage.
Oh. Nah, hopefully we're good.
I'm joking.
11 minutes to the maintenance, so we're absolutely not beating it at this point.
No, but honestly, at this point, we might be needing a third map as well. And if we do get to that third map, could Proxy get back in time? This needs to just be... This just needs to be a hold on and at the moment, pray to Eraser. He's carrying right now for Rival. This really, for all intents and purposes, should be 4-0.
Yeah. Man Alpha just needs to lock back in. I don't know what they're doing. Just... You're giving them hope, and that's the last thing you need to be giving them. That's now 2 rounds back-to-back where Rival have genuinely outplayed them, and sustaining that kind of send-down mid sort of pressure that we're seeing from them, and fair play. Like, they're getting the job done on defense. We return to the top floor. We'll see if this is a short burst of momentum or if there's actually something in this. I'm going to see the OCE selected from the attack here of Man LFO, so it could be a top square side take.
Nope.
But they switch out late. Which is a shame.
Not that you can't still go top square, but just no OCE.
Yeah.
Did you know I'm 3% Danish?
I didn't know you were 3% Danish.
Yep.
What are the other percentages?
Well, 97% other things.
Yeah, well, no shit.
It's 3% Danish, 97% other. So,
okay.
Me and Nick are brothers.
Well, he inherited the...
You know, I've been to Denmark as well.
Yeah, I know. I was there with you.
Oh. Have you been to Sweden, though?
I haven't been to Sweden. Denmark was very windy.
It was very windy.
Almost got blown over.
Like a leaf in the wind. Chef Jeff not going to challenge Sharky on the Blackbeard Repel. He's not really going to waste any bullets.
Well, they got caught out by the Capital last time. Jan Rival have elected to, of course, ban that out. And so they'll actually aid them pretty significantly on the top floor. We'll see how Man LFO look to play around that as Chef Jeff finds the opening kill. And Rival are seriously back in this match now.
They're well and truly back now. After the first 2 rounds and half of the, more than half of the third round, I kind of thought this was just going to be them maybe sulking in the corner and, you know, bowing out. But they've actually dug deep.
Man, Wedables is smiling and laughing. Yeah, and the vibes are high.
He looked like he was very depressed a couple of minutes ago. I think they're slowly starting to realize as well that Ben LFO don't know what they're doing here on Bank.
Yeah, respectfully, yeah.
I think they're just sitting there, you know, like if we just lock in, boys, get to lair, who knows what could happen. Well, this is good luck catching anything in this round. All I know is there's 2 players left on each side. Most importantly, Orace is one of them for Rival and make it 3 straight rounds for Rival. Look at Chef Jeff. I can't quite get the lip reading, but I think it's a case of what are you guys doing?
It looks like he's in pain.
I don't think he can believe what he's watching. Like, can we get chat up? He said something, bro. I can't. Hang on.
Frame.
Get IGL live coach in.
Oh.
What did Frame say?
I don't know. Can we bring up the chat, guys? That was actually a banger from Frame. You guys might need Sally in.
Bro, I can't. You guys might need Sally in. Yeah, I mean,
that's good.
Jeez.
That's good from him.
That
would be a tantalizing prospect.
We get the iconic Chef Jeff's Thunderbird.
The funny thing is, actually, Sally, I'm pretty sure, still is pretty active in ranked, so he'd actually be pretty. He'd actually be pretty. He'd be locked in.
Elements out, Sally in.
I don't know who you'd take out for sure.
The real insult would be get Xenox in, and then it's just like that's when you're down bad. Final round of the half coming up. Can't wait to see how the desk is going to break this one down.
This is one of the more obscure games I think I've ever covered. Over to open area for the final round of the half. The Thunderbird in play from Chef Jeff. It's
his. He is the Thunderbird player.
Of all the Thunderbird rounds globally in stage 1, he would have the most.
Well, it does get played in SAL a little bit, from what I remember when I was looking at the play stats for Thunderbird.
He would still have the most, I think.
But I think in terms of individual unique person, I think he's absolutely the guy that plays it the most globally. And do the Kona stations do anything? Not really, no. I don't know why he plays it. So for context, Man LFO win the opening 2 rounds, and the 3rd round was looking very likely with a 3v1 opportunity. Since then, it's been all rival. Back-to-back clutches from Eraser. This could have started as 4-0, but Rival have pretty quickly realized that this is a real opportunity. Man LFO are squandering everything in this first half. They're getting swung on. They're getting absolutely beaten to a pulp. They've lost their Buck and their Habana. I think they've lost their down minds. Sharky, yeah, this one's done. It's 4-2. It's 4 straight for Rival. This one may even be flawless. And all of this when you've got Weatherballs going 1-5 as well. Sorry, 1-6. I misspoke.
Minute 30. I just want Frame to get the final kill of the half there.
Yeah, well, he's in CO. I was going to say he might, but he's gone back over to the hallway. That frees it up for Eraser, and that's the half. 4 straight to Rival. I tell you what, 3 maps is looking very likely, Rob.
We are in, like, we're stuck in a time loop right now. I mean, I genuinely, at this point, don't know what to say. I think I actually embody Chef Jeff at this moment, and I never thought I would ever say those words, but I think I feel Chef Jeff's angst toward this game right now.
I fear for you if you feel like you are in the mind of the Chefy right now, but
Look, we're pretty much the same person.
He's been cooking. I can't deny it. And yeah, Rival have been, I know, they're just embodying the epitome of what happens to just let go. Be like, lol, we're playing with our coach. We should absolutely just get walloped here. And they're playing without a care in the world, and every time the round goes badly, they just laugh about it. Every time the round goes well, they just laugh about it. They've even got Man LFO cheering for Eraser in his clutches, saying, what is this, another god clutch? And then he does it again. Like, what the
yeah, Nick, it's a little problematic because the storyline here was Man LFO are going to do this cleanly in 2. That storyline's kind of been watered down by the fact that Rival have bounced back in this one and actually look better in the series.
Look at this replay, bro.
I know, the 1v2,
I was
that's what
say,
kickstarted
this 1v2 is disgusting.
Yeah.
They had 2 lion scans, 2 frag grenades, C4 was spent earlier, easily could have planted, but they were shaken, dude. Like, one team is playing it super serious and so like desperate to get a victory, and the other one's, like you said, they're just having a laugh.
Nick, are they playing super seriously?
I think they are until they aren't. I mean, look at how they played this execute, right? From the very beginning of this round to the very end, it was pretty good. Then it comes to the 1v2 right here, and it falls apart. Like, they can use a lion scan, 4 roly-polies in pocket, 1 drone in pocket. That's so much utility.
Could have thrown out a drone to distract. Could have thrown out the, as you said, the roly-polies, the Sens light walls. Could have activated the lion scan. Could have just waited. Like, they didn't have to rush that. Even after, you know, sometimes you're in a 3v1, you fumble the first player, and suddenly the guy clutching is like, well, maybe this is possible. Fair enough. You just need to restabilize in a moment like that. Funnily enough, it's what we saw happen a lot in the EP Chiefs game. And I think it really shows from the confidence. Really confident and experienced players are fine at just chilling and saying, guys, take a deep breath and just close this out by playing the percentages. And it's what Man LFO are trying to do. Now they're 2-4 down. And now they move on to defense, which is not where you want to be on bank. So if they're going to get this done in 2, they have to go massive.
They certainly are. Nick, any comments on the bans, mate, or do you want to move on?
No, they gotta go massive. I'm gonna go with James.
I'll if I can. The only thing gunning for anyone that wants it to be finished before maintenance in a 2-0 is that Rival really struggled on attack on map 1. They didn't win a single round of attack out of 4 attempts on Consulate. Obviously, much more easy to attack on bank than it is on cons. And they're not going to have to deal with the Kaid or the Tachanka. So yeah, look, for Man LFO, that's the big thing. Just digging as deep as possible here on the defense.
Whilst we are having a bit of a laugh, and yes, this should never have happened. Rival should never be in this position where they are 4-2 up. The point you've made there is it's pretty on point, and it's pretty simple to say that at the moment, if Man LFO lock in for this second half, like we know that they can after essentially a 2-minute long attack timeout, they'll be back on that horse, and we should be done in 2. But will Rival throw a spanner in the works? We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, I think they need to go massive as well. Whatever that means. I'm not quite sure of the detail of going massive, but I'm sure they can do it.
5 seconds to insertion.
How do you think Frame's going to go on the attack? Defense is one thing.
I think attack is going to be more challenging.
Obviously, it's going to be more challenging.
So why'd you ask?
So that I could get your opinion on it. You might have said, well, he's going to be playing the Ying, and actually he's got a long history of playing Ying. He knows exactly what to do.
How would I find history on a guy that's played 4 games of ranked in 4 seasons?
Well, he's played 4 games. He must have a pretty small operator pool. What if he's played a lot of Ying?
Maybe he has.
Maybe he has.
He's got shotgun for the first round too. Are they just going to backdrop? I think they're just going to backdrop.
Yeah, well... ACOG's dead, though.
Oh, they've got the drove gold. They're just going to go.
Drop down. Well, a little bit. This is a little awkward. Frame is too busy shooting his own Candela. Wedables is dead, and the backdrop is over. It would help if Frame was looking at his monitor. For some reason, he was looking up to the top left. I don't know why. Oh, Sheffy. No. Well, that was very reminiscent of a lot of the rounds that we saw in the first half.
That was...
What is going on?
That was a funny round. For a funny match. This is an elimination game, by the way.
Yeah.
Winner takes on EP.
What a prize that is. But you'd rather have that opportunity at the end of the week. It is interesting, right, the contrast. When we close out that Chiefs EP game, where like you're talking about like things like scars, the deep wounds, the team that loses, are they a little bit vulnerable, clearly upset in the present day, sure, but it's not like they're playing later tonight. You know, you've got till Friday to rectify things, regain composure, mentality. I think if EP were watching this right now, they'd just turn it off and be like, yeah, we're fine, we're going to the grand final. Unless Fragger Frame is...
Maybe he's in.
Life coach. Wedables is 1-7 now. Didn't he play a really good console? Oh, for the first 2 rounds. No, he still finished 8-10. He's struggling here on bank.
He's certainly had some hot and cold games over the course of this stage.
It's interesting too because he has those kind of moments where he'll get a quad kill
and he'll look unbeatable.
Yeah. He's swinging everything. You think he's back, and then suddenly he's just vanishing again. Very inconsistent. Eraser with 9 kills. He's been the best. He's the reason why they're even leading.
Yeah, top floor then for the 8th.
Triple plaza in the exterior. They're going to play off of ACOG. They've got 3, 5, 7. Yeah, they've got 7 smokes. So
did you have to count using your fingers there, or?
Well, not my fingers, but a finger. Yeah. Well, that's actually, with no context, that sounds really strange, doesn't it?
Yes.
There goes Fragger Frame. Oh, no eraser. He's gone. No clutching up this time. ACOG's going to need probably close to an ace here. He loses Wedables too. Man, LFO, I tell you what, they're pretty active on this defense in the second half. They know they can just take the gunfights. Not a lot of strategy being employed here on this map of Bank. And the man that I thought was going to be propelled into action is by himself. Dodging nitro cells. There's another one available. Apashaki's all the way over to Janitor. And we are going to be tied at 4-4. Maintenance has officially started. A reminder, if anyone does drop out of the server, we will not be able to rehost.
And if Rival win the map, then we'll be more than likely waiting for the servers to come back.
Well, I mean, here goes a minute, so...
I don't know how long it's scheduled, if it's 30
I think
or
it's
60.
I think it's 60 minutes, but, you know, with these things...
It can be shorter.
It can be shorter, it can be longer.
Yeah.
We're definitely going to be sitting here for the next 50 seconds, though.
Did you see they're actually updating the 1v1 playlist in this patch, Jakey?
I saw this.
You should be...
Are we going to be using that?
I don't think so. Our rule set's a lot more unrestricted.
True.
Well, I mean, could be worth jumping in for a bit of practice.
Playlist, is Oregon in?
I believe it's still...
Like
I believe it's still in, yeah. I could be wrong, but... They're also tightening up the round timer, making it a little bit quicker. The ranked map rotation also is getting a change.
That's one thing we cooked with here, actually, at APL. The first play day against Falls was too long.
I think they've removed EP from ranked. That might be the best.
Enterprise are out.
No. Emerald Plains. That might be some of the greatest news I've heard all day.
You're not an Emerald Plains fan?
No.
You know what's interesting? I think it was like maybe last year. People were kind of thinking about trying to get it into Pro League.
Outback and Coastline also out. In will be Villa, so the goat back. Canal.
I love
Canal.
Villa.
Oh, that's a horrible map.
No, not
Canal can burn down.
No.
And Theme Park. Theme Park's not too bad.
Theme Park's fine. I really want Villa back in Pro League. You know, it's
Well,
interesting.
it is getting reworked, right?
You know how many, like, there's like Villa, Coastline. What else? Theme Park obviously is another one. It feels weird. I honestly wouldn't even mind Skyscraper back these days.
Yeah.
I liked Skyscraper.
It had its moments, sure.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Well, for the scoreline, we're tied.
I'm still not sold on Fortress. Still not sold. I mean, I don't know if I'm in the minority or the majority, but
it's
whether it needs more time.
I don't think it's going to age that well.
No, I definitely don't think
Especially
it's
with
going to age
Haman
well.
being unplayable and the top floor defending against Vert is also
There's
very
like barely
difficult.
any Vert.
Its longevity is going to be tested, I think.
So all tied up. Man, LFO win the opening 2 rounds to start the second half.
There's every world in which Man LFO just smash out the next 3 rounds and it's done.
There's every world in which Rival just smash out the next 3 rounds and it's done.
Okay, I don't think that's in every world. It's in some of them, but
so at least
it's less likely of the two. Unfortunately, attacking with a sub is just proving to be very difficult.
Yeah, I mean,
they're going to be relying on hero players.
Chuck him on the finger, tell him when to press Adrenal Surge.
Even you could do that.
Even, I mean, yeah, I could do that. I mean, I could also accidentally press it early, and then it's on cooldown for a little bit, and then we have to wait. You know, you can mess it up.
You could.
It's not easy. LMG.
I remember the LMG medal. wasn't that a time?
That was the time. Jigsaw loved the LMG medal.
Oh, now they're all on the DMR medal. I don't like it.
DMR medal. What's after that? Do we go back LMG or do we just go something else?
Bit of space for Chef Jeff. Don't mind this. Adrenal boost.
Adrenal Surge activated pretty early. ACOG does go down. But so does Hunter. Eraser gets the double digits. They lose Chef Jeff. The lurk on the Sword Snake, unsuccessful. There goes Frag and Frame. The coach is down into the grave. Wedables has only got the 1 kill thus far, so you're expecting Eraser to probably need all 4 here if they're going to win this 9th round. And this time, I think they're learning their lesson. Don't peek into Eraser. Never mind. Beers didn't quite get the memo.
Not a bad spray and pray there from Eraser.
I'll tell you what, Razor looks like someone who's really locked in.
No, it's on him to unlock the round for Wedables to be able to get into sight.
And it's also on Wedables to use these 2 flashes to help facilitate for Eraser.
Could look to flash, flash over the top even.
The first one's kind of a nothing flash, I'm not going to lie. Oh,
good read.
That was close. He knows there's one at the wall as well. So there's this one close. I think he's just trying to draw as much attention as possible so Razor can play the drop. And here we go. Drop down. It was being watched by Pluto. Swift trade, 1v1. Sharky versus Wedables, and Sharky does defeat Wet. Like a shark to water.
Wedables. Oh, sharks aren't really attracted to water. They're just kind of in it to begin with, aren't they? I don't think sharks are born on land and then walk into the water. That would be a sight to behold. Well, Man Alpho back in the lead.
Yeah, 3 straight.
Additional bans now to come through.
I think we lost Frame's camera.
Oh, we lost it a while ago.
Yeah.
You were the one that pointed it out. Down to basement, round 10. As Man LFO storm towards taking out the map and the series.
Do we need a rehost to fix his camera?
I hope not.
Attackers need to locate locate and defuse.
Man, LFO 2 rounds away from the ultimate prize, which is a chance to take on Enterprise later this week for a spot at Esports World Cup. Could we get Beers himself?
Beers and Jay Kenner on land.
Beers and Jay Kenner to the Esports World Cup. It almost doesn't sound like that is something that's possible, yet half of it has come true.
Stranger things have happened.
Yep. 5 seasons of it.
I still haven't watched the end of the most recent one. I watched half of it and I haven't finished it.
Reload it. Cover me.
I do feel a little bit for a Razor. I don't know what he's mentally feeling like, but I would imagine when you're 12 and 5, you're playing a elimination game, unfortunately with a sub. You lost the first map, and you're balling out here on Bank, but it almost feels like it's just null and void.
Yeah.
No matter how much you try, it must feel frustrating. These are the last stock of payloads that will not be on cooldown for particular individuals. What was the length? 12 seconds?
Oh, not on the new patch.
No,
So.
I know. But I'm saying these will be the last ones.
14, I think.
14?
Up from 7, if I'm correct. I think it was doubled.
Chef Jeff. Jeff.
You don't win this, Chef. You don't win it, mate.
You see him
Come
just
on.
throw his head back immediately.
Come
Like, come
on,
on.
mate.
It's like, I've got you on drone and I still can't push you. Oh, Wettables.
Oh, he's
had
back.
enough.
He's back
He's
on.
back.
Oh, and the body spray.
The body shot as well from Wettables. Maybe Rival.
He's locked in.
I'm not going to give up on this yet, but are they aware of
Oh,
elements?
they haven't cleared this.
Oh, there's no way.
No.
Wettables is just a little bit too locked in. They have not cleared out server.
He could have used his radar walking down the stairs. Oh, no.
Elements just has to swing. He gets the free skill. Here comes Frame as well.
Oh, no.
My goodness.
Oh,
the
no.
Razor Bloom. He gets them both. Wettables has to push back down blue stairs. He thought he already cleared it. They will get the pinch. He will go down. 3 versus 3.
Well, they're making this more difficult than it should be.
They lost the hard breach as well. It's not going to get fully opened up. They must now push through this doorway area. Like this is rough.
Into Nitro, double Goyo.
Well, Nitrocell early from Beers and a fallback from ACOG means he won't go down. First floor for both Wettables and Chef Jeff. 60 seconds left, but you still got the 3 gas babes of Sharky. Vulcan canisters, I imagine, still in play. Do they think about a vault drop? Do they think about doing something a little different? But Wettables is back blue stairs. So he double pushes server. Chef Jeff's over towards open on the Nook. He's going to be the difference maker. 50 seconds left.
Yeah, you could do a red drop here, 45 on the board. He'll posture for it. It's into a double cross though, so Chef Jeff really needs to catch a fortunate timing here to unlock the round for Rival.
Vulcan canister, so again, still more flames that need to be extinguished. Chef Jeff with 2 frag grenades as well. Another one still available for Wettables. Time running low. Still 1 gas babe left, 2 for Sharky. Pluto knows he's got the read. He has the read. If Chef Jeff drops, he's dead. Plant now from ACOG. Is there a denial opportunity?
No.
Beers goes down. Wettables, good connection, and they all fall. There is nothing to deny, but Rival are still alive. It's 5-5. We may still yet get that 3rd map in this series.
Big round from Wettables. And despite a major error on the server side clear, they get away with it. 5-5, the scoreline. And this is an unbelievable match. Oh. We return to the second floor.
Break point, where's James? I don't see him. He should be here.
He's nervous.
He's nervous. He's had to leave.
Oh, good cover.
I can't believe that technically no one else got a single kill in that round except for the server misclear.
Yeah.
Break point after Man LFO strung together 3 straight rounds that finally comes undone. Interesting, 100% conversion on the opening kills, Guz. In fact, across both maps, there's only been a single round that was not converted. That's been the story of tonight, well and truly.
'Keep our position. 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 'Keep our posi
You gotta stop pointing that thing.
What thing?
Your pointer device.
Oh,
It's very
Michael,
distracting.
Michael. Careful. I'm sorry, is it a little too long for you? Do you want me to shorten it?
So into the 11th. Key round. Who can get to that map point first, or for man LFO, potentially a serious point on the other side of this one. A lot of catch in play from the defense here with the Wamai.
Oh,
but it's
Chef
all
Jeff.
for nothing as Chef Jeff on the lobby long angle will get the opening kill.
He's taken control. He goes on to the Glaz. Last time out, ACOG tried to play it, had no effect on that repel. I tell you what, Lair is on.
Have we got a status update on Proxy? How's the power situation?
That's what I was thinking. I mean,
is he back?
Well, if this does go the way of Rival, we're probably not on until midnight anyway, because
he's got plenty of time. The,
exactly.
The maintenance is going to work out perfectly for him.
Oh, could you imagine? This could be one of the greatest series of all time if Rival could get themselves.
It's a storyline for the ages.
Lair. Oh, Beers stuck in the corner.
Oh, what
a frag grenade from Wedables. Now up to 6 and 9 after he started 1 and 8, and the plant looks like it will be successful for ACOG. They're making it work. Rival will get themselves map point here on Bank. Lair is around the corner.
Oh. Well, it's tantalizing, isn't it?
Absolutely. But this is what lower bracket is all about. You don't give in. It's elimination game. Everything to gain.
Even Eraser's smiling. He's loosened up a little bit.
That's probably a sigh of relief. We have OT secured. And if you're man LFO, you're thinking, geez, how are we losing this? OT secured at minimum for Rival. It's been a map of runs too. 2 to man LFO, then 4 straight to Rival, then 3 straight to man LFO, now 2 straight to Rival. Is there another twist here? Can we get ourselves another overtime for tonight? I'll go and have a look at the numbers on Lair as well. By the way, it's, as I mentioned before, the #1 preference for men LFO, 2-1 record. They beat Shy Academy last win for them in April, and recently, as of a couple of weeks ago, lost at 1-7 to Chiefs. Rival lost at 3-7 to Chiefs last week to begin finals. Not a lot of data to go off. Chef Jeff back onto the Glaz. Oh, how's it all gone so horribly wrong for man LFO?
Yeah, it's been rough.
Wedables has woken up. Chef Jeff has woken up. That's where it's all gone right for Rival. Those two have returned. That's a wonderful drone here from Chef Jeff. Really good information. Here's spotted at front desk.
Yeah, oblivious. I do wonder if Rival are able to play off that information, could help give them the opener in this open area attack.
There's no one inside of Janitor.
Oh, it's
Hunter goes
Wedables.
down to Wedables. Beers gets the trade. Pistol out. No one playing long. Razor's dead. Pistol's going to connect over towards Airlock. Does. Beers is now down. Rival on the verge of sending us to Lair. It's a 3 versus 2. You say they've gone and done it. Sharky and Element's not going to give up just yet.
Yeah, 3 gas babes here for Sharky to try and stay alive.
Pluto conceding that frag of frame is just too much to handle.
It's the adrenal surges.
The adrenal surges have been pretty good. On point has 1 more available. Can't use it just yet. Now the guys at the studio cannot believe this. They are stunned as Chef Jeff converts onto Elements.
And we still got 40 minutes on the maintenance.
All 3 maps will be required in due time. And on a whole new patch to sort it out on Lair. Because there's no world that Sharky's winning this one. Rival have done the unthinkable. They look dead and buried. Chef Jeff cannot believe it. And with the coach sub, they've gone and won bank.
What started for me playing for Enterprise, stage 1, where I played with Chiefs, and that was like my first proper team of like playing with like really good people like Odar, and obviously with Cairo and like Tex, and obviously Quiz. And I feel like that stage, playing with like very experienced people kind of made me nervous. I had to play to a standard. I kind of played worse, knowing that Jigsaw would come in mid-stage. I played bad, and then obviously Jigsaw came in and took my spot. But that was all definitely a learning lesson for me. After that, I was honestly done with Siege. It was a really huge butterfly effect, me joining EP. Randomly, I got shot a message by Harry, by Tuan, and he just basically said like, you playing? Like, we need you right now. I was like, you know, do I really want to play Siege again? I don't know if we're gonna make it. Like, there's obviously Chiefs still playing, there's like GG, and we're like this third, like I'm thinking in my head like a third team. I'm not getting paid a lot of money. These like players that I wanted to play with, like Fisher, Tuhan, and Bappin, and obviously Relays. Not fully committed at first, but then I was really drawn to it, like playing Siege again, you know, proving myself. I think that was the biggest thing. I wanted to prove myself again after Chiefs and show that like I can compete, I am good. My first impressions playing like under EP in that stage, I knew shit was like serious in terms of with Fisher Guy, Tuhan, and just like the seriousness of the team. I knew I had to like put my head down and work. My first game was against, it was like a BO3 I think, against Ludovico. I'm pretty sure on Chalet, I proved to myself that like beyond compete, I can like beat these teams. And I think that really put my confidence up. Obviously with the support of like, with Tuhan, Bappin, and Relays and Fish, like they definitely helped me a lot. Having that confidence for me to be the best player in Australia. I think with the stats, I was looking at it a lot. Obviously being a really competitive team at that time, being number one obviously meant a lot in regards of like me only playing playoffs. I wanted to stay there. Like I wanted to just not go like, this is just a one game thing. Like I wanted to stay there. Came GG after Ludovico. This was when we needed to really prove ourselves. I think this was like, honestly, one of the biggest games of my career, obviously being international or going international, but this was what it really meant. Like this is what it came down to, really proving myself with this like European super team, whatever. Like, and obviously being the rivals at the time, who's going to go to the major. Like this was a game that was really meant for me. I'll share it to my friends, to my girlfriend at the time, and all my family, and we put a lot of work into beating them, and we did, and I was really happy with the way I played. And I remember like very clearly, like I knew they were all watching. My girlfriend at the time was in my living room watching as well. As soon as we won, as soon as I killed Croxon in that 1v1, I knew like this is like my dreams coming true. Having a 1v1 against Croxon to win this whole series, like this is what I dreamt of as a kid, and all of Australia watching it at one time, 2 Titans versus each other. And I remember I rushed out my door and I was like we won, like this is crazy. Like I feel like a celebrity. So many people in Australia watching, and we beat the Titan. That was kind of like where it started, I think, for me. I can be the best player in Australia. And then obviously after that came the rematch against Ludovico for the finals. We won it for the EWC. Just winning it was just, honestly, it didn't feel real to me. I am in the best team in Australia. Now I'm going to like an event. Everything I've worked for came up to this moment. I finally actually won it. I stayed number 1 on the stats. Jigsaw obviously deserved it as well. Having that name for myself and like proving that I can be one of the best in Australia. The Melbourne event just meant a lot for me. Obviously after like the the upset. EWC, obviously the run didn't really go well for us. The Melbourne major or the event was just definitely my favorite event, 100%. Just after everything that happened, after everything that went down, and playing in front of like a crowd, I knew these people like from the community, and like seeing face to face, them watching me is like incredible. I want to win it for them. I felt like it was in my hands to represent Australia. We lost the first map against PSG. I was kicking myself in the head. I was like, no, I don't want to lose this. Like, we cannot be doing this in front of the home crowd. We need to change something. And I remember after the loss, like I remember it very accurately. I walked with Oda to the bathroom, and he would tell me like, you guys really need to put your heads in and really focus up. If you want to make this major, all eyes are on us at that time, and we can't like just stay here and like not go to this major. Came to the next map, it was Bank, and we absolutely destroyed them. That was just a big confidence boost for us. Like, we can lose them in a map and just destroy them in the second map. Like, and obviously came the last map on Clubhouse. I think this is the map where I was really in that flow state. Like, I couldn't even notice the crowd, I couldn't notice anyone, and I just wanted to just do it and win it. Came that round where I think it was past overtime and it was match point for us. We were like in a really sticky situation. PSG kind of had the whole map. I needed to make a play. I remember Blackbeard went through the church wall. I think Harry killed him. I got that 3K with a deagle, and every kill I got, there was just screaming from the crowd and yelling after every kill. I was just so in that state. And I remember the best feeling from like all of Siege, I would say, after that 3K and knowing that I made a play to win the round. And when that last guy was coming down, I was very like, even before we killed him, Harry started screaming, and then he died, and then everyone just started screaming, and I just stood up and I just felt like I did it. Best feeling ever. All my friends were watching, everyone was watching, everyone in Australia was watching, and we like beat an international team to make a major. I think playing internationally, like over the year, basically only one Australian team is like going to these events. We're representing Australia. We showed hints of potential, beating Weibo and taking a map of Fura. Like, there was this potential that we could do better for Australia. And obviously there were peaks of happiness where it's like, yeah, I'm finally here. I'm finally on this stage where I'm representing Australia. But the guilt of loss as we were representing Australia, like, it definitely took a toll, because what's the point of us making it these majors if we can't even compete? I feel like it definitely took a toll on all of us in the team, having this regret of playing bad, and also this low self-esteem, and like, do we even have like the potential to even pursue this? And I feel like that's like kind of what started in the roster changes for sure.
やめて遠くで揺れる光同じ先見つめ、yeah、 心はもうきっと気づいてる、君じゃなきゃ意味ない、ありきたりかな口ずさむラブソング唇に、Your eyes tell me everything I need. Your smile, what I ever like. 宝物だね。約束なんて時代遅れと笑うけど、僕ららしくていい、離さないと誓うよ、先読みなんてもう終わりにして、僕の手を握って少し切ない、それもまた無勢な胸味、Your eyes tell me everything I need, everything I need, Your smile, what I ever like. 宝物だね。
Alrighty, welcome back. It's everyone's favourite bit, not Michael Guzgurry. It is Ramen Rankings, and I thought for this,
We got the whole gang.
we could bring the lighting down a little bit, and we could make it real moody. You know what I mean? And maybe even go a little moodier.
Can I get real comfortable then?
Yeah, you can get real comfortable.
Nick, you want to get comfy with me, man? A cuddle?
Goodbye, Xenox. Unfortunately,
I was a little bit worried for the TV again. I'm not gonna lie.
I was worried as well. That was going to go arse over, wasn't
Not
it?
my TV.
No,
not my
let's bring
problems.
that lighting back up a little bit. We don't want to go too moody yet. Not yet, because
Surely we can get some nice colors and stuff.
Yeah, you know what? Actually, how about what do you want?
I want like a real like seedy pinky purpley.
Okay, kind of like the APL a little. Yeah, okay. So
Seedy APL.
now we're starting to vibe. Okay, let's never ever
That's
in a
too
million
far.
years. Everyone I can hear production downstairs. Everyone unanimously said ill. You know what? In fact, let's go green because that was yuck. I don't ever want that in my household ever again. We're going to quickly go down here. But, of course, everyone's favourite segment, ramen ranking. However, we have a very special chef on site today who we may have a bit of BTS footage. No.
Was this our chef for the ramen today?
What's he cooking? There's not a lot of ingredients in there. It's a little bit worrying. I'm pretty sure that was the... No, that you don't use that.
Whoa.
No, drills don't help either. I don't think a measuring tape's going to help.
What's he measuring?
I'm a little bit concerned.
You know
here.
what's interesting, Rob, is after all these years, we still don't know who he is.
We don't.
I feel like
that's
it's
the
Ryan
beauty of it.
Reynolds, don't you think?
That's the beauty of it, is we still are trying to figure it out.
This really gives me Ryan Reynolds vibes.
Do you think it's Vinny?
Could you imagine?
Is that why he's not on the show?
Well, I mean, I feel like I'm cooking here, but... Well, he's cooking, but...
Well, I think he might be the one cooking. But, of course, we do have our incredible ramen. So will we please share this around the room
Please.
As we start to prepare? Now, this is, as the project manager is saying, this is Japanese ramen. And for the white boy on the team that doesn't speak any Japanese, she decided to help me by saying this is show you ramen. So I don't know if it's actually going to be that, but...
So I believe, I think...
You might know.
Well, I think I got really into ramen during lockdown.
Okay.
I had nothing to do.
Weird thing.
And so I tried cooking ramen all day.
Yep.
And I was living alone, and I didn't have a dog at the time, so it was just whatever I could do. I made shoyu ramen, which is based on a chicken broth. So I made it from scratch, and it was delicious. It's one of my favorite go-tos.
Okay, interesting. Now, Nick, you know what to do, mate. It's time for us to dive in.
The daily words of wisdom, yeah? Okay. This is the Jake special, okay? The team that plays the best on the day will be the team that wins in the end. Okay? The caster that says the smartest words will be the greatest caster of all. With the first glass, a man drinks wine. With the second, the wine drinks the wine. Doesn't make any sense. I'm just reading, okay? Don't mind me. With the third glass, the wine drinks the man. Even sea bream is not delicious when eaten in loneliness. Even if a warrior hasn't eaten, he still holds his toothpick high. Rotten sea bream is still sea bream. Spilled water cannot be gathered after the festival. Bitten by the dog one has raised. Namaste.
Namaste, Nick. That was beautiful. I have
Namaste.
absolutely no clue what you just said.
Not a clue.
I don't think that context would help even if you broke it down for us, unfortunately.
I liked the thing that he said about the
I'm gonna blame the translator.
Nick,
the
I have a
best team
question.
being the one that wins. I think that made
What's
a lot
the
of sense.
question?
Yeah, what's your question? Pull it away from your mouth just a little bit more. Go.
Give us some.
Which one?
Nicholas,
A little bit further.
do you...
Try again.
Jakey.
Yep.
Nick.
Yep, there we go. Loud and clear, copy.
Jake?
I do want to
Yeah?
know. Do you get jealous when we're sitting here eating ramen and you just don't get anything?
I mean, if only there was more budget, right? I could be there right now. But in this economy, there's just
I feel like
not a thing.
we're spending all this money on this premium ramen. We could be spending it on getting Nick to Melbourne.
I don't want to
We could be
dox
getting
you.
you here
Obviously, we
instead.
all know that you live in
Look at the
Denmark.
pain.
Do we?
Yeah.
That's news
Did
to me.
Oh, did
I
I?
presumably do.
Did I just dox you?
doxed him, man.
I doxed him earlier today as well, so yeah, go.
Did people think you lived in Sweden?
Yeah, I think so. I think it was just me, actually.
As Fabian would say, Denmark is a South Sweden.
Ah,
Okay.
yes, okay.
Do they not have ramen over there?
Yeah. I mean, you have ramen everywhere, but is it a common thing? Do we have it often? Not really. But I could go to the store for next show day and get a little ramen for myself, and I can join you guys virtually.
You should.
We could do that.
That could be smart football.
That's
But
smart.
then someone's gotta drop the daily words of wisdom because I can't eat the ramen and say the words at the same time.
I'm
We'll
sure
have
we
to
can
figure
find
that out.
someone. Maybe APL man.
If only there was a
APL
purple
man.
man that was on standby for these kind of moments.
What are we thinking in terms of rating?
Exactly.
Ranking.
Pretty good.
rating?
I think it's just very plain, to be honest.
Yeah, there's no spice.
It's boring,
It's
but
eight.
it's definitely edible.
It's very good.
I would almost give it a B on the
Boring,
edible
but
sense,
it's
where
edible.
yeah, if you're hungry, you want something that's, lunch, and you're not going to burn your
It's
mouth.
also very temperature hot, so I'm
Yeah.
currently burning my mouth just because it's
Really?
warm.
Yeah, it is quite warm.
Yeah.
We're lucky there's no OH&S in this bad boy.
Oh, I lost. Oh, no.
Oh, well, say goodbye to
You are now-
Jake's chopsticks. We are not going to have any more ramen for
Unlucky,
Jake.
mate.
Would you like my chopsticks? No?
You definitely don't
you
want my
don't. You don't want those
chopsticks.
things. I can't. There's no way that I can get out of this where it ends well. So I'm just going to stop there. Are you going to eat with that, eh?
Yeah, 5-second rule.
These.
That was more than 5 seconds for sure.
Yeah, that is very
You
true.
didn't see what Nick did to that floor before.
Yeah, Nick has been basically breakdancing on the floor. So unfortunately, we do have problems back there. But okay, so as you can tell, I didn't really
You're a
enjoy
bee.
mine. I think
I'm a penguin. That's what he said. No?
You do remind me a bit of a fairy penguin, actually.
Thank you very much. Thank you
Fairy-
very
wait,
much.
Hoodling?
What have you got there?
Fairy penguin.
Well, I've got this for me because I'm a
dwarf
messy
penguin.
grot. What is it for? I'm not wiping the lid. That's what the.
Here you go.
That's what the chalkboard's for.
I'll sort you out for wiping the lid.
Also, I am a.
What? Sorry, what? What did you think I was doing with this?
As you can probably tell, we're waiting for the game update to completely finish downloading for everyone and making sure that we're
Which
back in
I'm
the
very
server.
excited for, by the way, because
I
we
am
have
too.
hella buffs and hella well, actually no nerfs.
No, we're in the
hella,
debuffs these
hella
days, guys. Come on.
buffs.
Okay,
2026, we ain't nothing.
Nick, my friend, our magical word of
Rob?
wisdom. This is a very uncomfortable angle for me.
Are we going to throw some ratings out?
What are we thinking in terms of packaging? Now, this is just the top of it, Nick. So it's not
Yeah.
it's not what I
Lot
would
of text.
call.
It's very
And how
small
far
text.
back
I
do I
think
have
you
to
have
go
to
before it's
show
in
him.
focus?
You've got to show him the main.
And now,
packet as
but
well,
let me
right?
put it up. I think it's only fair that maybe we just do this, right?
This is
What are your thoughts on this one, Nick?
No, I'm not sold.
Nah, I'm not
I'm
sold
gonna have to
either.
go wait. I'm gonna have to go to a D category here. That's
Yeah,
a
I
D.
think that's fair.
Yeah.
I think of all the ramen looks we could have, this is pretty basic. It's pretty
Yeah.
basic. And I
Yeah.
will say, I'm not here to flame anyone, but I think the flavor's pretty basic as well.
It is very simple.
What would you
So
rank
it's
it?
on brand.
It is on brand.
I think
You
this
know.
is I think this is a C.
Who said that?
What do you mean? Who said that? I'm right next to you.
I have earbuds in, so everyone sounds like they're right next to me,
get it.
whispering in my ear.
I get it. I have a
Oh, you
really
can't tell the
sexy
guy that
voice
sounds like
today.
No, it's a
One
C.
of
It's
us
a
can't
C.
breathe through their nose.
So you've got to see.
I think it's a C.
Yeah, but you two sound pretty similar. Like, yeah, it's
I
a C.
think I would give the
I think it's a C.
I think it's
I think
a
I would
C.
give the noodles and the ingredients in it probably like a D, but as Jake said, the broth is actually quite nice. So
Yeah?
that probably is sort of on a B.
You're a
So if I
brothy
had to
boy.
average it out.
I mean, look, I think for me, it's as I said, very bland. It's not.
It's not hitting the spot. Jake, you turn the mic off.
Sorry,
Is
I
his
turned
mic
it off
not on?
because I
Yeah.
put it down.
Oh, okay. So typically when it's green, it means that we're
Well,
good.
I didn't realize because he turned it off, so I had no idea.
This is not your
But
fault.
Not
this
my
is,
fault.
This
That's
is
fine.
purely on your.
As I was
But it
saying-
never is his fault though. Remember.
Okay.
You're
okay.
supposed to have synergy.
As I was saying, taste-wise, mid, not bad.
Yeah,
but
just
not
mid.
Great. Yeah,
Yeah,
mid.
yeah,
Broth is nice.
Yep.
Edible.
Yeah. That's good.
The last
Are
one, the
you gonna
last
be
one we
worrying
had
about this one for
was
the next 2
not
days?
quite edible, but delicious. So
Okay.
That costed points.
Okay, okay.
That
So
one, that one, the last one we had, I heard that you were enjoying that for the 2 days following as well. After it was a
Yeah,
little
I
bit
had
too
to get
spicy
more.
for you.
I had to get more. I wasn't
That's
done.
not the way I heard it.
Look, I would have been fine to give this a low-end B, or a high-end C.
Oh,
That's
okay.
my
So,
vibe. That's my vibe.
So we're reaching around this.
We're actually fully aligned for
Is it
once.
possible
Yeah.
to move that red packet down one and put this in front of that?
Oh, we only
Only-
allowed one per.
Only in the Ramen Ranking
One per. We've
Council,
got like 6 days
on
to
a
go.
unanimous decision, can we move that?
Wait, are we?
Nah,
are we
not
only
down,
allowed
move it
one?
across,
Is this like one of those
No,
things where
no,
you?
it's not one. It's not one. Jake
You can-
doesn't
you can
realize
have
that
multiple
the
in the same
chalkboard that
category.
is nearly a meter long is actually meant for multiple different
Oh, yeah.
segments. You don't have to just choose one, baby. This isn't a top 5 ranking.
Oh, yeah.
Actually, here we go. Here's a blind one for you. Blind ranking. You ready? You're going to go out of the top 5. Fisher guy.
Are you just talking to me?
Yep.
Wait, why am I closing my eyes?
I don't know why you closed your eyes. It's not going to help.
Fisher got. Well, I mean, that's difficult. I mean, are we doing IGL?
No. This is just random.
So
top
we're now
5.
doing top 5
Three.
players
No,
of all
I'm just
time.
3.
3. Start 3. I mean, he's the GOAT IGL
Okay.
in the region, but
3.
yeah.
Geo.
5.
Okay. Jigsaw.
1.
Okay, interesting. Digital.
4.
Okay.
Can I throw one?
Yeah, go.
Who's the last one?
Sage.
Well, he has to go 2 now because there's no one else left.
Yeah. So
Are you happy with your decision?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's pretty good, to be honest.
I actually think you've done
Sage,
pretty good.
Sage in his
God damn it.
prime.
Yeah.
I think Sage maybe even above.
I should have waited for Geo until the end and really teed it up. But anyway, I think we've agreed with a C. Michael, would you do the honours for me?
Yeah, sure.
Would you peg this on the board?
I was almost good, Jake, and then you made that noise, and I couldn't hold back.
Let's see.
Let's see
Oh,
this.
that's not very good for me, I'll tell you what.
Good technique. Does very nice.
Can you try and align it with the other one? Because it's like kind of... Okay. It's like...
Look, it's
not
a
straight.
little precarious. I didn't say that it's stable and well built. Now, you two wonderful commentators, you're done for this bit. You can turn your mics off and walk off the set.
How's the status of the update, Rob?
Well, we're actually about to talk about that right now. It's looking pretty bloody
I'm a
good.
bit bothered.
I think we've done well.
Look at the
feeling here.
vertical alignment of the ramen ranking. It's like on the C category, they're like completely vertically
So Nick, how would
challenged.
you
Like, it's
rate?
not-
How would you rank Guz's ability to place the rankings
yeah.
on a scale from S to D?
D
or to F?
That's an F. Like that is
yeah,
not
yeah,
good
that's
enough.
an
Like, but look, the ranking is almost entering the B category.
Yes,
like,
it is.
Vertically, what is that?
It is, but do you want to know what the best part is? We don't have to rank ramen any longer because we actually have the patch notes to talk through. I think the teams are actually starting to get ready within the game.
Let's go.
Dev, I know you're a little bit of a nerd. Would you like to run us through, or would you like Pengu to maybe read through these?
So I'm just drinking the ramen. It's delicious, by the way. If you actually
I
drink
can-
just the sauce, really nice.
Pengu, you do the words of wisdom.
Okay.
But, okay. Oh
So
my
we
God, it's
got
moving quick.
mouse of keyboard.
Yeah, run through it quick.
Native
We'll
mouse of
speed
keyboard
run
is
it.
coming to console, which is great.
Yep.
We're gonna get the
balancing
1v1 arcade
change.
game mode coming with some adjustments as well.
Yep.
Balancing changes most important for us in pro play, of course.
Yes.
Dokkaebi has gotten a buff and nerf. People kind of go across this from different perspectives. You can now have a cooldown only per target. You cannot spam call the same player anymore, but you can call 2, 3, 4 different defenders back to back to back essentially. And the cooldown has gone from 7 seconds to 14, so it's doubled.
Copy.
While Maya's getting crazy buff, return the YouTube meta, question mark, right? It's gonna get more maximum charge of the might. It's gonna get them more frequently, and they're gonna be activating faster, so a bit more proactive use, of course. Then you're gonna get the Blood Bowl Shield in C4, Jaeger, 3 speed. We're back in year 1 season 1, baby. No ACOG though. And then there's no more text. I need more text.
Come on.
We gotta scroll for the down, guys.
Come on, scroll. There
Come
we
on.
go. We're getting there.
Come
We're
on.
getting there. Come on.
Sophia, she got a 3rd concussion mine, 3rd explosive charge, so more
Big.
utility as well. Let's recall for the 416-7C for the... That's wrong. 416C for Jaeger. Aurora, fast activation time cooldown from 3 seconds to 1. TLDR is that there's more utility with Sophia and Wamai, and Dokkaebi got kind of buffed, kind of nerfed. That's the big ones.
Okay, interesting. So, obviously, you can go ahead and check this out at your own leisure for the viewers at home. It seems as though the game is actually nearly ready. So, if we just quickly kind of, I guess, polish off what was a really disappointing bank for Man LFO, that was... If I'm being brutal here, that is not a map that they should be losing with a coach subbing in. But alas, it is the way that it unfolds. And to Rival's credit, they really backed it up on the attack. In fact, we're actually so ready, gents, that I don't even need your opinions on this one.
Oh, let's go.
But heading into Lair, Nick, which way does this go? I believe there may be a change of sub, but without knowing that, which way are you leaning?
I mean, without the coach playing here, Fragger Framework, whatever his name was, right? Then I think it's chalked. So if the coach is out, I'm gonna go rival, you know, and then I'm gonna go man LFO rather. And if Killerman is back, then I'm gonna go rival.
Nah, Frame unfortunately is still in. There's no change to the sub
fortunate.
or proxy.
That's fortunate.
No, that's
a good thing. That's a coach buff.
That's
wait. That's not Frame. Okay.
No, it's Frame's name, but it's not his player.
Never mind.
profile
I
picture,
got
so it's not
absolutely
Frame.
baited. That is Killerman.
Is that proxy?
That is Killerman. That is
no
absolutely
way.
It's
Killerman.
Killerman.
Can we get a
That's
full?
crazy.
Obviously, we'll get the
Yeah.
name change, but can we get a full on? That is absolutely confirmed.
There it is.
Killerman. Now, for those of you that are just joining and aren't familiar with who Killerman is, he's actually one of the better fraggers that we had in the region that weren't on the top 2 teams.
He lives up to the name.
He certainly does. He kills a lot of men. And on that note, I think it's the perfect time for us to leave you
Man.
in the somewhat capable hands of the commentators.
I get it because of man.
Wow, what a turn of events, guys, as we head into map 3 a little earlier than I thought. 11:49 on the clock. I didn't think we'd be starting for another 20 minutes, but...
I also didn't think we'd see Killerman tonight.
And I didn't think we'd see Killerman. That was not on the bingo card. You have to now imagine, for Man LFO, they had the chance to close things out on Bank.
And they cooked it.
And they cooked it. And now, talk about an upgrade from Frame to Killerman. Whew. The only thing I will say is, of course, it depends on, you know, how ready is Killerman.
I mean, he might not have touched the game. I have no idea.
Yeah, do you want to get the stat track?
Have a look at the R6 tracker? Yeah, I will have a look.
Well, as we head into this third map, again, a reminder, and thanks everyone for bearing with us, of course, throughout maintenance, that we have had changes. As you can see, Elements on the Wamai has got himself a Nitrocell. He'll have 7 of those Wamai discs. Huge buff for Wamai.
Yeah, talk about having to adjust on the fly.
Yeah.
This is next level.
But also at the same time, Wettable straight away onto the Zofia. Chef Jeff will stay on the Dockerbee despite the nerfs.
Or adjustments, however you want to look at it.
Yeah, adjustments. I call it a nerf, I guess.
Killerman has no data on this account, period. So.
Okay, well, depends. I mean,
Might
these
be
guys
playing on
have
another account.
I
I don't know.
Wouldn't be surprised. Either way, he's the kind of player that we've seen a lot of over the years. And I think at one point, I'd say the peak of his career, genuine peak, he was top 3.
He was up there.
Yeah. In the Oath region, of course, just to specify. He's in the hoodie. I wonder if he was watching. Maybe he got the call. Hey, what are you up to? We might need you. Proxy, of course, as an update on him, his street still has a power outage. Have we ever had a series where you've played with 3 different players? Proxy on Consulate, Frame on Bank, Killerman on Lair?
Probably not many.
Talk about stretching the roster. If they win with Killerman, do they...
Well, you said before, what if he goes in and drops 20?
What if he drops 20 here? Do you keep him for EP? I mean, Killerman has had his fair share of tangos with Jigsaw. They can go toe-to-toe. Razor, though, he's the one that gets the opening kill, and he's the reason why we're on this third map, if we're going to be honest.
Yeah, very good back on Bank. And a strong start to the round and the map for Rival. Clash still up for Man LFO, and that will pose a threat for the rest of this push. Double Nitro also in play here for the defense.
Yeah, on the Wamai. Oh, headshot again from Eraser, wins the long angle battle.
I tell you what, Eraser's on for MVP tonight.
Yeah, I mean, I think in the context of what's happened tonight in this match, although Player was a pretty good MVP candidate too from the first series against his whole team. Sharky, good headshot. Wettables down to 1 HP. Suddenly looks a little bit more lively down for Man LFO. Wettables will go into mask, will look for the plant. Nothing really to deny. Element's trying to walk forward as Killerman gets onto the board, does what he does best. He kills Man. Wettables gets rid of Sharky. Hunter gets 1, but Chef Jeff to get the final, and Rival will take the lead of the series. That's how, well, I guess how it works here in map 3, 1-0 up.
Yeah, that's how it works, yeah.
Where to here for Man LFO?
I wonder if they just tilted it. Like, they probably are feeling as if Bank, absolutely, they never should have lost.
Remember, they won the first 2 rounds on Bank, and then rounds 3, 4 were the clutch rounds from Eraser. They should have been 4-0 up on Bank and would have been on their way. I think if Eraser doesn't clutch those rounds, it's not even so much the 4-0 lead. I think at that point it would have been the mental capacity of Rival to think, yeah, we can actually win this. But when Eraser won those rounds and it got to 2-2, I think everyone on the team was probably like, why can't we win this? And that belief was restored. And now they know they absolutely can win this. No disrespect to Mr. Frag of Frame, their coach.
10 seconds remaining.
But he went 4-9 with a 76 EPS back on Bank. You're getting a clear upgrade here in Killer Man.
When I talk, you listen. Yes?
Sure thing.
It's funny how our...
As proxy?
No, our stat interface has not been scaled to support this many unique players in a match. It's when you go to the match summary, it's still 5v5, even though we've had
all of the so Proxy's numbers from Console and Bank, even though he didn't play on Bank, it's all under Proxy's name. 7 and 17. I mean, I do want to reiterate as well the stage that Proxy had coming into tonight. He was having a very good stage. He was 8th rated player.
Yeah, he was good.
Like, it's a big loss for... That's your #1 player on the team. He's been a big loss. And yet they are still alive, and an old friend comes to help out.
I'll tell you what, if Rivals still go on to win this, given the circumstance, Nick is the prediction GOAT.
Oh, Killerman goes down early. Pluto finds the first pick, and that's onto the Capitown. Loss of utility.
Yeah, they're looking to play active here off that Yokai. Aggressive. Pretty typical of this position. But now with the advantage, Man LFO will probably look to consolidate. Hunter might not be in a spot necessarily where he can rotate though, so he'll put up a final stand.
He doesn't really need to either. He's got some help too from Sharky on the Echo. The Yokai there can actually kind of maybe bait them in. If they can get a burst, Hunter then can swing off it, especially onto ACOG here on the Blitz. Needs that help. Now, unfortunately, Yokai was down.
Oh, we got him.
It did get the down, but he's going to get brought back up. And it's going to be a successful revive onto the Blitz.
Well, it at least means the Blitz, though, is really low. Into double Nitro, that's not a great position. Plus, even some Goyo Flames will be enough to really put him in a compromised position. So, solid work there from Hunter. He was more than likely going to die from that position anyway.
Oh, 100%.
And so, a minute now remains on the clock. Hatches and a bit of vert to be finalized here by the attack, who are probably shaping up for a default plan here.
I mean, I'll be starstruck if ACOG survives this round. I mean, as you mentioned before, double Nitro, but then also you've still got Sharky alive on the Echo. So if ACOG goes for a plan and, well, that Yokai's in the right position, he should get pushed off that. 30 seconds doesn't leave a lot of time. No, flamed out. ACOG absolutely cannot run through those flames. Way too low on health to do that. Now, Loose Beer is 1 for 1. In fact, it is quite literally a 1 for 1. Immediately after the patch, that's back. Nitrocell from Pluto. It doesn't connect. ACOG is still alive. But it's a Wettables that needs to stay alive, and he cannot. Elements will get the double. Good response from Man LFO. I have a feeling this one on Lair is not going to be done anytime soon.
Yeah, it could certainly end up being a bit of a grind fest between these two, and a lot of back and forth is, I think, a pretty fair expectation.
That's what you want, though, in finals.
You do.
You have your 7-0s, your 7-1s, you know, your quick play days in the group stage, but in come finals, you want all 3 maps, you want close games, you want good competition.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
So Dorm's up next, round 3. Be intrigued to see if we see Rival go for the sense set play on this site. It seems as if they won't. Instead, they'll opt for a little more flexibility. They'll still have the Capitao available, but they'll bring double flank watch. So that would suggest to me that they'll invest pretty heavily in the top floor clear and then try and flush out that way and then assess their sort of options from that point onwards. If they're able to clear out the site, and then they won't be as susceptible to the late flank, which the defense will typically go for on this objective. The Glaz as well, an interesting addition. If they get greenside control, a Razor could be potentially in a position to pluck that pick onto site. And typically the defense will only have 1 or maybe 2 defenders on the objective itself.
looking at this data that we've got. We're going at 90% round win rate on the opening kill across the series. So one round wasn't converted on Concert. Every single round was converted on Bank. And so far, both rounds on Lair have been converted. I'm pretty sure that's even higher than 90%. I mean, we must be at like 95% now. Like a 90%, 95%. The league average is 71%. So we're probably a good 24% higher than that. Putting the importance on these first few kills. Let's see if this trend continues. If it does, Man LFO should have this third round off the back of that pick onto Killer Man. And don't get it twisted, there would be pressure on him coming into this game. He haven't played with this roster since scrims, pre-stage. You haven't played comp. You're getting called upon in the hour of need. There's pressure on your shoulders. And a 1-2 start for Killer Man.
Yeah, losing the hard breach as well. Not ideal for Rival. They'll need to go about this round the old-fashioned way by grinding out this control above. When it was tried to aggress new bridge, was immediately shut down. Despite that, though, Rival have been able to maintain a 3 versus 3, so certainly not the worst position. In fact, now they've got the advantage.
Yeah, that's big from ACOG on low health, able to get that kill onto Beers. Elements and Hunter have fallen back to site. Yeah, they have the time. They can play this pretty safely now for Rival. Extra player advantage. Punk's briefing, of course, the site, so Hunter and Elements are there. The only concern is, of course, ACOG is low on health. 1 flash and a couple of air jabs. ACOG, on low health, has found a save. He's found 2 picks from that 1 HP position. That's so crucial in a round such as this. Nitrocell will connect, though, from Elements onto ACOG. And will be able to get that kit comfortably. Chef Jeff will acquire it. 30 seconds. Still winnable, though, for the solo in a 1v2 as they push down green stairs together. Elements, if he can get a good swing timing. Drone comes through from Chef Jeff. Has caught out his position. And that's going to allow them to push down green stairs. Flash thrown in. Chef Jeff will go for the plant. Eraser will then go for the cover.
Double air jab, one goes out.
Well, they're going to go for the swing. Well, Chef Jeff now has to push. Elements is aware of this, goes for the quick reload. Does he know that he slipped in? It seems like he's got an idea, but Chef Jeff, he does it again. Chefy Jeffy doing finals things.
Wow, that was really high risk. I would have thought they'd
play the plant and watch the cross. Yeah.
Well, they had 1 air jab on the main door. Probably could have flicked a second on the rotate, breach green side, and I think they would have been in a position where they could have planted. I guess there was maybe a concern of Nitro.
That's in relation, of course, to the Wamai having a Nitro cell available.
Yeah, as I said. Did he even have Nitro in that round?
He did.
Ah, okay.
And that's how we got the kill onto ACOG.
Ah, yeah. No, if he had it in pocket, could have played out quite differently. Although, to be fair, Nitro in that position when they're flooding for the kill.
No, he used it to kill ACOG. That's what he's saying. It wouldn't have been close because it was a 1v3. Gets the kill with the Nitro.
Oh, yeah, okay. Well, interesting. Nonetheless, though, Rival are in the lead once again. First rotation complete, and so the additional bans to be selected. Monty, interestingly, for Man LFO. And on the side of Rival, they'll elect to take down the Clash. So in a roundabout way, they will nullify each other. It does, though, mean that the mirror will persist, a strong operator, especially on this top floor. You think about some of the longer lines of sight that you can look to establish on the mirror, and some of the areas of the map that you can contest with a little bit more freedom. Mirror is going to be potentially pretty influential here.
This is interesting. They're going to bring a lineup that you would typically see actually for Bunk's briefing, but obviously we're not Bunk's briefing. Four smokes available in the round for the Glads for Chef Jeff, who's got 4 early kills. I think naturally as we go deeper and deeper here into Lair. The tension will continue to rise. I mean, this is map 3 now. Been a strange old night. I mean, an all-time upper bracket final into Consulate that was very one-sided, into a bank that was for the ages, into maintenance, into Ramen, into Lair.
Into
going home after this. I don't know what's after this.
A rival win, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to
From the jaws of defeat.
Really hard to say from here. A lot of siege still to be played out. A double push through the hallway does give them control into storage.
Forced to trick the wall with the bandit band down, and Wedible's nets a kill. That's a big brain play.
It's also not a very conventional looking attack here from Rival, so I wonder if it's just kind of causing some confusion for Man LFO. A little bit more of a back hit focus rather than that sort of ops into Mez that we would typically see. Smoke gets layered out. Now the ROUs, they're going to go for the plant into R6. So a different angle of approach here from Rival. It should pay dividends. I don't think this is going to get denied. And Pluto's over at the mezzanine with that Nitro Cell, so he wasn't even inside to defend. Chef Jeff just goes nuts, down to a 1 versus 2. Elements and Pluto got 1 apiece. Elements so low on health though. Another smoke has gone out. Chef Jeff can play the time on this. Elements can't do much until it dissipates, and even then, you've still got a long angle glass that you need to deal with. And then at the hallway, you've got a Razor, 2 angles that are being covered. I don't see how Elements can win this unless Rival throw it. He's going to have to try and go for a long arm, but that long arm should be watched by Chef Jeff. He just has to peek it. A Razor's going to be the one to play the contact. Rival go 3-1 up. Their attacks are looking pretty good on there. That was a really solid attack.
I mean, Wedible's on the entry there. That was a really smart play. Into the bandit, they didn't really have a way to deal with those batteries, and so he elected to trick the wall and netted a kill. And
time for Sali to get involved. Tactical timeout, Man LFO. The strength of this roster throughout the stage, I've repeated it many times throughout group stage, then into finals. They are a very well coached and structured team. But right now on Lair, they're looking a little bit in disarray. And to a degree, Bank too felt like they probably went away from the script. Sally knows this is his last chance to get the message across here on Lair. 3 very important rounds coming up.
it doesn't feel like the best of positions at the moment for Man LFO, trailing by 2, returning to basement on defense.
Must win.
It's getting very close to that territory.
Well, I mean, must win in the sense that if you go 4-1 down, clearly your defense is struggling. Lair in OCE is pretty defender-sided, especially that top floor. That's already cost them massively. When you're losing that site in this fashion, it doesn't bode well. You just kind of set yourself the challenge and you know, clawing back a 4-1 deficit and then doing a lot of that in your attacking half. Yeah, just don't know if they're going to have it in them. They need to win the next 2. Get it to 3-3, reset then mentally at the break. Wonder what Frame also spoke to Rival about.
10 seconds remaining.
So far, Killerman's actually not doing much better than Frame. 1 and 3.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a tricky start.
In the same fashion, and this is actually one thing, you know, you bring in a coach sub at the very last second, you obviously referenced, it's not as if he's had a lot of playtime. It's not easy to just get caught up to speed that quickly, even for someone like Killerman.
And Frame had the benefit of actually being included with strategy,
Exactly,
whereas Killerman doesn't have that, so it's kind of a
things might have changed. There might be some things that are similar, but I would imagine a lot has probably changed since he was last on the roster. Well, in the core part of the roster. He is a substitute for anyone wondering. Killerman was, of course, part of Rival and moved to sub, ACOG then into the main team, and hence why they've been able to play with 3 different players across 3 different maps. It is legal. But it's a rare occurrence. This is a very rare night tonight.
Uncharted territory.
Yeah.
And 2 patches across 3 maps.
It is kind
That
of
bit of
ironic, though.
everything.
If Rival win this map, it means the only map they lost in this series was with the player they were supposed to be playing with. But he's also their best player, statistically. What's ACOG setting up for here? Beers. Needed that. He's looked the most lively 4-man LFO at times. Same with Elements. Chef, every time he dies. I genuinely can't tell if Chef Jeff gets tilted.
Nah, he's tilt-proof.
Okay, a little bit of sign of life here from Man LFO. Playing a little bit more conventional. Elements, this is quite cheeky.
Yeah, that position hasn't been cleared, so if Killerman was to vault, he'd find himself in trouble, and Hunter there to find a kill potentially, but no, he dies, puts pressure back onto Elements, but he goes the safe route.
Yeah, I like the fallback at that point. You know, if you're there in that power position because you still have someone blue stairs. Once he dies, there's no point to play that position because now they can funnel down blue stairs and you're just going to be sitting in that corner and you're dead. So quick from Elements to react. Fall back, play your life, 30 seconds. They're still going to clear a lot more. They still have to do a lot more work. And Killerman does have full belt of utility on the Capitao. You do still have a lot of smokes available, actually, between a Razor and ACOG. No warden up. It's not impossible for Rival, but they're going to have to be really sharp with their shots as they enter the site.
Yeah, 15 now on the clock. ACOG goes deep to initiate the plan, and the shots rain out.
Oh, he controlled that nicely, a Razor, but needed more help from Killerman and ACOG. Neither could connect. They walk into the site. Man LFO, we're ready for it. They get a second round. 2-3. Big final round of the half on the horizon. Our first series of the night, that upper bracket final, that went all 3 maps as well, Gus, and that went 8-7 on the third and final map. Could we be potentially heading in that direction again? Remember, this is an elimination game. You lose this, no EWC for you, and certainly a big loss in SI points and money. You win, you get a chance. And you win that chance, and you go. I mean, all I'm going to say is, again, funnier things have happened before, even in this stage alone, across various regions.
Bomb located by attackers.
Yeah, still though, for Man LFO on defense, this does feel like a critical round for them to win, to cap off the half. Even is good enough, but trailing heading into the attack seems like a very challenging prospect for them.
I like how the blacklight code still says Munich 20. I might need to update it to Osaka 20 soon.
Maybe. Wamai to be played again here in round 6. No Nitro though this time around. I think Wamai is probably going to see a big uptick in their particular pick rate for the remainder of the stage to be played out. Will be a very versatile operator, and especially on maps with, you know, classic power positions.
I wonder if he just didn't switch.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe, like genuinely. I mean, the proxy alarm's fine. But
you're probably going to want Nitro in most cases, unless there is a specific reason why.
That's what I'm thinking.
It's upside currently from Rival. And ranged hard breach from Killerman in the thick of it once more.
I mean, the more that I look at this, I genuinely think that Beers should have had a Nitro cell and probably just didn't change it with it. You know, we just had the batch. Probably just didn't cross his mind. It would be quite hilarious if he thinks he has it and just throws a proxy alarm at the master plan.
Oh, it could be a bait and switch into the Thatcher, and then you follow it up with the Nitro.
Ooh. Well, the Nitro's already gone, though. They don't have another one.
So they will not be doing that.
So they will not be doing that.
slow round with the Goyo in play.
Yeah, I mean, top floor plays slow at times, and especially the way that Rival want to try and play this with the Glaz. Well, there goes a Razor. That's a big kill for Man LFO. Razor's been such a star for Rival tonight. He's got 21 kills. Funnily enough, Chef Jeff's got 23. Across the series, Beers leads everyone with 28. 5-1 on the entry. Speaking of Beers, he gets the kill onto ACOG. Pluto falls. It's only Wettables left. Somewhat winnable, though, for Wet. 30 seconds. Now, we've seen him already win a 1v5 this stage alone. Beers on 1 HP. Hunter's low as well. 28 seconds. Just don't let that time sink too quickly. Hunter's not allowing him to pull off another big clutch. We are tied 3-3 on the final map of this series.
Well, it feels pretty fitting considering where we were on Bank and now where we are on Lair. And it does feel as though there is an energy to what Rival were able to achieve with a coach subbed in. Now you're bringing Killer Man, and the flow feels right to me, Dev. It feels like this is actually a series, and like this should be the conclusion to a very important match.
I think one of the things that's a big advantage for Rival is just naturally they have a lot of piss-takey players. Like, that's the thing about Chef. The reason why he's always played well, he plays well when he's not overly too serious. You know, this is the guy that became famous because he ran Pulse Shotgun before it was a legit thing to do. When it was a meme.
Yeah. Okay.
And I think that Bank was a great chance to get in that headspace, right? Because it was a lot of clutches. It was very loosey-goosey. It was silly. They failed at rushes, but they succeeded in clutches, and they were playing with their coach. And now they've got a real sub in, but still it's a sub, right?
Correct.
So you're forced to play in this space where it's like, oh, well, we're not going to overthink things. We're not going to take things too seriously. And I actually think if you had to put both Man LFO and Rival into that space and see which one performs better, I think it's going to be Rival.
Yeah, I think from what we're seeing on there at the moment, it does feel a bit more, it feels definitely more cohesive, and it feels like a proper game now, where I think Pengu on Bank, we were laughing a fair bit at a lot of rounds that were taking place. Now it kind of feels like we're locked in a lot more seriously, and this is an elimination match, so don't get it twisted at home. This is still very important.
Yeah, like Jake said, right? If you win here, there's a chance. If you win that chance, then you qualify. But if the matter of fact is, yes, the loser here will go out of the tournament. That's going to be it for stage 1 here. But the winner goes up against Enterprise. What a reward! Way! Right? Really tough matchup. But yeah, there is a chance. And I think that this BO3 has just been all over the place, right? With the subbing in, the subbing out. We had a patch between map 2 and map 3 that almost never happens. It's been chaotic, but that also teaches you a lot of things as a team. Like James said, if you can take this, I don't know, bad circumstance, unlucky circumstance, whatever, and have a laugh and just put on your best face and your best performance, there's a lot to learn from that.
There is, and you know, you were kind of talking about Chef Jeff just then, and you know, Mimi plays back in the day, and all of those kind of things. And he does lean into a bit of chaos. Right now, across the course of the entire series, he's gone 24-18. Like, this is not the thing for me, and I guess the conversation that I kind of maybe want your opinion on very quickly, Dev, before we go back, is just the fact that, like, if there was a team to upset one of the major players, it does feel like it would be Rival.
Yeah. Considering you look back at stage 1 and they bailed out pretty early, you know, Man LFO on paper were the runners-up team behind Chiefs and EP after kickoff, I should say, not stage 1. Whereas Rival were all the way down. I think they ended up in 6th place. They got knocked out by Rock LFO, if memory serves, back when they were called Team Anios. So yes, I think the Rival are the underdogs. I think they've come in here with a new spirit. And I think considering the situation they've had to play with, they've been doing so well. Of course, it really doesn't get more even than this. We're 3-3 at the end of the half. We've seen the bans come through. It is anyone's game. There's no particular, oh, it's defensive or attacker sided. It just comes down to the next 3 rounds. But I will say this, we've seen some pretty scary attacks from Man LFO today. So I don't want to put it past them. On concert, they were very prepared on their attacking side. And if we can see the same from them on Lair, then maybe there is a world where Man LFO bring it back.
Well, it's time to lock in. It is the last regulation half, I should say. Regulation half. Overtime is still eluding us, and it still may come to fruition. It is the last regulation half of the night, and potentially of one of these teams' campaign in stage 1. Time to lock back in with Jake and Gus.
Yeah, thanks very much, boys on the desk. James especially.
Sounding a little bit like this today. Sorry, I had to do it one more time and then I'll stop.
Oh, that just hurt me so bad, Michael. That hurt.
There's a rush, by the way.
Yeah, you've completely thrown me off. That is...
oh, you got to compose yourself.
Well, so to Rival. The rush is not working for Man LFO until that moment. Pluto finds two. I lost Hunter pretty quickly. His Beers remains locked in.
Look, I probably shouldn't make too much fun of James because the reality is we're probably going to have to cast all week.
No, absolutely not.
Maybe we'll get Rob back in.
Yeah, I think Rob will
you
have
can
to
host?
step up. Absolutely. Oh, mate, I've hosted plenty.
Even I could.
Well, Killer Man, it's time to get involved. A race has been clutched for Rival so far in this series. Killer Man just completely overwhelmed. I mean, what is he meant to do? Sharky's in his face. Oh, I tell you what, Razor can kill elements here without going down. It's not impossible for the man who's been very clutch tonight. That is a very, very low health. Blackbeard needed to get that. Oh my goodness, that could have been a little spicy, but Man LFO, they take the lead, and they've made it 3 straight rounds.
Yeah, they're locking in at the moment. Finally.
Ever since Sully timeout.
Yeah. Sully GOAT.
I'll tell you what, if they win this game, that man is the GOAT coach at the moment.
Yeah, just when it felt like they were starting to lose their footing, he called that tack at a perfect time, and they've really looked locked in since that moment. So credit to him and the words that he's been able to impart. Clearly the team responding positively to that.
I think one thing over the years that we've been covering this region that maybe we lack a little bit is highlighting coaches when they do well and who has influence. For the most part, this has of course been a region that's usually dominated by one team, and so therefore there's one coach that does really well. But I want to give my props to Sali this stage. You know, Man LFO, they don't have an organizational backing. The players on the roster have not historically been contenders for top 3 in the region. He's really got them to a good point. Now, it's not to give him the 100% of the credit, absolutely not. But I think in the same way that when you see a team play poorly, you think, well, maybe it's the coach. Or you see a team play well, oh, it's all the players. Sometimes you've got to give flowers to the coach as well. And when you get a timeout into 3 straight round wins, yeah, there's probably something that he's done right. Even if it's just words of affirmation, encouragement, it doesn't have to be purely strategical. And man management is a very important part of coaching. They take the lead, but a long way still to go. By the way, just the second round here on this map, and I think 3rd overall for the series that the opening kill was not converted. So a rare statistic goes against Rival in that previous round.
So Valk in play then for the 8th with Killerman and no IQ counter on the board for Man LFO on the attack. So we'll see if that does have influence in the ability for the defense to gain information. Rayora in play and Gates to be deployed by Hunter. He's closely alongside this Glaz at the moment, and they may look to push deep here. Killman does find the first.
Yeah, could that get him going?
The toxin push. Oh, denied.
Great clip from ACOG. Tried to snap back around, but it's the shield of Sharky in the face that keeps him alive. Tried to re-pressure. Surely they got this cross back onto Weatables. Indeed, he got himself into a vulnerable position. And his life is then forfeit because of it. Killerman gets a second one. Is he starting to awaken? Well, he does get overwhelmed.
Oh, the Nitro!
Nitrosol from a Razor is insanely good. As he has been all night for his team.
Wow. He has placed that to perfection. And Razor continues to make a strong case that he could be the MVP for the night. He has really dug deep when his team has been in trouble.
He hasn't got the numbers. He hasn't got the numbers, but he's
had the impact. He passes the eye test.
It's the
Absolutely.
eye test. Yeah.
Like there has been a lot of moments in this match where they have looked down and out, and he has just made something out of nothing. And Aggro pushing that last round. Toxin side facilitated by the Rayora stock.
By the way, Weatables, I have to bring this statistic up. I apologize. I'm so sorry. I do, for what it's worth, like Wet. He's a great guy. Over the years, plenty of banter. He has a 3% survival rate. Everyone else in the server is like 30% plus. He's on 3%. That can't be right. There has to be something wrong with the tracker. 10 plus 12, 20. So that's 22 rounds. We've now up to 8. So that's 30 rounds. Yeah, no, that's pretty much about right. He's died 28 out of 30 rounds.
Okay.
Sorry, what? That is a very, very low number.
It sounds a little bit like you hate watching.
I'm definitely not. It's more of a stat that you don't see every day.
I expected better from you.
Apparently, I expected better from Wet.
No, whenever you put expectation on a player.
Hey, it's not about up to this point. It's about what you do from this point.
Wise
Round
words.
9,
Oh,
4-4, and Killer Man. Well,
He's
that's a
come
perfect
alive.
example. Very slow start, but now he's awoken. It just takes a few kills, and then he finds his footing. Opening pick again for Rival. That's 3 straight, so they're starting to win some of these early battles.
I'm starting to get a little bit nervous for Man LFO on attack. I'm getting a little bit nervous.
Yeah, they did just win 3 straight, but Rival, if they win this, it'll be 2 straight for them.
This is an interesting play.
I feel like I'm watching me on Oregon.
I guess Elements is looking to try and contest lobby.
I think he's expecting a little bit more of an aggressive hold main stairs.
Yeah, I agree. It's a lot more passive than he probably is anticipating. Upside control in the meantime for Man LFO. Pluto low on HP. Push comes through.
Bang! Double from ACOG.
Another big nitro.
And with Pluto down, Elements is now the only one left. He took his time pushing into main stairs. He finally got the kill onto Eraser, the down and the flush onto Killerman. A 1v5 ace. It's been done this stage. It was, in fact, Wettables that did it. I'll push 4 seconds after you guys. You guys go in there and push. Well, if he wins the round, who cares?
Into the mirror, though.
Into the mirror is not ideal. He does still have 3 calls left, by the way. Oh, hang on. That's not the door.
He really can't go that way. 40 seconds.
Oh, he makes the cross, but he can't. Oh, he did get the kill on the Chef, the old trade 1-for-1. Well, a valiant effort. Is he golf clapping?
Yeah, he's been pretty animated tonight, as you would expect from Chef. He loves these big games.
I'd love to see Chef and LAN. I really would. Look, I like the EP boys, and it's better. It's better if they go. I'm going to leave it. It's better if they go, but I would love to see Chef.
I'd be more than happy to just see him play against EP. Could you imagine Chef just going in and just trying to troll them out of an EWC spot?
I don't think it's going to work.
It would be funny. Just to watch, not necessarily anyone taking any slots or anything.
You mean in the trash talk sense?
Oh, just the trash talk, the animation, all that. Results aside, I kind of just want to see that matchup. Yeah, there's the clap.
Little golf clap. He's a character.
Oh, he is. That's why we love him. Round 10 Dorms.
Well, I'll tell you what, Rival, I mean, it was the 3 straight to Man LFO after their tactical timeout. Closed the half off nicely. Started the second half perfectly, attacking into Master and R6. And now the pendulum swings the other way. Rival are up 5-4. But at no point in this series have I felt like either of these two teams have really got a full grasp on the map.
10 seconds left.
Even back on bank, I mean, it was a roller coaster. It started off as Man LFO looking as if they were just going to probably win 7-2 in the first couple of rounds. Then it seemed like Rival had found the go-go juice, and I don't know, then they...
The what?
The go-go juice.
What's the go-go juice?
It's the juice that you drink when you
want to
go. When you have a go gin and you want to go.
Okay. I can't say I've ever tried that one before. Yeah, big round here for Dorms. We'll see what the util belt ends up looking like for Man LFO. They like not to bring the sense, not to bring the capital. It's a little more unconventional, but they can stack the Candelas. They could play aggro green side with the Glaz. And they can clear a lot of this util as well with the addition of the Flores. Question will be, of course, how fiercely Rival look to defend above, and I'm anticipating it will be pretty fierce, especially with the Solus in play for that plant denial.
Man, LFO have an 80% win rate in the closing stretch. Whatever that statistic means. We actually touched on that briefly at the start of the night.
Well, they've won 11 out of 14 rounds, 10 to 12.
Well, guess what? It's round 10.
If I'm not mistaken, Rival actually...
Above.
Rival have a 25% win rate in the closing stretch. So that does favor Man LFO, but Rival get the first kill.
And it's on to Beers again. That's back-to-back opening death for the top fragger of Man LFO in the series. As Chef Jeff rings around the corner, set down elements. He'll let you know all about it. As Killerman, he's returned to form. Needs to be studied because he just looked like someone who'd never played the game before maybe 10 minutes ago. Now he's up to 7 kills.
He's warmed up.
Flawless. Rival have 2 match and series points.
Uh-oh. Could they actually get the result?
Does Killerman get to play against Enterprise? Probably
No,
not.
I don't think so.
I don't think so. I think Proxy's straight back in.
My word. What a...
All frame, I guess.
what an insane night. And again, this... honestly, I can't think of a better way to encapsulate Rival's journey over the course of the stage. A team that was beaten down and out with roster changes late.
Lost the first 2 games.
And now they've gone full circle by bringing him back in under emergency circumstances to potentially qualify for that lower bracket final.
And a
Just
chance
one round away.
And the chance at the Esports World Cup. And
holy.
They got 2 opportunities to be 1 series away from a global event. Forgetting who they're playing for a second, that in itself, from where they started the stage,
if you had have told me after week 1 that Rival would make it to the lower bracket
top
final,
3,
you'd be like, hell nah.
Yeah.
Even seeing them make the playoffs
I
was
think
a
I would have probably backed in Shy Academy.
Yeah.
Well, Barbie Boys back before they were 7. Man LFO. Yeah, Rival were pretty low on the totem pole of form. And that's a testament to their work ethic and desire. For Man LFO, it's going to be a disappointing end to the stage, but still I think largely a successful stage. They're a team that's still on the rise, but they're not done yet. They just need 2 rounds in a row. And as we mentioned before,
they're better in the closing rounds.
They are better in the closing rounds, but it didn't start well for round 10. Now they've got round 11 and 12 where they must win.
Quick control first for then, getting to work on the hatches quick. Vert potential as well with the sledge for Elements. He's had a really good day at the office. I think some of his numbers this stage have probably been below his expectation, and he's doing a good job tonight. Some struggles there in terms of trying to trick the hatch for Hunter, the Electro Claw not being dealt with, so that's unfortunate.
What about for Wettables? Essentially dumped out of the league, forced into retirement. And that was after he was essentially forced off the fragging role to become a support player all the way back in Gaming Gladiators, the Titan era. And now back into a top 3 and a spot in the lower final. If they can close this out, which there's only 90 seconds left. Right now you're happier if you're on defense.
Yeah, the longer this round goes on without meaningful action by the attack, the more and more comfortable Rival are going to feel. Trying to work out what is the plan from this point for Man LFO. It doesn't feel like the groundwork has been particularly meaningful. As Sharky almost gets caught out, and Killerman finds the opener.
Good trade though from Pluto over towards Barrels. He was able to get there pretty quickly on the move, get the trade. Killerman ends up at 9-9. I think he started about 2 and 6. Tell you what, for someone who hasn't played for well over a month, I think he'd be pretty content by the end of this map of Lair. X-Kairos from Hunter. Those are the final ones. There's a good chance onto Elements. Eraser couldn't connect. Feels like one of the rare moments tonight where he wasn't able to convert, but as Sharky falls from the hands of Chef Jeff, It leaves it down to Hunter. He too goes down. Pluto and Elements must win a 2 versus 3 on their knocked out of finals.
DMR available here for Pluto if he can make the play. 25 seconds. It will force them forward to stay alive.
Does still have one more smoke available to throw that one out. Provide some cover, but he dies. Leaves it to Elements. It's falling apart for Man LFO. That speech from Sali apparently didn't do enough in the end. Rival will confirm top 3 for stage 1 of APL. They get their opportunity to qualify for the Esports World Cup at the end of this week in a match against Enterprise. Who would have thought all the way from the start of the stage when things looked a little bit bleak, Chef Jeff and crew are top 3 bound.
The head chef of this goddamn region. No, it's not actually that far. But I will say, Rival Esports, they look good, they lock in, they're having players perform across the board when they need to, and they've done it all with a coach sub into an emergency. Well, it's not an emergency sub, he is actually technically the substitute. But
3 different maps and
real sub.
3 different fifths.
Crazy.
3 different 5 stacks across the 3 maps, and not by choice. Not because, hey, it's time to get our substitute in, not because, hey, it's time to get our Falco in to do the secret mute spots on Consulate. Like, no, this is... Oh, crap. This guy's lost power for his entire street. Time to get our coach in. Oh, crap. You know, we've had to update the game and sit through maintenance. It's crazy.
Yeah, and what's even more absurd than that is the stat that you threw at me that I was not aware of going into that. Proxy is the 8th best player in OCE right now, and by far the best player for Rival, and he is the player that dropped out, Nick. So you got to give credit where credit's due. Rival dig their heels in there.
They did. That was what we praised him about between map 2 and map 3 is like the mental game. Look at the player cams. They seemed super high in their spirits. And we're sitting there going, they should be feeling awful about the circumstances, right? They're missing their player for a big game right now. This is awful. No, big smile. And just saying, you know what, guys, we got this. Let's go.
Yeah. I managed to catch, Guz just screenshot it for me. There was a message in the old chat from Chef Jeff.
Oh, okay. Family friendly, I assume.
It is actually.
Yeah.
Very PG and just very funny in classic Chef Jeff banter. Casters, can we please make Fragger Frame MVP of the Playday? Thank you very much. And that says it so well. Like, their coach, they literally came back on the map with their coach.
It's what we were saying right then, is it's the nuanced shit talk that Chef Jeff has. It's just of a different caliber.
It gasses him up. It gives him this extra aura, extra energy.
It's perfect. It's so shit posty, just like our interviewee. Let's welcome in Wenables. Wet. My friend, it's been a minute, brother. How are you doing?
Look, you're feeling a bit better now that we won, but like you said, we were all smiling. Look, man, I'll be honest. In bank, I was pissed off.
I think actually the casters mentioned a couple of times. Xenox said they've just won a round, and Wet does not look happy. So you're not happy, mate. You're not happy that there's power outages.
That's the veteran talking, dude. Come on, it's different for him.
Nah, it's not, had nothing to do with the power. I think it was just the way it was handled. Like, you know, obviously, nothing like towards these guys here. Obviously, it's, you know, it's only like, you know, going off the rulebook. It's the second time I've dealt with some power outage bullshit in an official, so I wasn't too happy.
But you lock in this time, brother. You lock in this time, and that's all that matters.
Yeah, we won this time. We won this time.
What's it like to have the power outage on your side, Wenables?
I can't say my honest thoughts because I've already used my one F-bomb and I'm gonna not say it.
That's fair enough, mate. That's fair enough. But I do want to ask you, just vaguely speaking, you know, coming into this, we definitely looked at Rivals saying that if there's going to be an upset throughout any of this bracket, it's more than likely going to be you and the team, knowing where you come from, the caliber of players that you have. How do you feel coming into the playoffs bracket? Because I think this is the first time we're talking to you in playoffs. How did you guys approach coming into playoffs?
Well, from the start of the season, we had that roster change. So I think for us, it was just trying our best to make it here.
Yeah.
And we knew like longer and longer that we went, that would be fucking. Oh, see? Oh my god.
No, that's 2.
That's all right. We got to wrap up the interview. Thanks, Wenables. Anyway.
Like the longer we were going, that we'd become more solid and we'd get used to each other. So I think it was for us just making playoffs and then just taking our time with letting the roster like mesh, I guess.
Sure, Dev.
Yeah, can I get a bit of a play-by-play from you between the 3 different maps? You know, obviously you had, I know you don't want to get into it too much, but just give me the vibes of what's happening in the call when you realize, you know, I'm guessing just Proxy just DC, like, are you guys in the call together and suddenly he's not talking, then suddenly, boom, and then he calls you on his, like, phone, like, how does that happen? How does he find out that it's a power outage? How do you guys figure out, okay, we get frame in, what's the mentality going into that game? Are you guys changing your game plan? And then for game 3, getting in Killer Man, just run me through the play-by-play between those 3 maps.
Well, I didn't even know Proxy lost his power, I'm gonna be honest. Like, so I don't have anything up on my other monitor, and in the chat, people were like, Proxy's got no power, but he's seen what it is. And then he realized the whole street was out.
Oh,
and I'm like, I'm like, here we go. I'm like, all right, sweet. And then we were like, well, we have Kyle, we'll go message him. We messaged Kyle, he wasn't getting in there, and obviously the admins are trying to say like how long or that. They're rushing us, so then we're like, screw it, we'll get frame. Just as we say we're gonna get frame, Kyle responds to me and says, I can get on. But because we've already submitted frame in map 2, we can't bring Kyle. And we're like, guys, you're pushing us to hurry up. Our subs just responded, surely you can like, you know, give some leniency here because you're pushing for it. And they're like, no, we can't. So we went into map 2 into bank, and we said, guys, the strap book, just throw it away. Because obviously Frame and Proxy are going to be completely different players. And, like, their habits are different. The way they play the game is completely different. We're just going to wing it and just enjoy ourselves. And all the boys were, you know, enjoying themselves. Me, I was just trying to bite my tongue and not get a bit out of hand with what I was going to say. So it was better for them to just be like, you know, no pressure and just run around and play ranked, basically. And then same thing in like map 3 with Kyle.
Nick?
Cool. That's awesome to hear. I mean, quite the series. You say the longer the team has been going on for, the more the roster can kind of gel and get more experience together, the better you're gonna get. What does it look like now, going up against EP in the lower bracket for the spot for LAN? Like, are you guys there where this matchup feels realistically winnable, or is it about just like playing the vibes? What are your expectations going to that match?
Well, I think for us, like, we have a lot of younger players, like, so I think we just try not to make everyone else have like too much pressure. Yeah. You know, the end result is EWC. It's always going to be there. The thought's always going to be there. But the more you think of it, the more it'll just sit there and just like hover over your head, and it just builds up. Like, and it's not good. And especially for like inexperienced players, you don't want that. You want them to be free. You want them to have as much fun as they can, because like when you're 18 and you're like fresh like into the game, you're sharp most of the time, right? You don't want any pressure on you, and you just want to go in there and shoot. And I think that's probably the best way we're going to go into that EP game and not overcomplicate.
I got a friend.
Played a bit, you know.
I got a friend here, Wet, that just wanted to wave and say hello. It's your best mate, Jackson.
He's already messaged me. This guy.
Oh, Wet, how are you, buddy? Congrats on the win.
Thanks, mate.
Do that again.
It looks really good on broadcast, guys.
It looks fantastic. No, go for it. Go.
I sent him a message.
No. So yeah. Come here. No. We can do this. You trust me? Do you trust me?
Guys, this is not APL After Dark.
To Wet, by the way, I sent you a message on Discord. I don't know if you saw it, but you hit 3% survival rate tonight, so only way is up.
Mate, like, I generally I've lost all care about my stats. I used to care heaps, but like, it's whatever. Like, if I focus on the stats, and like, I'll just get in my own head. So if I'm dying but we're winning, it doesn't matter.
Are you gonna get on the 1v1? Xenox goes pro?
Oh, he's hit you with
He's not gonna waste his time with you, mate. Sorry, Jake.
That's all right. I've kicked him off, Wet. Anything that you'd like to say before we let you go, mate? Obviously, a very big matchup on Friday. Like you've already said, you know, you don't want to go into it with too much pressure, but this is your final words before what will be a very interesting match. I still believe that there could be an upset brewing.
Yeah, shout out Rival, shout out the boys. I want to shout out like Frame and Kyle last minute, you know, all the bullshit that happened. So getting them into sub and like them playing, you know, I respect to them. Shout out you, Rob. I haven't spoken to you in ages.
Oh,
you know,
it's been a minute, brother. It's been a minute. It's so good to see you again.
Shout out Pengu on the TV. That's good stuff.
Thank you.
Is that all, Wet? You shouted out Rob. You shouted out Pengu. Is that everything?
Nah, you're sick. I don't want to get anywhere near you.
Oh, he's got you good there. You know what? That's the perfect time to cut that one, Wet. Thanks for joining us, mate. Best of luck against EP on Friday.
Good stuff.
Catch you guys.
Even he gets it. Even he
I'm getting
understands what's
absolutely
going on
rinsed
here.
tonight. Talking
He
about
gets
kicking man
it,
while
yeah.
he's
You
down.
have absolutely. I think every
He's so
single
sharp,
player.
that guy, though.
Yeah, I know.
No, but player was nice to me though. He said my voice sounded sexy.
Well, speaking
taking that.
speaking of sexy voice compliments, I don't know, great segue.
Any
Let's talk about the
MVPs?
MVP for today. Player by a country mile has become, I think, one of the greatest storylines that we've had in a while for an individual player. I think that this is kind of on par with the storyline we built back in the GG days with Oda and him moving across and then stealing spots away from other teams. Player has done exactly that, but I feel as though there's an edge to Player at the moment, Nick, that has really brought to life the individual prowess he has.
Yeah, no,
It's been a great story.
No, for sure. I've really loved everything that we've got to see out of Player's journey. You know, of course, he was just a sub once upon a time for that old Chiefs roster. He knew his spot was getting taken by Jigsaw once he came back from Europe, and he graciously stepped aside. Saw all that go down. You know, he's been there kind of climbing up from the lower levels of the game to finally get his chance with Enterprise, to making it internationally, to getting dropped, to then beating his old team for a spot at the Esports World Cup.
Do you want to hear, as we look at this, I'm just going to read off what I was trying to explain before. Since 2023, Player has been on Homeless, Circular Spheres, Aerial Arise, Odium, Man Esports, Ludovica, Chiefs, EP, and Chiefs again. It has been an unbelievable ride for him, and for him and the rest of the players to secure that spot in the grand final. They've already booked their ticket to EWC. Yes, that grand final has massive permutations once we actually get to EWC, but I think the storyline that they've got right now, I mean, I couldn't be happier for them.
For sure. Well, Chiefs are on top of the world right now, but as you say, that grand final still waits, and there's a lot of weight behind it, which means that we have a chance to get even saucier if EP are on for a rematch in that grand final. EP could take the crown back, but it's not a given that EP is going to be there. I mean, Wettables is coming for his old teammate. Brendo's there. Wet says, hey, remember the Bliss days? I'm coming back for it, mate. It would be... I was thinking about this earlier today. Obviously, Chiefs beating EP, that's an upset. We consider that an upset. It would be the biggest upset we could have possibly thought in O's if anyone goes to EWC that's not EP, right? So if Rival upsets, that's a way bigger upset, way bigger underdog story than we ever could have imagined.
You've done well right until the end there where you started to crash, because I think
I don't know if you can tell, but
I'm a little bit... Hey, I don't know if you can tell, but I got a sexy deep voice, and all of a sudden...
You know what? I've decided I'm going to talk like this all the time.
You know what? You might get compliments, but
you can't.
Also you kind of sound like a mix between Fox and Lax, and I can't unhear it. It feels weird.
If I put on an American accent, is that really going to mess with your brain?
Maybe if it was nah, that didn't do it for
sorry,
me. Thank you, Nick. I'm glad. But what would do it for me is EML, which is coming up next. One that you do not want to miss as the playoffs get close to including hit it with it.
Laser Gates, Desert Shoe.
Oh, Laser Gates and overtime. I can't wait.
We're going to overtime.
We're going all the way to overtime.
It just doesn't stop. It just doesn't bloody stop. But that is a nice hour and a half away, so you don't have to wait too long. You know what? Get outside, touch some grass, go for a nice walk, get some fresh air in your lungs. Nick, any thoughts as we quickly wrap this up and close up?
Happy day, chaotic day. You two don't go touch grass, go to bed instead, rest up, because we have just 5 play days back to back here in the APL, so rest up.
Rest up. Tomorrow. Thank you very much. James, I'd ask for your feedback, but I think you are about ready to go to bed, so we're going to wrap up here. Thank you very much for joining us here on the OCE Days 2. We'll be back tomorrow with Asia. It's one that you don't want to miss, but just as my great friend Pengu would say, namaste. Good night.
Have a great night.
ぎ見つめ Yeah 心はもうきっと気づいてる君じゃなきゃ意味ないありきたりかな口ずさむラブソング